I tell them do it if you want. Be damn if they do, won't lose sleep if they don't. See, I done paid my dues, I had to struggle too long.
Big value.
I came this far, but I'm planning to go farther.
I'm on a roll now.
When you work this hard, you deserve to party harder. I came this far, but I'm planning to go farther.
You wanna gamble, yeah?
No pictures, please.
Came this far, we ain't about to go back. Came this far, we ain't about to go back. It's a celebration.
Stavic takes the win here in Barcelona.
Jason Mercier, he went with his instinct, he made the call.
There's the professional level, and there's the Ivy League.
Sebastian Paoli coming to terms with what he has just achieved.
Vicky Cohen has done it! 2 main event titles! Sebastian Mallets has gone from poker fanboy to poker champion. This is why people love the EPT.
Hello everyone, welcome to Prague and the PokerStars European Poker Tour, a record-breaking festival here in the Czech Republic and a record-breaking main event. More than 1,400 total entries and more than 500 players returning for day 2 here at King's Casino at the Hilton Prague. I'm James Hartigan, alongside me are Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
And Griffin Benja.
Time to check your privilege.
How does this event keep getting bigger, especially when it is facing competition from other big events around the world?
So beautiful, look at it.
We put on the best live events on the planet. How
There
about
you
that?
go.
Good answers, both. And yes, you can watch live coverage of this tournament from today through to Sunday when we play down to a winner at the final table. Live every day at 12:30 local time, apart from Sunday for the final table when we're live 30 minutes later at 1 p.m. Central European time. And whether you're watching on Twitch or YouTube, we'd like to hear from you. You can use the live chat on both portals and check out other stuff happening here at EPT Prague on X, Facebook, and Instagram. So registration still open in the main event. It's about to close. We'll get the confirmed numbers soon. We do know the biggest stacks coming back for day 2. We do know the chip leaders. And the tournament boss at the start of day 2 is Jacob and Salam with 316k, 210 big blinds, with the blind starting at the beginning of level 11, 1,000, 1,500, with a 1,500 big blind ante.
Do you think there's more than one Aparicio in the field, or there's just a sole Aparicio?
Nice. He started early, ladies and gentlemen, and we are starting today with a member of Team Pro at the feature table, a player who we've not seen on day 2 of an EPT main event for some time. Ladies and gentlemen, we are serving up the squid. Sam Grafton is going to be at our first feature table. I know that puts a smile on your face, Griffin.
Oh yeah, a little Griff Graf. You know, we love having him in the booth, but we love watching him play.
Absolutely. So we'll get to our feature table in just a moment. Of course, the start of play on day 2 inevitably delayed due to that registration window just closing, due to some people coming in at the last moment. I understand that both Finson and Tonka, who were eliminated on day 1, have bought back in at the start of day 2.
Hell yeah.
I think the Sprags fired both of their bullets across the day 1s. Remember, an EPT main plays as a single re-entry tournament, no more than 2 bullets, regardless of when you fire them. So that's the full lineup at the main stage. Sam, the second biggest stack, behind Philip Wood from Germany, who's got 148k. A pretty decent stack for Sam with 133k. Average right now, Griffin, around 50k.
Yeah, I mean, that's a very impressive stack. I would say, you know, obviously Sam Grafton, an incredibly accomplished tournament poker player, but I would say one of the big things that is really important to him is to have a really deep run and a final table in an EPT event, and hopefully that'll be the case here.
Indeed. So just waiting for Toby Stone to officially close registrations before we can get cards in the air, because once that registration desk is closed and action is underway, it's a freeze out. And there is Sam ready for action, bringing 88 bigs into day 2, the day when we expect to make the money. Chances are we will burst the bubble during the final level of day 2. Very good chance you get world famous bubble coverage after the dinner break this evening. Sat directly next to Sam is an online qualifier, Fabio Peluso.
Welcome.
Philip Wood is the table chip leader.
Wood. Fabio is fabulous. Monochromatic. Hope you like olives.
There is Wood playing 148k, nearly 100 big blinds.
That Wood's got an extra P.
Chances are we will change the lineup at the feature table over the course of the day. We'll see different tables, different players. Right now, Adi Rakiewicz among the contenders at the FT. That is Jean-Serge Barriel from Canada.
Canada!
CA.
NA.
NA. I got to do that at the table the other day. It was awesome.
Michael Karim playing 55,500, just shy of 40 big blinds.
Good white beard for this time of year.
Mohamed El Reis has just taken his seat, and we have actually got an extra player at the table. Herrera Gregorian has bought in at the start of day 2, so we will be 8-handed for the start of play today.
Hooray for Herrera.
A full house, a full room.
Wow.
Here at King's Casino at the Hilton Prague. And we can see from the tournament clock in the background, 1,458. That looks like the final number. I will highlight it's not the confirmed final number. We'll get that from Toby, probably during the second level of the day. But that is up significantly on last year, where we broke the record with, what was it, 1,285?
This is not a poker tournament field. That's my high score and pole position.
1,499 unique players.
Oh, come on. Just one more. Please, Mommy, for Christmas. Please. We've been good all year. One more. 1,500.
Now, one of those 1,458 entries was fired by our friend and colleague Griffin Benja. Griffin, what went wrong?
Yeah, you know, it was tough sledding out there. It's the thing with tournament poker, you know. Sometimes you just get a little unlucky. Got a couple kings, got a queen-high board, got a set of sevens.
It's always
What are you
coming.
gonna do? It's always coming 7. That should have been that was the hint out there for me. Sometimes we never learn.
Suffice to say, with more than 500 players still in contention at the start of day 2, there will be many faces we recognize. Many players who've appeared at EPT final tables, many former EPT champs as well. And obviously we'll be looking at options for future feature tables as we change things up over the course of the day. Looks like a pretty good lineup over at table 18. Talking about former champions, we've got a former EPT London winner, Robin Ulatalo, joined there by David Doherty, last year's Irish Open main event champ, and Morton Klein, who has now become an EPT Super High Roller reg.
They do tend to come back, don't they, the champions? They're like, wait a minute, it's been done. I did it."
Everybody tends to come back because these events rock.
There's Robin right in the middle there with the P hat, someone that I cut my teeth with in the early days of my online career.
He's only gotten crazier and crazier over the years, too. Like, most people mellow out the older they get. He's actually gone the other way.
Yeah.
So dealers have been instructed to prepare the decks. Looks like we're getting ready to go. 25-second countdown on the clock until day 2 of the EPT Prague main event. This record-breaking EPT main is underway. 5 levels to be played today, with a 75-minute dinner break between the 4th and 5th levels. So we're likely to be going until at least 10:30, if not 11 o'clock tonight, with the bubble likely to hit. And here we go. First hand of day 2 is underway. And we will now be following this tournament through until Sunday when it concludes. And we don't know the prize money yet. We know the prize pool is in the region of 6.6 million euros. We don't know what that winner will receive. I think we can safely say it's going to be 7 figures. It's going to be well more than $1 million up top.
Merry Christmas to you. If we're even allowed to say that anymore.
Stop.
A reminder, blinds are 1,000, 1,500 with a 1,500 big blind ante. First hand of the day with the action folded to Michael Karim in the cutoff. He raises with the Spraggy, ace-7 offsuit. Gregorian with queen-10 off in the small. And Sam Grafton in the big blind.
Yeah, and quite a big hand in the big blind here, playing, you know, about 35 big blinds effective. I would expect Grafton to come out with a raise, prepared to play for stacks at this stack depth in these positions, especially.
As indeed, 3-bet with the 9s, 13,500 total.
How lucky are we get to see Sam Grafton play a pot right away.
I don't think this pot is going much further as we see Karim fold the ace-7. And hello to CK, who's watching on YouTube, who says, my only EPT experience was EPT Prague 2 years ago. The best tournament experience imaginable.
Cool. What a nice thing to say.
I thought you took it. No, yeah, I was just doing it too. Yeah, I thought you would. Oh, sorry.
Now, forgive me, I get confused. Is Sam actually a supporter of the London Arsenals? Because I know he wears a variety of soccer jerseys.
I think yes.
Yeah, Arsenal's his team. Yeah.
Right, but he does, I'm not wrong, right? He does wear like other squadrons that...
I think so.
Yeah.
Some of the other kicking squads.
Yeah, Croaks confirms. I've seen him with a retro Monaco shirt before. Action folded to the button, and now it rounds the blinds.
Is Sam intentionally dressed like a Tintin character, or is that just...
The old man and the sea, raising, calling in the small blind, completing with 7-3 of spades, dominated by Philip Wood, the table chip leader, with 8-7 in the big, and Wood is going to check his option. Ace, ace, 5.
The worst hand, but the range advantage for Sam Grafton. Decides not to start with a bet. You know, Wood is going to be checking back some king high, queen high type hands pre-flop, maybe even some ace highs. So Sam's not going to come out betting yet. This is a bit of a tricky card because it's going to give Wood some more equity a lot of the time, even when he doesn't have those high cards that might have been prepared to call. Something like, for instance, an 8-7 with the 7 of clubs. So really good patience here. Grafton not putting in any money, completely dead, even though he's seen no resistance, no aggression from Wood.
You know what would have been more patient? Just folding 7-3 in the small block.
Nah, not with that 1,000 up there. Come on, 500 more.
I don't know. 7-3 is a pretty good hand. Why wouldn't you want to play it?
But it was suited.
So 2 hands played so far. 1 pot for Sam Grafton, 1 pot for Philip Wood.
Wood.
And if this is a trend, the dealer will win the next one.
On the subject of the dealer, we did have a question earlier on from Maxa asking, what artist is the dealer listening to today? We get a lot of people observing the fact the dealer is wearing a headset which is plugged into a CD Walkman. We asked people to bring their own CDs to Prague. because I think we felt the variety in Cyprus was a bit limited.
Fair play.
Some sicko bought in a CD of BBC sound effects from the 1970s. Horror sound effects. Things like someone's thumb being kind of like crushed.
Does it at least have the Wilhelm?
Someone scratching at the lid of a coffin while being buried alive. That dealer is listening to horror sound effects on loop. They might go loopy themselves.
I mean, it makes sense with some of the beats they dealt me earlier in the week.
You know what I will say? One of the real treats from working the BSOP recently with Nick Walsh was, the coverage would have a little highlight on the dealer, show their name. It's cool, little graphic with their name. The fans at home really liked it. Got to know the dealers a little bit.
Griffin Banter, impressed by graphics.
Hey, there's this one amazing female dealer. They called her the Storm, the Tempest, because she would create it was like a whole. They were like characters.
Wash. That's cool.
Yeah, I know. She would always bring the action.
I mean, I would say
fun.
this is slightly next level. I'm trying to bring back poker nicknames for players, and we're now introducing them for dealers as well.
You had to see her, man. Hey, listen, you can ask Nick when he gets in here. Ask him about the Tempest. Storm.
So we had the open from Gregorian to 3K with King 10, and Sam has 3-bet from the button. He's made it 8K. We've only seen one of his cards, but we are going to see a fold from Gregorian and Sam win another pot.
But I want to know what his other card is.
Do you think it was a good card or a bad card?
I bet he'll remember. I'll ask him next time I see him.
Yeah, he will remember. I think it was a good card.
Unclear. Two for three for Sam Grafton.
Indeed.
Putting on a show. Oh my God, VJ on YouTube says, I love the commentary. It's so entertaining. Thank you, VJ.
Hey, VJ. I feel like Gregorian's been spinning the get on the feature table thing. We've seen him a fair bit, I'd say.
Prayer Gregorian?
Yeah. Oh wait, not Gregorian. Sorry. Who did I just see?
Sam Grafton.
He's
That's
been on a
the
few
one.
Features, yeah.
So Sam has raised with the ace of clubs and another card. He's made it 3,000.
Mohammed Al Race is who I meant.
Yeah, Al Race is an EPT reg.
Yeah, but he's been on some features lately.
So do we think this is the same card that Sam had last hand that also didn't show up, and it could be like another king?
Maybe.
The broken king of diamonds.
So Jean-Serge Beryl has defended his big blind with ace-3. We go to a king 6-4 flop, all hearts. Beryl with the nut flush draw.
We've got a barreler and a raise at the table. Great poker names.
Yeah, and an interesting opportunity for Beryl here with this ace of hearts. If he elects to play it aggressively, going to be putting a lot of pressure on whatever that other hole card is for Sam. I think we can probably anticipate this being a bet fold unless the other card under there is an ace or a king. And yeah, we can see Beryl playing it.
Woo, baby.
Sort of effectively saying, I'm prepared to go all in, making it 10K with just 16 back. And yeah, Sam going to be heading out of here unless he's got one of those two cards. Oh, so he does have the king or the ace.
Announces all in and gets called by Beryl, who sees he is in bad shape. Does have the flush draw, though.
Good job you didn't do that. Well, good job you didn't flap.
Ace of spades was the missing card. Pocket aces for Sam Grafton.
Let's get a 5 on the turn.
7 of diamonds. So 9 outs for Beryl. Has the straight draw as well as the flush draw.
Way to do it, I think. A 5 could come. I'll lose to a 5. GG.
King on the river, and Jean-Serge Beryl is eliminated on hand number 4 of day 2 of the EPT Prague main event. And Sam Grafton now chip leader at this table with 174K.
They like to, you know, they want to make it. They're like, we gotta rig this so it doesn't fuck up completely, you know.
Oh, Canada. See you back in Quebec, buddy.
Well, Burrell is
Quebec, right?
not the only elimination we've had so far. There have been plenty of bust outs at the outer tables. I mentioned that Tonka came in today on his second bullet. He's already out. Parker Talbot gone. Klaus Segebrecht out. Arseny Kamatsky, a former EPT champ, no longer alive. Jack Sinclair has also busted during the first few hands of day 2. Oof.
So when is the next leg break possible on day 2? Is it over? No, it's over. You can register now.
So we do think the total field is 1,458. That number to be confirmed, which is why it's not yet on screen. We will get that number confirmed by tournament director Toby Stone ASAP, and I imagine during the second level of the day, he'll make that announcement to the room, including the payouts. How many players are going to cash? What is a min cash worth? And crucially, what will the champion get on Sunday? We know the prize pool is going to be in excess of €6.5 million.
So no less than 900,000 to 6 million for first. We're there. Sam coming up firing, and Peluso going to have one of those kind of stack sizes that, especially in early position, you know, you're not going to want to just sort of blast in 45 big blinds with pocket eights. Of course, we see here this might be in some ways the best play, facing a 3x 3-bet. It's going to be kind of right on the line. I mean, you don't really want to make a huge habit of calling these sort of middling pairs out of position at this stack depth, sort of like up to 6s, 7s. Maybe want to make some tight folds, but 8s are going to be too strong. And technically with the best of it on ace jack 4, but this is just lovely for Sam Grafton having the particular hand that he has. And what a start to day 2 here. This should vault him closer to 200K, assuming Peluso plays by the rules.
Pretty hard to get out of line here. I mean, I would love it. Oh, I've seen Peluso before, and he does get out of line sometimes, now that I think about it.
So Grafton continuing for 7K. A fold from the Snowmans.
If Arsenal were aggressive like you, maybe they will win the league.
Wow.
Not football humor.
Yeah. This is my only win by 7.
So just going back in time to show you some of the players arriving at the start of the day. We mentioned David Doherty, former Irish Open champ, sharing a table with an EPT champ. Ben Pollock looking for a seat assignment before the start of play. Robin Nulatalo, one of the players who is at Doherty's table. Vincent Hand on his second bullet. Didn't he drive for 7 hours to watch a soccer game yesterday?
What?
I was actually at dinner with a few people that were talking about Finton just driving everywhere.
Vincent. And that Davidi Kitai.
Jason Wheeler. Big
Wheeling
presence.
and dealing.
Yeah, big presence here in the old Prague town.
Anton Wigg.
Oh, God, just gorgeous.
It's like a fine wine.
Yeah.
Last year's runner-up, Jon Kitai.
There's Jared Karlik in the background there, too.
And the man who beat Kitai heads up, Padraig O'Neill, the reigning EPT Prague champion.
If you haven't seen it, Padraig and Marley did a really funny video. You should go check out Marley's Instagram. I think it's on the PokerStars page as well.
Love Marley's videos. I'm such a fanboy, I always message her after to tell her how much I like them.
And she blocks you. So, Sam's raise called by Philip Wood and Michael Karim. Three-way to the flop. All diamonds, ace, queen, 6, and it is a straight flash draw.
Flop them dead.
Diamond, 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 diamond. Yep, that's a flush.
Oh, that was you counting the diamonds, not calling for a diamond. I was like, why would you call for a diamond here? This is weird.
King of diamonds. You've got to call for the king of diamonds. You've got to call for the royal. and then we can clip this video, put it on social media, and people will just watch it, even though the hand's not particularly interesting, because it's a raw flush!
Yeah, Sam just throwing out a just-in-case bet here. You know, if he's up against the portion of Wood's range that's, you know, something like pocket sevens, black sevens, and then has such a huge range advantage against Karim. But in this case, you know, with that flop flush, Wood is going to play it aggressively, and Sam gets away pretty cheap, just firing, you know, less than 2 big blinds on the flop. I like it. I like it.
Can someone clarify where Finton went yesterday and what he went to see? My understanding is that he took a 7-hour drive somewhere yesterday.
Yeah, so like I said, this was the topic of conversation. He goes on these long drives. He like goes places. He's prepared to do it. He loves driving, I heard. So I guess that's where it comes from. So it was for a football match. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, apparently so.
I mean, I know this is a dumb question. Just see the football match live, I hope. He didn't like go drive for a sports bar somewhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, couldn't find a TV.
Satellite dish.
We welcome Thomas Svensson to the feature table, bringing around 61k. He's got 40 big blinds.
There's any.
Apparently he went to see the Aston Villas. They were playing in a Champions League game.
Okay.
But where was it?
I think I stayed in an Aston Villa once.
3,000.
Leipzig. He drove to Leipzig. Wow. That's dedication. Gregorian has opened with ace-10 of clubs. Round to the blinds with El Race folding the button. Ace-king for Michael Karim.
Yeah, and tough luck here for Gregorian. You know, your first open's been 3-bet, and you find yourself with the pretty ace-10 suited, get folds all around the table, and you're just thinking, all right, here we go. I'm going to win my first pot, going to get things going. And then Karim is just going to 3-bit you from the small.
We raise to 8,500.
Cards are being capped.
Yeah, I mean, Karim going for the small sizing out of position at this stack depth. You know, Gregorian should see this as real strength, but it's a pretty good price, right? If you're playing for stacks, I think we'd let go of the ace-10 suited. He's just decided it's a little too pretty and a little too cheap. Let's see if I can flop some equity. But, you know, with an SPR of less than 1, he's got to hope he doesn't hit anything, and he doesn't really on the Jack 9-6.
Pretty and cheap's a great way of describing Prague. I went to a place last night called Shots.
Oh, yeah?
So a couple of backdoors for Gregorian, but Karim has just bet enough on the flop to put him all in. He's only got 11 bigs behind, and he is forced to fold. By the way, I'm told at least Finton got to see the Aston Villas win. They won 3 goals to 2.
Oh, that's exciting. Good for him.
What's that?
That's worth like a 3-hour, 16-minute drive to me. If my team wins a nice 3-2 game, 7 hours, I don't know.
Yeah. I had not this when I was playing the other tournament. I got a Norway Odegaard 10-1 with the, you know, like the flag design. It's such a nice kit.
He's a good player.
Yeah, he's great.
Probably the Norwegian's best player.
Oh, let's go. Yeah, better than Haaland. Yeah.
Yeah. I really mean that.
Yeah, he's good. He's good.
Are we talking
Great guy
soccer
as well.
player or poker player?
This is Czech in honor of where we are here.
If the people named football named poker, it would be called hands.
Svensson with Queen 10.
Him and Kaihan Mokri, my 2 favorites. Norwegians.
That's nice.
The 2 legends.
What's your opinion on Havertz?
Yeah, I mean, he's just a bit overplayed now. It's like looks tired, like not doing, but he's for sure good. It's just like Jesus is dead basically for some reason, and so yeah, he's a strong player. Havertz.
You know, footballers do watch poker. Imagine Sam just says like some player is like past his prime and he's just got a single tear rolling down his cheek right now.
I know he's good.
He needs to win something, you know, in order to be like.
Yeah, I know.
To really like.
He's a very nice person as well.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm liking Kareem's.
him?
Oh,
Yeah,
Oh, yeah?
I played with him.
No.
Yeah.
You were a professional?
No, but I play a lot.
Oh, yeah. Oh, wow, that's super cool.
You were
This
just
is football,
about
like,
to
no poker.
compliment Kareem,
No,
and
poker,
then I
of course.
looked at him and
You play
noticed he's
poker with
wearing
mine,
a bloody Yankees hat.
Mokri?
Oh, with Kyle.
That was why.
Oh, I was going to say. Oh, right. Okay.
No, not Martin.
Okay, yeah. Okay, I mean, that's not a big deal. We've all played with Kyle Mokri, you know?
Yeah.
You hang out in casinos long enough, you're going to end up playing with him, you know? All you need to do is get a big PLO get done or something, and he'll turn up. If you played poker with Martin Odegaard now, this would have really been a brag, you know?
Or football.
Yeah, or football. Oh, football, and he was like, I was like, were you professional? He's like, no, but I just played him. I was like,
There's an age difference.
That's a good one.
I was like,
Since we are on the topic of sports fandom, and I mentioned the Yankee hat, the problem with being a Jays fan and seeing a Yankees hat is most of the time they're just, it's an aesthetic thing for them. It's just style, you know. So it's hard. You can't even get mad. It's like
I had to stop wearing Yankee hats around because people would be like, "Oh, like a Yankee fan?" And I was like, not
Yeah, it's
really.
like, how about
It's just kind of like
how
an
about
iconic.
Aaron Judge lately?
Yeah,
you're
and I'm just like, no, man. I'm like more of a fan of like the spirit of New York. That's kind of what I'm wearing it for.
Yeah.
So a couple of things. We're now below 500 players, 495 left in the room. So quite a lot of eliminations, quite a lot of early bust outs here on day two. They've also adjusted the clock to show the prize pool is 7 million euros.
We were kind of doing a hat thing actually, James, but
7 million. That's
7 million.
That's awesome.
really good.
Sorry, I misheard earlier. I thought you said 1,499 players. That's why I was saying please one more. But we cracked 7 million, so I'll take that.
Brillo, that's for 5, 6, 7 years, and that was really good. We were like ranked third in the world or something on the rankings, but that didn't show the exact picture. But
okay, 1,062,000 over under, James, first place.
It's a great line.
sorry.
1,062,000 is
Yes.
your line. Over. Easily over.
1.1.
That's probably right on the line.
Well, then pick over under, pal.
I'm going to go
Put
over.
your reputation
I'm gonna go
on the
over.
line.
I'm going over.
Okay.
Toby's now going to go into Excel and make an adjustment just to spite me.
Man, how much did I drink last night? Okay, that's better. Whew.
Gregorian
It's a stylistic choice.
with the sevens. 7!
11 big blinds. Put it in, buddy. All or nothing, my friend. No other way to go with this puppy. Oh, well, it actually isn't the button. Maybe some consideration for an induce, but nah, come on.
So do you live in London?
You don't exactly want the
yeah, I live like walking distance from the
peel from the 10-9 off.
So you're at all
And take
all
it
matches.
down.
Yeah, when I'm in London, I'm there.
Do you have a second favorite team in some of the other leagues in Britain? United.
No, I mean that's
No, I mean lower leagues.
yeah, Cov, I guess. Like Cov was the nearest team to where I
Okay.
grew up. So yeah, I played and support them. And I mean, yeah, just places like I was at uni in Sheffield. I went to a few Wednesday games, Sheffield Wednesday games
Yeah.
while I was there. They were in the Premier League when I was there, like the first year. So
I mean,
like,
I think it's really cool with Ipswich coming up again.
yeah,
That's cool.
yeah.
Even though they haven't.
Wake
had,
me up when they've
big
moved on.
results, but they
I would
have-
like
Like
to
I want
see-
them to talk, but just maybe not about soccer.
I would like to see Sam Grafton kick a soccer ball. I'm curious. I feel like he might surprise me.
Yeah, of course.
The
you know.
travel from
You think he can
third
juggle?
league up to
I don't know
league
if he can juggle, but,
and what
you
an
know,
investment they did
not
with
the
it
most
for
athletic
flying them
guy, I
at
don't
the
think,
right
but I
time
think
and
maybe he would
following
surprise
them
me
for
with
years
his,
in
you know,
a row.
some of
That's super.
these Brits with their football, you know, it's in their blood.
Yeah, there's a lot of these, like Brighton and Brentford, these well-managed clubs where they just got a lot of decisions right, which is not easy to do.
47.
Was it a private equity company that bought it, Ipswich, or was it a private owner?
Oh wow, it's even
It was a
more
private
interesting
owner.
now.
It was private owner.
From soccer to private equity and soccer combined. This is unbelievable.
No one.
Are we rolling on this?
You live in Norway, though?
Yeah.
I'm kidding, by the way. I'm glad they're talking. That's what's great about poker. It's a social game. You can make new friends.
In fairness, the last time I was on an EPT feature table, I was talking about hockey. So, you know, you talk about the things you're passionate about.
Don't you miss the games for 20 years ago?
You mean stick puck?
What's that?
You missed the games 20 years ago.
Yeah, I mean, I'm lucky enough that I was, you know, there's like fans now who don't remember those games, but yeah, I mean, that was so great.
It was much better than now. Now it's like before games they go kissing each other and before the game.
Sure,
Okay, wait. Now I'm
It
interested.
was like Viera and Roy Keane games. It was like
they probably say the same about us, you know.
Big sizing here from Wood after making it
like, this fucking guy.
nearly
He keeps betting
4x
again.
pre-flop.
He keeps betting me. I'm gonna just come over
Goes
the top
with the
nothing.
60+% continue on the 10-7-6 with the gutter.
You attack, now we attack. You attack, we attack.
Rajkovic taking some pause here. Just started the hand
Yeah, there
with
is a lot of nostalgia
under
for
30
that
big
period.
blinds. This is a tough continue without a pair,
I think.
but we can see
Like more.
sitting there with top.
Yeah.
Does he want to play it aggressively?
Decides just to call. We know he's got the best hand for now.
Like the managers all hated each other, and now all the managers like
Still ahead.
they're all like big pals.
And you can see how big this pot has now gotten
I look
with
forward
that
to the games
larger
in a
sizing. You
different
can see
way.
26.5 out
Now
there.
it's like,
Rajkovic
I'm
just
a
34K.
United fan, so now like shit.
Yeah.
Does Wood just want to shove for
There's so many games now.
1.2x pot here
It's like all
to
the
blow
time.
off a hand that might be like a 7x or a float, something maybe like an ace-8 would have to fold probably on this turn to an all-in. But you're probably not going to fold out a 10, so these are the kind of things
And the
that
turnover of
Wood, I
players,
think, is
mean,
considering.
Arsenal United players stay for a few years, but like I used to be able to name every, you know, I would know the players from every team.
Yeah.
Whereas now, like it's because they have such a good approach, but Brighton have like 6 new players every season, and by the time you get to know who they
Do you think
are,
if this was a Triton hand, Sam would be talking like
Very
this?
good, Brighton.
Yeah, of course. I'm not criticizing, but like it's just like a very high turnover. Of,
You don't talk Brighton when you're at a Triton.
That's right.
This is
This
very
measly 5K.
Very, very bad.
Put that on a t-shirt.
So Wood is going to find the check.
Ipswich and
I think that was very
it's
deep consideration of making a
what
big
they've done.
sort of all in here, but
They're,
maybe
like,
waving the white
exceeding their
flag.
wage bill, like, in terms
And
of
Rajkovic
results,
is going to love that.
exceeding
Not going to
whereas
expect a
you've,
lot
like,
of checking
underachieved
from
the whole, like,
better
for-
hands at this stage with this
so many
action. So I
players
would
go
expect
there
some
and,
protection
like, mount and just
in the form
disappear,
of
and it's like, what
a
the fuck?
bet.
Yeah, that's
Was
the
a very good player.
yeah, of course.
You would
Now
hate
it's
to
like,
check this back. Let's just say you're holding
doesn't
the
play.
Jack 10.
Like it's like
Allow your opponent to get a free
Hold, it
card
just
with something
sucks
like an
them in.
ace 8, ace 9, even a Jack 9.
I don't know what it is.
85.
That's kind of interesting because it's not a very large sizing. I mean, Wood does have a decent amount of equity.
So I played one hand at each table now.
Oh.
This is the 3rd time I moved.
You moved 3 times today.
Yeah.
We know he would. We know he could.
But I thought I was going to
But
play
should
at the
he?
dinner table at
Call.
the first table because Martin was there, Stashko.
Yes.
And he's from
Oh, no. It's a good question.
You're saying Martin Stashko is a bigger name than me.
yeah, of course.
Martin Stashko.
No, he's
Yeah,
not.
I'm joking. Respect to Martin Stashko. Legend. Wow.
As long as we're in 4-figure bet territory, I think they can talk about football. But
he's
once
a
we
home
start getting
favorite,
into
I guess.
5-digit
Of
bets,
course, and that's important.
Okay, that's
you know what I'm saying?
a
I
good
think that's a good rule at
Of
this
course, by the way.
this level.
I was very much joking. Very much joking.
What about the pot size being 5 figures? That's well, that happens pretty
I
early.
don't wanna-
And some discipline.
Well, here's a hashtag fun fact about Philip Wood. Only has 1 live cash on his resume, and it came earlier this week. He was the 181st place finisher in the 1K Eureka main event. 4,732 entries in that tournament. Another record breaker here in Prague.
Can you say that word again? Resume? The way you say it?
Resume.
It's a bit of resume. I like that.
CV.
CV, yes. CV.
I did hear someone unironically in America refer to a resume this year as a resume.
Really?
Like a fully grown adult, like not even like a
First World Series I ever
kid.
played.
After they brought their dress from Versailles.
So got second. It was a long time ago. 2011.
30 minutes into the day, 483 players remaining. Average stack up to 90K now.
Yeah, and I know we're still relatively early in this EPT. I mean, yeah, almost 1,000 players technically been eliminated, but still many, many more to go. But I really think that this particular table for Sam Grafton on day 2 is a pretty great opportunity. Not necessarily a lot of big, heavy hitters on this feature table. Some regs that we've seen, some very good poker players, but with him having significantly now the most amount of chips at 176,000, I think it's a good opportunity for him to capitalize
I can count you down.
on the bubble day.
15, 14, first decision, come up, 13, 12, 11, his hand's dead. There we go.
And he's feeling it. You
Wow.
can tell. It's like
He's holding court?
chatting. Yeah. This is going to be Sam at his best as long as he can, do what he needs to do.
And they were just discussing the fact that the shot clock won't be brought into play until the start of day 3. That's tomorrow. 15 seconds on pre-flop decisions, 30 seconds from then on.
The shot clock got held up at customs because it looked like 1,000 tiny bombs.
I think if we're going to have a check player, it would be Cabral now, more than Stajka. That would
Probably.
be. The thing is, you would gain some viewers for Cabral, but you might lose half the viewers as well. You know? It's like kind of like Marmite,
Nobody actually
Like,
tunes out.
half will be glued, but half will just be like straight out.
Martin Cabral, the Marmite of poker players.
Good for
Didn't you describe me as Marmite last week, James?
It's tough,
No.
We might 1 in 3 dealers might quit. Like,
Someone did.
they have to get a big bonus.
I don't think you're that polarizing. Marmite means literally love or hate.
It's okay.
I didn't even realize that was the thing about Marmite. All I knew is that my dad would eat it all the time.
Oh, your dad loves.
Oh, yeah, he's a lover.
They did a great ad campaign where they just embraced the fact that we know that there are people out there who hate our product, so you either love it or you hate it. And so the commercial is people tasting it and finding it disgusting in a
that's
commercial for that product.
Yeah. Yeah, they did that for like a cough syrup in Canada once. Just like, it tastes awful, but it works.
Medicine's not meant to taste good. Stuff you actually eat as sustenance is meant to have, give you some satisfaction. So Grafton's raise, called by El Race in the beg.
How much you got?
Yeah. A bit less.
And it is a jack high flop. Second pair for El Race.
Yeah,
Sam Grafton, what a day.
Yeah, an opportunity for probably one street of value here. Race going to be having a hand good enough to call a bet. Sam is going to start with a bet.
And a quick shout out to Philip the Razor watching on YouTube, who won an MSPT trophy a couple of days ago.
Pretty cool, man. Congrats. I was going to read that same thing. Phil's been a big-time supporter of us.
Oof.
Yeah, yikes.
I mean, even when things don't go Sam's way, they kind of do go his way in the sense that this is not a very hard board to get away from now.
Or will Sam get out of line and try to bluff?
No.
No, I mean,
Checks it back.
like say if there's another heart or something on the river. No.
Instead, the 6 of spades. Gets checked to showdown. Sam doesn't lose any more chips. Alex asks, is there a free roll being announced today? More on that later. The answer to the question is yes, but we won't give you the details on it until it is time. But I'll tell you what it's connected to in just a moment. But we are going to step away from the feature table right now and check on some famous faces in the field. Players you might recognize, including the Rat Man, Lucien Cohen, a former EPT champion.
And an FPS champion as well.
Estrellas.
Yeah,
What?
same.
ever Leo wants, Leo Margette. Kenny Hallett repping the red spade. Vanessa Cade has a stack on day 2. And the guy who created a meme, it's Sevens guy, Christian Rudolph.
Last year was the year of the 6. This year, the year of the 7.
7!
So yeah, special tournament announced yesterday, which is going to run at the end of the month, December 29th. The Power Path Open. For the first time ever, players will be able to buy directly into a $109 satellite to win gold and silver power passes. And the free rolls that we run every day of the EPT Prague live stream are awarding tickets to the Power Path Open. So $109 tickets will be awarded in the free rolls that we're running every single day. Suffice to say, it's only going to be in certain markets. There will be exclusions. You know how it works.
If you can't find it, you probably can't play it.
As we see Karim and Gregorian go to the flop. Gregorian opened in early position with ace-4. Karim defended his big blind.
Karim gave that, like, I'm checking, but I'm going to look strong as I do it because I don't want you to bet.
Facing a bet from the nut flush draw. Karim with a pair of 5s. This is a post-flop flip.
Yeah, this is an interesting spot for Karim. I mean, with such small sizing, I think you can peel here with the bottom pair, but when you're up against that early position raise, you're tuck-tailing and running pretty much always on this turn if you face a second barrel, and that's the exact kind of card, especially Gregorian picking up more equity with the wheel draw, I would anticipate. Just a shove for a round pot here to get Karim to fold the better equity and one pair hand.
Goo! More like Gregor all in.
Yeah, Karim not releasing right away. Probably will. But, you know, you are beating hands like what Gregorian has. Maybe something like ace-jack, ace-10.
Gets the fold. Chips up to around starting stack, which is worth 20 big blinds right now. In addition to the Power Path Open being announced in the last couple of days, we also confirmed the dates of this year's New Year series. Starts December 22nd, runs till January the 14th.
Whoa, the New Year series starts December 22nd. Have these guys ever looked at a calendar?
Well, the idea is it's kind of taking you into 2025. And
Started in March.
One of the highlights is actually on the opening weekend. The Red Spade Open. This ran a couple of months ago. Last month, in fact, and we're doing another one on Sunday, December 22nd. That means bounties on red spades.
Well, you're lucky that I'm not playing it this year, but I am working on relocating to Azerbaijan so that I can play in the Red Spade Open next year. Just have to make sure that my pony gets through customs.
What's your pony's name?
Pony.
Little on the nose, I like it.
Ace 3 versus King 3. King 3 not going to get played. 10-9 for Karim in the small. That's a fold. And Beluso, Queen 8, also of clubs. He defends the big blind. We're going to see a flop. Jack 5, 3.
Griffin, have you had a chance to poke around here the Prague Hilton a little bit?
In what respect?
Just check out some of the beer garden, the merch store.
Oh yeah, of course. I love all it's every year. It's great stuff.
The
here.
Players Lounge.
Yeah,
Did you see the giant teddy bear?
Players
on,
Lounge.
Did you see the giant teddy bear on top of the?
Please tell me you've got that ridiculous idea out of your head already.
Buying the giant teddy bear.
Yeah.
I'm still thinking about it. I was going
I
to
didn't
ask
see
Griffin
the-
to
I didn't
guess how
see the
much it
giant-
costs.
I didn't
so
see the giant
There's
teddy.
like a James Hardigan sized teddy bear on top of the merch store, not the Stars merch store, but the one with the like the Kings merch, which is like weird stuff. And so I asked them, I was like, "Is the teddy bear for sale?" And they said yes, and they quoted me a price.
Okay.
Now.
It's life size.
How much do you think? I'm interested to know. Does Griffin have any idea how much a life-size teddy bear is going to cost?
I can tell him when I looked it up online, like what it costs to buy one in real life, like not at the King's merch store.
Okay.
If
It's
he
like
wants a hint.
it's like $700.
Not that far off.
Well, it's 1,100 or something.
No, it's less. It's less.
500.
450 euros they want for the big teddy bear.
That's exactly what I said. 700. I was talking Canadian.
Right, 700 Canadian. But then I looked it up and it's like 150.
If you just ordered on Amazon.
Yeah, if I just like get it from
Yeah.
a real store. So
Which is less.
it's such a flex,
less
though.
interesting to you.
But if you
Oh,
buy
yeah.
it
right,
on Amazon,
exactly.
it's not going to have a King's Casino T-shirt.
That's right. Oh yeah,
Yeah,
hilarious.
that's
Right.
actually what makes it so expensive.
Speaking of things getting held up at customs, shoving that into a suitcase.
King Queen versus Ace 10 here. Grafton versus Wood. Neither player has really connected with this board.
Yeah, and Grafton is respecting the strength of an under the gun +1 flat from Wood. You know, not just blindly firing into, you know, what is perceived to be a pretty strong range. Now with the equity of that 10, does Grafton want to start betting? Decides not.
Yeah.
Makes some sense to again. You're still up against that pretty strong range. It's going to find some continues on the 10. But now that you have this open-ended equity, and now you're facing a 60% pot bet. Very interesting.
Have pair will bet.
Yeah, and Sam is going to play it aggressively. I think this is so cheeky. Really going to put a lot of pressure on the non-nut range that Wood has. Something like an ace-10, exactly, you know. You would expect something like ace-jack or two queens or something would have just bet this flop to start getting some money in, but a sort of a bet on the turn here, the 10, feels a bit capped at middling strength. And Sam is pouncing. Wood not going anywhere.
Makes the call with a pair of 10s. Is a 2-1 favorite as we go to the river.
God bless him.
And the board is bricked out for Sam.
Yeah, and Sam does have to be a bit concerned at this point. You know, Wood's range is narrowing a bit to pretty strong. You know, Wood can have something like pocket 10s. Would potentially check back the flop, make a big bet on the turn. But if Sam decides that, you know, obviously going to be way more combos of 10x, maybe something like, you know, ace queen of spades could be betting here on the turn, and then of course calling any size raise. And Sam sees it for what it is. It's, you know, something like, most likely to be something like a 10. Makes a very big bet. But Sam Grafton representing pretty thin here himself. What's he check raising here on the turn with? You know, would he have pocket jacks here? You have ace 10, you're blocking pocket 10s. Wouldn't have you heard from something like pocket 3s earlier? So a lot of bluffs here for Sam Grafton. Things like king queen, 8-9 suited, you know, has gotten there. Could have something like that, check raising the turn. This is a very big swing here either way. Grafton gets called here, going to be left with 100K after peaking at 180.
I think this is a sick bet, and
Yeah.
I think this would be a sick call also. I don't know about all y'all out there, but I know that if I can somehow find that raise on the turn when I miss the river, I'm like, sorry, daddy, check.
And if you're in Wood's shoes here, it's not just the king queens that are the bluffs. It's the, you know, the ace 4 of spades, ace 5 of spades kind of combos as well. Could be playing it like this. You know, I think Sam would even have a go with king 9, maybe even king 8 of spades pre-flop, and might take this line. So Ken would see the force through the wood and does make the call. Wow.
Heroes and is right. Shows ace 10 and chips up nicely. Reclaims the table chip lead. Philip Wood now playing a stack of 222,500, nearly 150 big blinds. Sam still with a 6-figure stack. Still playing more than 100K, still above average with 68 big blinds.
I'm with Lobster, who says, I'm rooting for Sam, but also kind of for the call. Yeah, that was just a David Goliath type situation, IMO.
Yeah, and Sam a little frustrated, but I think maybe even in a way tipping the cap. That's just a nice call in a tough spot here early on day 2.
Yeah, we're midway through the first level of the day. A reminder that in a couple of days' time, we're going to have the first ever Spin and Go Championship here at EPT Prague, taking place across the 14th and 15th with 100K in prize money up for grabs. If you're interested in knowing about the Spin and Go Championship, if you wonder how it works, we spoke to Nick Walsh on the most recent episode of the Poker in the Ears podcast, and there's a chance to hear that interview with Nick, see it in fact, during the first break of the day. So when we go on break in just over 40 minutes time, you can watch us talking to Nick on the most recent podcast, which you can subscribe to on your podcast platform of choice, and Nick will give you the lowdown on how it's going to work.
I'm very curious about the Spin and Go Championships, as I call it.
Couldn't be this weekend. 1 fold. 3 fold. 4 folds.
Under the gun raise from the table chip leader, Philip Wood with ace-7 of diamonds. Round to the button. 9-8 suited for Fabio Peluso.
Look at Wood. He's just like, my turn now.
Yeah.
6 fold.
That is a call. Gregorian in the small blind, folds Jack-7. Sam Grafton folds the big blind, heads up to the flop. King, Jack, 7.
Seems pretty good for the UTG range.
Yeah, not a ton of maneuverability here on this stack depth for Peluso, but does flop some equity. And the nice thing about, well, yeah, the thing about sort of flatting hands like this in position is that your perceived range is going to be kind of all over the king-jack texture, right? A lot of the time you're going to have something like a king-queen, queen-jack suited. So Wood recognizing that he needs to sort of defer to that range, but a little too strong with the pair and the backdoor flush draw. And now Peluso turns
6, 7,
open-ended.
8, 9.
Yeah,
That's a straight draw.
Yeah, and already, you know, of course, had one drawing to that 10 with the 9-8, but now open-ended. Maybe more reason to put some more pressure on the, you know, perceived Jack 10 or pocket 10s type range that Wood might have. Or does Peluso just take that free card? I think the plan for this hand, once you bet on the turn, would be to shove rivers when you miss. So are you prepared to do that? Wood has just shown he's prepared to call a check raise on the turn with second pair. So that's all going to sort of work into it as well. What does that say to you about Wood? Does it mean that this time maybe he'll be prepared to make a fold with mid pair? Because it's just, you know, the I know that you know that I know fun thing about poker. And yeah, Wood's going to let it go.
Peluso chipping up to 62.5K. A few players we've lost in the last 20 minutes or so. Andrew Hume, who was the runner-up in Barcelona earlier this year, came second to Stephen Song in the Barcelona main event. Bobby James, who made the final table of EPT Cyprus. Conor Beresford and Tuan Mulder, all gone. No more Spirit of the Horse in this year's EPT Prague.
One fold. Three folds.
Pocket nines for Mohamed Al Race.
Time for an.
I'll race and take it.
There you go, buddy. I'll race.
35. Five folds.
Oh, pocket eight for Peluso. He's got the snowmans.
Yeah, 40 big blinds effective. I think we'll probably just see a call from Peluso here.
7 folds.
You want one?
Please tell me those are Fisherman Friends cough drops that Sam is offering to the table.
Okay, sure.
Just waiting for him to pull out a corncob pipe next.
Well, he got a lifetime supply when he, posed for the for the logo.
They actually sent him the schedule to this using the ship-to-shore radio.
King 10-5 on the flop.
14.
Any chance they can find someone with a less bassy voice to maybe do the announcements in the room?
Both players a little skittish of this King 10 board because it's sort of on that perceived range of each player, but now that we see two checks, unfortunately for Peluso, 3% equity, but not many reasons to bluff here. And you know what? He's going to find a little protection sort of bet. I don't think he's trying to fold out a better hand here, the one better hand that might fold like 2 nines. But again, yeah, Race is just going to say, well, I can still be good here. And this is also sort of a way to let's just say your opponent has ace-3 of diamonds and might, delay bet until the river. Instead of having to face an 8,000 chip bet, you just throw out this little 2,500, maybe fold something like that out. Sometimes you're up against like an ace-7, you get a little value, but no. Nines are going to take it.
I know you're not supposed to. Sign him for It's the miracle you did against me. It's the frustration coming out and taking it out on this strepsil,
I feel there's the package gone in
I'm gonna. By the end of the level, I'm gonna be high on cough medicine.
Mentholyptus.
In the break, I grind them down and sell them out the back. Go to the car park. I'm selling
I'm looking out for you.
cocktail of strepsils and tunes.
Tunes!
Three folds.
I should have gone to Sam. I got some bum stuff. Mine was just a bag of crushed up Werther's originals.
4 folds. 5 folds.
I've become a little partial to the ones with the liquid inside, the Werther's.
6 raises.
That's crazy, man.
You don't like those ones?
It's wild. No, man. Werther's originals
7 folds.
for a reason.
What are those
I don't
ones
need
called?
liquid in the middle.
No, I like
Disgusting.
the liquid. I'm a sauce
How do
guy,
they
man.
get it in there?
Are we sure that these weren't just sweets that had gone bad and it started liquefying in the center?
Oh, that's what it was.
Do old ladies in Canada have those strawberry candies that look like little strawberries, and no one knows where you buy them, but all old ladies have them? No.
No, yeah,
No, no,
yeah.
1 call.
Griffin likes a Squirters original.
Rajkovic with the Jack 10 defend. Both players.
Candy!
A lot of reason to.
The look I just got from someone, they like just poked him. We said, what?
I think it's gushers you're thinking of.
Yeah, I was just doing a rhyme with Werthers.
6 bets, 5.5.
Y'all need to get your minds out of the gutter.
The gusher.
You're watching EPT Prague.
One call.
Going to the turn.
7.
Yes.
He did it, everyone.
Always coming.
He did it.
He did it.
He's going for it. He's going to go for the 7 card straight.
6, 7, 8, 9.
You have to.
Tap Jack.
Everyone will get paid on the envy bonus.
Ah, I didn't put mine out.
More like lose this pot.
All right. Yeah. Okay.
Oh, 1 off.
6 card, not bad.
So Rajkovic difficult now to get some value. You're not coolering another 10. You probably anticipate that to be betting a lot on the turn. So maybe a smaller bet makes a little more sense. You do have missed hearts sometimes. Maybe something like a king 3 of hearts. I don't know. It's just very difficult to get value here from one pair. And you can see it on his face. He's just thinking, how do I get value out of this? We'll have something like Queen Jack sometimes as well. There are some bluffs.
19,000.
And he's
Yes.
just going to go big. He's going to say, let's polarize
That's
it.
what I was going to say. Just go big.
Yeah,
Just throw the Hail
I
Mary.
agree.
Maybe get someone a hero. Because then you get all their chips and you get to embarrass them.
Fabio Peluso did not come here to be embarrassed.
He came here to do all of cosplay. Look great in a martini.
So we've talked about the missed hearts. Does Rajkovic ever turn something like Queen 6 of clubs into a bluff? Or, you know, a King 7 into a bluff to try to fold out a better, you know, 1-2 pair hand?
Can I ask you something without
I don't know.
without getting mad at me?
Mm-hmm.
Is this ever a 5? Because there's a 5 straight too.
Yeah, so that opens up the value. I think it may, I'm not sure about that particular sizing, but maybe, because you would have expected a 10 to have bet the turn a lot of the time.
Yeah.
So you know that 5 is effectively the nuts. So yeah, so you have to worry about all the 5 combos, all the 10 combos.
Right, it's more to worry about. Cool. Thank you. Thanks for not getting mad at me.
No.
During the break.
Yeah, I was going to say,
Joe runs to the bathroom.
I've already
"Can you
texted your
believe-
boss about
Can you
this, but-
believe he asked me that question?
yeah.
Griffin doesn't do this, but every once in a while I'll ask a question and then someone will go, "What are you, stupid?" No, of course not. Never is a 5 here, idiot.
To be fair, that is how Maria responds to every question you ask her.
Yeah.
I mean, she treats you with equal contempt.
When I said, "Maria, do you want to go over for Thanksgiving?" She went, "What are you, stupid?" Idiot.
6 fold.
That's a 7-hour drive.
It is a long drive in Los Angeles.
Did Joe wish you a happy Thanksgiving, James?
James wished
yes.
me a happy Thanksgiving first.
Yes. But we were in a
You know what? Your response really bugged
I was
me.
gonna say I wanted to bring this up.
It really bugged me.
I don't know. I don't think it should bug you.
I wished him a happy Thanksgiving, and he wrote back, "I'm Canadian." Like, come on,
Well,
bro.
no, okay, wasn't that... First of all, I celebrated Thanksgiving a month earlier. That's when we celebrate
So are you
Thanksgiving.
commenting on that? Like that I was a month late?
No, it's just like you're saying like happy like I'm not celebrating your thing. Like it's like I don't celebrate
if you
U.S.
said
Thanksgiving.
Happy Hanukkah to me, I wouldn't be like, I'm not Jewish. I'd be like, thanks, bro.
What? This doesn't make any sense. No, you're saying happy to a thing that I'm not celebrating. If I had said it to you, then that's I don't know. I just felt like it was like me
War
my
on
way of
Thanksgiving.
It was like my correcting you of like, oh, like, hey, cool,
I
but
know
I don't.
it's not Thanksgiving.
Can I be an
Okay.
intermediary here? As
Okay.
someone who
No.
comes from a country that doesn't have a Thanksgiving,
Yeah.
7 bets,
Is-
2,500.
I think you have to accept that it's a big thing for Americans and just accept it and adopt it as their big celebration and just wish him happy Thanksgiving back rather than being a douche, Griffin.
Sounds like someone with an American girlfriend right there. I mean, drinking the Kool-Aid over there. You're on your own, James.
Now, if you wanted to fire back something about colonialism and stolen land, I'd have been like, slow clap.
Right.
This is a fair question from Drew Gotti on Twitch. Griffin, why didn't you text Joe Happy Thanksgiving on Canadian Thanksgiving?
Exactly.
Because he knows I would have rejected it. And I would have
Yeah.
said, text me in 3 weeks.
Yeah.
All right, this guy's on your side with some terrible logic, but it's funny. It's like calling a friend and saying happy birthday when it's your birthday.
Yes, thank you. That is actually that's really good for my argument. I really appreciate that.
I'm going to text you on my birthday next year and say happy birthday.
Please do. That way I'll remember.
No, I hate being texted on my birthday. I would prefer that everyone forget it's my birthday.
Inconsequential Greenstein alert.
Okay, I'm going to the receipts real quickly. Okay, so you said
I may have fudged the
Happy
data.
Thanksgiving, bud.
Yeah.
And I just sent a Canadian flag.
So
but
dismissive,
Happy
by the way.
Thanksgiving to you.
Okay.
I think that's a fair. I wasn't like I'm a Canadian dude.
You did misrepresent it there.
First of all,
you
made it sound like
just Canadian flag. Like I'm just like, hey, just remind you that I'm not American.
First of all, I wasn't worth words. I got a hieroglyphic. I got a cave drawing of a Canadian flag.
In fairness, I did have to type in Canadian flag.
Is that how you do it too?
Yeah.
I don't start typing.
What,
it out.
How am I going to know the hotkeys for the Canadian flag? Like,
Because all the people you rejected that day, all their well wishing.
yeah. There's an updated chip counts. Wood so far winning the battle for table captaincy against Sam Grafton with that big call with the ace-10.
Has a 2-1 advantage on Grafton right now.
It's not even a competition anymore.
Gregorian's still the table short stack, just 13 big blinds, and the blinds will be going up in less than half an hour's time.
6 bets.
Whose birthday is it today? I lost track.
Tonka.
Tonka, that's right. Tonka's
Yeah.
birthday today.
8 raises, 3.5.
By the way, if you haven't listened to the episode of Poker in the Airs that Tonka was on recently, there was a documentary on HBO called Chimp Crazy about this woman who keeps chimps, and the ASPCA comes to take them away, but she steals one. She kidnaps one to keep it, and
it grew up to be Tonka?
Its name is Tonka. And I did a quiz with a bunch of facts about which one was like the real Tonka and which one was Tonka the chimp. And the amount of similarities between
amazing.
Tonka the person and Tonka the chimp is hilarious. Tonka the chimp has you know what Tonka the chimp's best friend's name is? Chimp best friend? Connor.
No way.
Yes.
Oh, I had a great joke about Connor Beresford actually at dinner yesterday. You'd really appreciate it.
I always thought it was Berenstain.
Yeah, Tonka was joking with Connor about he made some weird joke about wanting to like ride him like a plane or something, and then I go, Con Air.
That's good. I like
Yeah,
that.
it was a hit. Shout out to all my Con Air fans. Aces! Sorry, that was a little loud, maybe.
We
exciting.
love aces. Whenever anybody
love
gets aces, we're into it.
So Peluso opening to 3K. Action has been folded to Wood in the hijack. Now round to Rakovic in the cutoff.
Have you seen Chimp Crazy? Do you recommend it?
It's all right. Yeah.
Okay.
Svensson on the button, seemingly with a decision. Pocket threes.
Good fold.
Mohamed El Race. Queen 8 in the small. Huh.
Oh, did not see the raise.
4 folds.
Is he gonna have to put those chips in?
Technically, he had it in his hand.
Did he take his small blind back too?
No, he.
No, they're probably ruling he may need to pay the 500.
Yeah.
I love that. I'm going to call from the small blind. Oh, I see there's a raise ahead of me. I was just folding. I think he got away with it.
He did.
I'll allow it. He didn't know. He didn't know.
Yeah, like the way we let Nacho Barbera get away with the 25K, right?
Oh. 438 players remain in the main event. Still some way to go until we're in the money, but that could happen tonight. Hopefully, during the second level of the day, we'll learn from Toby Stone how many runners and riders. We think it's 1,458, and crucially, what are they going to earn? How many are going to get paid, and what will they get paid?
So much more qualified than any possible English candidate. So I think it's just you make a decision.
1 fold.
I do think that like
3 folds.
is reasonable when you're like a larger nation to sort of say you want it to be all English, but
4
I
raises.
don't have any
3.5
big
folds.
Just be happy to have.
Okay, this time El Race is the first player into the hand. Raises the button with ace-8.
sure, yeah. Yeah, except that obviously there's a
5
arbitrary, once you decide to like, you know, the players are all English or whatever, yeah. But yeah, he for sure is the best man for the job. Yeah, and like you say, we're lucky to get him.
6
It
goals.
would be interesting to see. You had some decent title shots and didn't take them in the past.
I mean, it's also sort of though like I would never want like Mourinho to manage Arsenal or whatever. Like there's like
me
these
neither.
rivalries, and there is a like
checks.
Germany England like historical like rivalry in football. So that's like.
So that's a big thing for the British people. It's like
Well, the thing is the reason I don't like to say it is because there's a bunch of idiots who like are really against it because they want to sort of pretend they hate Germany or whatever. So in general, I don't like to like feed into that narrative. But obviously, football isn't like completely rational. Do you know what I mean? There's like there is like you did slap us like you're an I6, you know.
And that was funny.
You know, Italian 90, 74.
In South Africa, this free kick, was it Lampard? Or
Yeah,
which
Lampard,
was
yeah,
clearly
well.
behind the line.
The Lampard kick.
You know, you held over us. What can we say? You know.
But in the past years, we haven't performed very well. I mean, we are coming back now, stronger than ever.
8 folds.
Pocket 9s for Wood.
10 raises. 3,000. 1 fold. 3 folds. 4 folds.
Do you think it's going? Do you think it's going to go home, Griffin?
Oh, don't ask me that.
That's what the fans like to say. They said
Yeah, I
the-
know.
the-
I know. That's what they like to say.
The football is going home.
Listen,
Football went out for a pack of cigarettes back in the 1960s and never came back.
Yeah, that's it's. We've been wanting it to come home to Toronto for the Maple Leafs in hockey since 1967, and it's just you know, it's never coming home. Dead inside.
Hey, at least you have the Blue Jays. Oh, to go back to that Yankee, you must be happy the Yankees lost the World Series.
Yeah, I was happy they lost the World Series, and I was also happy they didn't.
Shellacked, really. I mean, just didn't.
And they
have a
didn't.
chance.
And they got outbid by their neighbors, the Mets, on the big
Alonso
agent signing. No, Juan Soto. He's
Soto,
a generational
Soto,
talent.
yes.
Yeah, he got signed for $760 million for 15 years, but the
Must be-
Yankees offered him 16 years for $750, and after being on the Yankees last year, he turned it down. See, why listen to the football talk, James, when we can just talk baseball and hockey? Huh?
What do you think of the golden at bat?
Oh, it's one of the dumbest things
Okay,
I've ever
good.
heard.
It's pretty stupid.
Yeah.
An ace and a queen for Peluso.
Tap, tap.
Check, check.
Top two. Top would just be if he had ace king.
Then check.
Yeah, and a bit of an ambitious peel here from the big blind for Gregorian. That 9-7 off. And, you know, when you're playing 12 big blinds, it'll, you know, you get you're a little desperate. Maybe you can flop some equity, but you're up against some pretty strong ranges here. Small blind to under the gun +1. So I don't like this call from the blue, the baby blue boss with the shades. And Peluso deciding, you know what, I have this board pretty crushed. There's a lot of ways I can lose here if someone doesn't end up betting with flushes and straight draws, but just doesn't think anyone really has anything to continue. May come out of the woodwork here. No, again, he's just going to decide to try to catch some bluffs.
Then check. Showdown.
Yeah.
Oh, Peluso.
I think he is also sort of, I could be wrong about this, but I think he's, I wouldn't say poker adjacent, but I think Federer knows him. And like some of those guys, too cool. Like I think they're like friendly with him. I don't know whether they're like, it'll be interesting. You would imagine like someone like that might be interested in poker or whatever, you know?
See him soon.
What's that?
We see him soon.
Yeah, we'll get him on the grind.
But then the British press is gonna. Oh, maybe you're a bit more.
No, we're not. Like James Madison plays. Like he missed the England thing through injury, and then he went. No, some crap casino. Like he was playing like 1-2, and like someone photographed him, and it was in the Daily Mail. Like, oh, he won't. It's like you can have an injury and go and play cards. You know what I mean?
Can't believe that an article in the Daily Mail was sensationalist and distorted the facts. Shocking.
1 4. Three folds. 4 folds. 5 folds.
Come on, play a hand. There we go.
Big ol' hand on the button for 35 blinds.
And the great thing is you can flop huge with it and then check through all 3 streets.
Ooh, Hardigan, not a fan. Not a fan of the lack of value gotten with that ace-queen.
2 in a row with the ace-queen for Peluso.
2 small pots.
You know those guys a bit, like Fedor, Mario, and Samuel in that group.
I know them, but I don't hang out a lot with them.
Everyone sees each other. When I was in Bilbao, you got the brunch spots, and there's like a little crew of, all the cash game guys here, and then this crew here, and then this group. There's like you can't go like 5 yards in Vienna, I feel like, without bumping into like a poker player,
Yeah, I actually do something on the side for Fedor, his company. But,
Oh yeah, cool. Yeah, it's a small world,
especially in Vienna.
Yeah.
1 fold.
That's one of the things I really liked about Vienna. It's like, people say community a lot, but it's really community,
4 raises, 3,500.
A clue's in his name. Race to 3,500. Karim with King Queen.
9. 5 raises 9,000.
Okay.
3 bets to 9,000.
Repop.
6 folds. 7 and 8 folds. 10 folds.
Back around to El Race.
I never should have raised to this hand anyway. Ugh. This comment on YouTube.
I mean, I almost wanted to read that question out. That's one of like...
It's so... I mean, they really went for it. It's so bad, it's kind of good.
I want to know what it is now.
I mean, I don't mind reading it
too quickly.
I can read it.
Just censor the dirty word.
Don't say the swear word?
Yeah.
Hey, just a question. If you're at an ETP final table and you have aces in your hand, but you are pooping your pants, what do you do? Go bath and fold or poop your pants and front all the world?
See, it was worth reading, right?
Really good. The best part is I know the answer to that question.
I think far more players.
EPT Barcelona 2015. A very not a lot of people know. That's
3 raises 3,500.
ETP stands for everyone taking poops.
yeah.
So just to be clear, I need to understand. In this hypothetical situation, is the person in need of the bathroom because they're nervous about having aces, or is the problem that they had some dodgy muscles the night before?
Yeah.
It's all coming out both ends, and it's like, what do I do? Do I continue playing poker, or do I go to the bathroom?
I think that's really the beauty of the question, is that it's open to interpretation.
Yeah.
It's open to the...
Post of the day.
Art is subjective.
Yeah.
And when you're looking at a piece of art like that question...
There is no prize for this, but I'm calling that post of the day.
This flop is a piece of art for Sam Grafton, given how crushed he was pre-flop. Rajkovic definitely going to be continuing with this wheel draw and the backdoor nut flush draw.
I also like that the question implies that the pooping your pants you'd be doing would be so intense that people would notice it at home.
All over the world.
All the world to see.
It's in the eyes, you know?
You think so?
Yeah, you can tell when someone's...
like...
Yeah. But you also might confuse his poopy pants for just having aces.
Oh, you think that there are legitimate looks that resemble that same
but I think they
face.
might, yeah. It's amazing.
It's a reverse tell that you can put out there.
Can't tell if this guy's just pooped his pants or has aces. Why not both?
The two are not mutually exclusive.
Yeah. So, sizing up on the turn is Grafton. Gonna have some bluffs here. You know, your diamond combos, maybe some 7/8s, maybe something like a 6/8 suited that might have raised the button. Rajkovic, pretty medium in his range with just ace high. Didn't improve any diamond on the turn. Lets it go. Sammy boy back up over 100K.
Sam just above average, playing just shy of 75 big blinds, but blinds will be going up in just over 10 minutes time. That's when we hit the first break of the day. We're going to stick with this feature table for one more level. We'll continue to watch the squid in action on the other side of the break.
6 folds.
Ace-8 suited for the short stack. Gregorian with fewer than 10 big blinds.
GTG, gotta go.
Speaking of Squid, I just have a very quick TV question for you.
Yeah.
I noticed in the Golden Globe nominations that Squid Game was nominated for Best Series, but it's not out yet. They couldn't possibly be the first season they're talking about. So just what? People got early copies of the season 2?
Is it the game show that was nominated or the actual drama?
Oh, there was a game show.
Yes.
Okay.
Just to be clear, they didn't actually kill people on the game show.
Well,
No, they're saving that for the Mr. Beast show.
Had I been the executive producer of that show,
so that's what it was.
would have been different.
I was confused. So I was like, did Squid Game season 2 come out and I didn't watch it?
Balthazar wants to know if you and I have played any tournament poker lately, James.
Joe, I believe you played a poker tournament at the weekend.
I did. I played the Eureka Cup
Nice.
and battled 2,700 total.
If you had to
entries.
guess, what place did you finish?
I don't have to guess. I mean, I know what place I finished in.
Oh.
Yeah.
What'd you finish?
I did an incredibly deep run at 192nd place.
Nice. Good for you. What a rush. Was it a lot of fun?
It was fun. It was really fun. I wanted talk hands and do some strat talk on the podcast.
I would love to, yeah.
But I don't. This is how every turn I play goes. I get king 6 for 4 hours. I jam with queens. Someone calls with jacks, and I double up. There's not a lot to talk about. I can't even think of a hand I played through the streets.
How was Brazil?
Brazil is frustrating poker-wise, but just amazing in general. Now, I can't really talk about the country of Brazil that much because I really only went off campus one time.
As you do.
But the poker vibe was fantastic.
I would just say to Balthazar that obviously Joe had that result here in Prague, which is amazing. Everything we played up to that point, Joe's adventures in Brazil, us playing poker in Texas, UK IPT Nottingham, all summarized on the last 2 or 3 episodes of the Poker in the Years podcast. And Joe's not wrong. We're going to try and do a bit more hand analysis of some of the hands we've been playing on the podcast, if they're more interesting than jamming pre with queens and getting looked up by jacks.
I have one interesting hand that was came right before my bust out that we'll talk about on the podcast because I think I played it wrong on multiple streets, so that should be
perfect.
Good to talk about.
So we've had the 3-bet from Svensson here with kings, and Peluso, the original raiser, folds the ace-9. On to the next one.
But what's awesome about Brazil, Griffin, the poker scene there, is, now this is going to sound backhanded, people play pretty bad there. But what's awesome is nobody talks about it. There's no strat at the end of the hand, oh, you played king 4? No, everyone's just I saw king 4 showdown against king 5 so many times.
Wow, amazing.
Just from, So, and everyone's just having a good time.
It's interesting because as I mentioned before, I did some work with Nick Walsh in the BSOP. We covered a couple days of the big buy-ins, and it was some of the best poker that I've covered, and they really the high-end guys.
I was not playing the high rollers.
No, I understand, but I'm just saying that that what I experienced was some of the best high stakes poker that we can even higher level than some of these EPT final tables. They were really some of these. I mean, 40K buy-ins. It was a super high roller. So it's nice to hear sort of the range of there's also just tons of them out there having a good time, blasting away and having fun poker too.
I mean, there were 900 runners in flight 1C of a $300 bounty tournament.
Yeah.
8 folds.
On a Wednesday.
In from Gregorian.
For 12 big blinds. Just going to hope to get this one through. You don't like seeing yourself getting called here. Sometimes you're flipping. A lot of the time you're dominated. Almost there. Oh my gosh.
Wait a second.
And going to be right on the line for Karim. Under 10 big blinds. You got to remember you're up against an undergun +1 range. You can just go for it here, certainly. But when you tell yourself you would fold 3s, 4s, maybe 5s, 6s become the hand that's sort of on the line for you here. And yeah, you know what? Makes a tight fold against that strong range.
Nikolai watching on YouTube says, hi all. Yet another competently fabulous commentary. Thank you. What's that cool watch Squid is wearing today? I had a question about that earlier on. Sam's watch is a vintage Omega Seamaster, and I believe it's a family heirloom. I believe it belonged to a relative, and I like watches with stories. I like it when stuff gets passed through the generations. And so Sam's worn that for a number of years now. You know it's vintage because it's on one of those kind of like elasticated metal bracelets that you just don't get anymore.
The Twist-A-Flex?
The Twist-A-Flex.
8 raises, 3.5. 10 fold.
Sam opening here with ace-10.
1 fold. 3 folds.
Queen-Jack suited for El Race.
4 calls.
Calls in position. Karim in the small blind.
5 folds.
Folds. Peluso, Jack 10 of hearts in the big.
Six calls. 3 players.
So 3-way to the flop, and a lot of domination happening here.
Yeah.
Ace 9 6. This is Grafton's board.
6 chips. Eight bets, 4,000. Four folds.
All about the back doors.
Yeah, how lucky do you feel? Do you feel you can go runner? Do you feel you can ever win this pot?
Oh man, it's a very loose candidate.
6 raises. 10,
You know,
10
you're
five.
up against pretty strong range under the gun +1, being prepared to c-bet on this flop. You know, you being in the big blind, you're basically just repping ace-6, ace-9, pocket 6s, pocket 9s, maybe, probably flats pre.
6-9 suited?
6-9 suited.
And a whole bunch of semi-bluffs.
Yeah, I mean, Sam doesn't look thrilled by this check raise. But he's got to know that his opponent is going to have some bluffs.
Is this like a semi-bluff blocker here, a little bit?
Ooh, maybe. Oh my gosh. I think he... Wow, this is very interesting. I mean, this would be a very, very tight fold, sort of. No, surely he's going to continue. We'll have to see.
He will continue, and don't call me Shirley.
Yeah, I never should have had a doubt.
Heads up.
Deuce of clubs on the turn. Sam now with the flush draw to go with top pair. Peluso officially drawing dead.
Yeah, now you're really in the canoe without a paddle. Didn't turn any of the additional equity, like a heart. Even a 7 would have been useful. You know, Sam is going to have some club combos, some ace-x with a club. But might Sam fold something like, you know, ace-jack of diamonds on this turn?
6 bets, 8,000.
So Peluso, having check raised the flop, barrels the turn into a pot of 34,000, bets 8K. Why so small?
Just to make it something, yeah, to make it to make the shove semi-reasonable on the river. You know, had he bet 14,000, he would only have, 26 left to shove on the river. This way, he still has 32 to shove into 50.
And if he does shove, is Sam going to find a call?
I don't think so. I mean, you really have to be...
I'll take yes.
You think he's going to call?
I think
With
so.
the ace 10, 10 of clubs? I don't think so. Oh, he gives it up. I guess we'll never know. I guess we'll never know. Wait, because you just put your opponent on Jack 10 of hearts and the ace 9, like 10-8's come in now, 5-8 of hearts has come in, the 7 changes things.
7
with the semi bluff.
7-8, you're beating.
It's true.
I guess it ends there, but
Sam taking pause here. I don't think he ever anticipates getting value with this hand. Perhaps considering, do I ever need to shove to fold out 6-9 here sometimes? Because I only really do it with flushes. I don't know. I shouldn't really speak too much to the very, very advanced thought process of Sam Grafton, and he does shove.
Quick fold from Peluso.
think you can predict Sam?
No, I can't do it, man.
So Sam Grafton winning the last hand of the level and chips up to around 140k. We'll have about 70 bigs at the new blind level because when the players come back, the blinds will be up. We're playing level 12, 1k, 2k with a 2k big blind ante. Philip Wood still the table chip leader. Sam comfortably in second and above average stack. 2 shorties now. Fabio Peluso's dropped down to 16 bigs after that pot against Grafton. And Gregorian still short, still in the danger zone. Danger zone! With just 11 big blinds. And we will be keeping this lineup, same feature table, when we come back from break in just over 20 minutes time. So while the players take a hiatus from the action here on day 2 of the EPT Prague main event, a chance for you to enjoy something from the most recent episode of the Poker in the Ears podcast. It was our EPT Prague preview show, and we get Nick Walsh to explain the inaugural Spin and Go Championship. Enjoy, and we're back soon. I would say the ultimate legitimization of the Spin and Go format is the idea of this championship that is being hosted in Prague.
Right.
So can you tell us how it's going to work?
Basically, there was a bunch of opportunities to qualify to join the championship in Prague, right? So we had a bunch of qualifiers playing various leaderboards online. It's something like 74 players were selected from leaderboard, and it was basically a point system. Who could win the most Spin and Goes over a set amount of time? If you were at the top, you kind of got guaranteed a spot, and then there was some free rolls associated with people that were in the top 50 from that sort of period. And that's how we've done it, which is great because it means everyone who's qualified, apart from the 7 sort of celebrities or, extras that we've added in there, people that we'd like to take part, have all sort of earned their spot. And in many cases, these are the real grinders. These are the real people who are putting in like crazy volume all the time. So it seems appropriate that we would do it in this fashion. So those players are going to go, and the way it's going to work is 81 entrants, as in 74 qualifiers, and then, of course, a couple extras, will all sit down and they'll be paired into groups of 3. So Spin and Goes are 3-handed.
Yep.
Imagine 27 tables of 3-handed poker, and they will play Spin and Goes, just normal Spin and Go strategy, normal structure, obviously adjusted maybe for live poker. Whoever gets to 4 wins in that first round will proceed to round 2. So it's a shootout, like you said, James. It's pretty straightforward shootout format, but it's not one and then you move on. It's you keep playing spins until one guy has won 4 total. So whoever gets to 4 first, you're through to the next round, and that will pretty much take up the whole of the first day of a 2-day event.
So they can play up to 12 matches. Everyone wins 3, and then one person wins 4.
Yeah, it's sudden death,
It could take a while, it sounds like.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so it could be I'm up 3, then Steve's up 3, and then John's up 3, and then whoever gets that last one is the player that goes through. So this first round is 27 tables, 81 players.
10. Sorry, 10.
Yeah, right, exactly. Yeah, so 9 plus 1. Yeah, so of those people, there's going to be 27 tables. So that first day, I think, is just all going to be round 1 because there's a lot of poker to be played. But again, I think that's appropriate. Like if we're going to send people to play a format that is based on one of the highest various formats that you can play, I think we need to have a little bit of volume just to make it entertaining.
It would be gutting if you went there and played literally one hand and were then out.
Exactly.
So I get the idea of it being like the first of 4 makes it through. Now, of course, one of the things which defines a spin and go, as you highlighted, Nick, is it's a 3-handed sit and go. But the other thing is the idea of the random prize. Now, I know that there's a 100k prize pool.
Yes.
How is that being distributed? I mean, when you're playing these games in the first round, is there any money attached to them?
So this is where round 2 gets more interesting, and then so on and so forth. So really quickly, we've just played that first round. That was the first of 4, right? That was basically just pure qualification. If you get through to that, if you get past that first round, you will be in the sort of running to win something. And this is where it starts to get interesting. So we've gone from 27 tables down to 27 players, which is then 9 tables. And at this point, we introduced the sort of randomized spin sort of thing, right?
Nice.
So at this stage, I don't know exactly how they're going to distribute them, but my idea is that what we will do is we will put an envelope on each table of the 27, and then the first game that is played or something of that ilk, whoever wins that one will get to open that envelope, and they will have prizes between 2,000 and 10,000 euros immediately. So in this next sort of round of qualification, we start to get a little spin going. Does that make sense? And again, at this point, we're not playing for actual prizes first, second, third, but then you guys get the idea. So in round 2, there's going to be a randomized element where if you win a game, you'll have the opportunity to pull an envelope. And then in round 3, we'll be down to 9 players across 3 tables, and there'll be more allocations there. And then eventually in the final round, final 3 players, 10,000 for third, 15,000 for second, 25K for first, in addition to anything that you guys win during the actual sort of randomized draw. So it's got the sort of spicy spin element built in as well.
Those prizes are pretty cool when you consider that this is a free roll. Now, when I know that people had to grind, they had to play online to earn their spots, but then it's like there's no entry fee, and I believe that the prize was a package, right? So they're coming to Prague gratis.
Yeah, that's right. It's a travel, accommodation, and then I think the actual buy-in is about 1,500 euros, so like 1,450, something like that. So everything is covered, which I think is a big part of it as well. Like, if you imagine how the sort of size of that, if this was a buy-in tournament, nobody would probably travel to Prague specifically to play an event of this size unless they were local, of course, and then of course that would make sense. So it makes sense because all these guys, who otherwise are actually more the sort of keyboard warriors of the poker universe, as it were. And I mean that in the kindest sense. I mean that in the sense that spin and go players don't get any glory, right? You might be the guy to win the big jackpot and other spin and go players notice, but most people just don't know these guys, and they might be playing more poker than any, multiple MTT players combined in terms of volume. So it's cool that they have their little moment, and we're going to have some stories, and we're going to get to see some faces attached with some of these sort of super famous spin names.
So my big question, which I don't think was answered, but forgive me, is there a wheel?
There is.
That's a very good question. That's a very important question. Nick talked about envelopes, not a wheel.
Yeah,
where's my wheel?
In reality, if we were to stay true to the format, what we should have is a Las Vegas style one-arm bandit pull. And then the wheel would be built into that, and then we could give people prizes. But I think it's just going to be an envelope. But I'm with you. I'm with you.
The story with Jason Mercier, by the way, and I appreciate we haven't seen him on screen yet, is as a high-volume player on Stars, he was rewarded with a package to the grand final in Monte Carlo, and he figured, well, if I'm going there, I may as well try and qualify for the event beforehand, which was San Remo.
Terje pass, Jan pass.
Easy on the cards, pal. Think if they were aces, you'd bend them like that? I don't think so. Tell.
Stefan pass.
So this is one that you are allowed to fold. 9-3 offsuit from Lelouch.
That's all I want.
Decides to raise it into Dario Minieri, who, as I remember, was hyper aggressive.
Yes. has the reputation at this stage.
To 68,000.
In the interest of managing expectations, let's call your strategy manual a pamphlet, Spraggy, and we can always revise that to a flyer if the word count diminishes further.
And Anthony pass. Dario wins.
So when you're raising with a player in the small blind who's known for 3-betting and 4-betting and never giving up, probably best to just pass the 9-3 offsuit into the mop.
That's probably why I'm not used to that.
Yes.
I'm more than.
All in?
Yeah.
Terry raise all in.
100.
Jan pass. Anthony pass. Stefan pass.
100. 100.
100 down.
Cool.
And Dario calls 100,000.
What?
Sorry. Henrik pass. Terrier Augdal all in with King 10. Dario called with Ace Jack.
Yeah, we've got Terrier Augdal all in here with King 10 against Dario Minieri's Ace Jack.
So Terrier Augdal all in with King of Diamonds, 10 of Spades. Dario shows Ace of Diamond, Jack of Spades. Dario in the lead. And Terry needs some help from the board. Here's the flop. And the flop comes.
The flop has a king on it, but an ace as well. So Minieri now better than a 4-1 favorite.
Another help from the board. He needs another king or a 10 for a second pair. Let's see the turn card. It's a queen.
Yeah.
No help to him. He needs a check for a straight, another king. Let's see the river card.
He wants a little help for Dario.
And it's a 9. No help to him.
Dario Minieri eliminates another player, and it seems there have been quite a few eliminations from the outer tables because we're already down to 24. Augdal, the 25th place finisher, and that will necessitate the redraw for the final 24, the final 3 tables. So Dario Minieri has opened here with 10-8 of spades. He's raised to 22,000. Round to the blinds.
Small blind pass.
And now round to Anthony Lelouch in the big.
No.
And
big blind pass.
He does not want to play. Raise and take it. Yes.
What a hand. What a moment.
So well done.
Isn't it so nice looking back on these EPT retros and just see so many iconic hands like that one?
It's a hand you've seen so many times.
But it's context, isn't it, Joe, right?
Right.
Like, never like this.
Okay, the ultimate troll will be to clip that hand from the show, and next time we do a top 5 compilation, stick that in there. Number 5, check out this move from Dario Minieri.
I think you'd have to sneak it in at like number 2.
Dario raised to 22,000.
He's opened here to 22K.
People would get so mad. Can you imagine the comments?
You'd have to switch off the comments. Actually, no, you definitely need the comments on, because otherwise, what's the point?
You need the comments on, and then you need people to read the comments and be like, what the? I gotta watch this.
Anthony pass. And Mike.
What? 2 in a row?
What a hand. Easy game for Minieri.
I mean, this has got to be some kind of foreshadowing, right? Like he's going to play a hand again later.
Good dance, very good dance. Bad dance.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Cool.
Dario call.
Dario,
8,000.
excuse me, how much
pass.
are you sitting at? How much are you sitting at in total? Like,
how much I have?
Yeah, just
840.
840. Oh, okay, thanks.
Couple of sweetie pies.
Henrik pass, Johannes pass, Jan pass.
So,
Anthony call, 8,000.
this is not going to be a raise and take it. Minieri's raise has been called by Anthony Lelouch. It's also been called by the guy who loves poker so much he does not want to fold 5-3 of spades.
And Lelouch bizarrely folded ace 10 offsuit in the hand we just saw Minieri raise and take it with the tens. Inspired to call this time and does flop top pair with the nut flush draw.
Stefan, check.
16.
Dario bets 16.
Dario betting his middle pair, sorry, bottom pair.
Anthony, call. Stefan, pass. 2 players. Turn card 5 of hearts. Dario check. Anthony bets 40,000. Dario pass and Anthony wins.
And Lelouch will pick it up. Minieri's hand not quite strong enough to continue on what was a very coordinated board.
Raise.
And it raised to 26,000. Johannes pass. Jan pass.
Henrik Brockman has opened here with King Jack. He's raised to 26,000.
Anthony pass.
Raise.
Dario Minieri announces raise. He is going to re-raise with Jack 7.
Mike pass.
And again, I know it's really hard to make
Dario,
these conclusions or do any meaningful analysis from the very small sample of hands we've seen. I get the impression that this is very much playing the player. Brockman does not look like a particularly active player, and if anyone is going to be folding a lot of their opening hands to a 3-bet, it's this guy.
Yeah, and Dario Minieri, as we already touched upon it, was famed for that maniacal style of just re-raise any 2 cards pre-flop. He was one of the
like
first.
Jack 7 off isn't really a re-raising candidate most of the time, is it?
No, exactly. Like normally you would choose, if you want a 3-bet at 15%, you would think, okay, when I get dealt this 15% of hands, I'll 3-bet, and that's how you're going to balance your frequencies, right? Whereas Dario Minieri, it seems like you say, James, it's just very player dependent. It's like Brockman's open. It doesn't matter what I have. It doesn't matter about my blockers. I'm just going to 3-bet him every time. I'm just going to re-raise him every time. And if it works, if he opens here with King Jack and ends up folding it, then you've probably got a pretty profitable situation.
No one likes to call a re-raise with Kojak.
I mean, you really shouldn't be very often, I don't think.
Henrik pass and Dario wins.
No, absolutely fine to fold, King Jack offsuit especially. Find its way into the muck, and Dario Minieri. That's why this aggressive style, I think, was so good and so profitable from the early pioneers, because people just didn't really yet know how to deal with it effectively.
Look, there's the cynical way of looking at this and being like, oh, look, they probably don't have enough footage, right? They got to just show these raises and tickets. Or probably my guess is, right, that the theme was, look how aggressive these guys are.
I also don't mind the balance if you're trying to create an aesthetic where you're giving the illusion that this is happening, that this is plausibly live, and not every single hand can be a car crash.
Yeah, and I guess if you never show those hands, then it's just assumed that something crazy is going to happen if you're on a true highlight reel, right? So it is kind of a spoiler to a point.
Anthony raised to 20.
Okay, this is by no means raise and take here. This is an open from Lelouch with 10s, which has been re-raised by Dario Minieri with Queen 8 offsuit. And Johannes Strasserman immediately all in with jacks.
All in.
Lelouch folds 10s.
Respect to Dario.
How much?
Dario asking for chip count.
20, 40, 60, 80, 100.
Dario.
20, 130,
It's not priced in, is he?
145.
I don't think it's an HTC situation.
No, I don't imagine it would be. I'm very surprised to see Lelouch move out of the way quite so quickly with the 10s.
Again?
Dario Minieri is out of his seat, looking like someone who might be about to call all in with Queen 8.
What is happening?
76 in the middle, both players, and 81,000 to call.
Okay.
You got a pair?
Dario calls 81,000.
Oh my goodness, he did HTC.
I was slightly surprised there that we heard from Thomas Kremser what was in the pot and how much it was to call. That information is slightly leading.
Yeah, absolutely. So it was 76 in the middle, 81 to call. He's,
Johannes, all-in player.
nearly there.
Pair of checks.
And by nearly, I mean nowhere nearly.
You're the queen.
Let's see the flop.
Put my calculator away.
And here it is. Flop comes 6 of clubs, 6 of spades, 7 of clubs.
Strassman
Man,
now
9-10 would be real dirty, huh?
an 84% favorite.
Is a 9.
Joe.
Oh my goodness.
Open ended straight draw. 6, 7, 8, 9. So a 5 or 10 would make a straight. A queen would make a high pair. Johannes in the lead with pocket checks. Let's see the river card.
So many potential dirty rivers.
And it's a king. And
King is a safe card. Jacks hold and Strassman doubles up. Plus gets the dead money from Lelouch.
And a pre-elimination handshake. This game played in such a wonderful spirit, isn't it?
Made it a little interesting.
All we needed was a little bit of golf applause from the rail and the image would have been complete.
It would have been a perfect 2008 hand history. Dario Minieri all in with Queen 8 offsuit as well.
Anthony pass.
So we're going to see Mike Sowers in action here. Opens with Jack 10, raises to 31,000, small to big. Dario Minieri with pocket 9s.
I'm all in.
Dario re-raise all in and Mike pass.
Well, I think we're getting a pretty good cross-section of what it must have been like to play against Dario.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think, as I mentioned earlier, this style will pay dividends really for a couple of years until people learn properly how to deal with this insane level of aggression. And we spoke about these hands being included. I definitely think there's a narrative being built here that Dario Minieri is involved in nearly every part, playing nearly every part, and at the moment, winning nearly every part. That doesn't go to showdown, at least.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely entering the era of extreme pre-flop aggression. Yeah, and Heitman opening here to 35,000.
35,000. Anthony pass, Mike pass.
Queens for Minieri. This is where he folds to a single bet, right?
Well, this is where it's incredibly unfair on all the other players at the table. Minieri's raising every single hand and now wakes up with the queens.
Yeah.
And Dario re-raise.
So, Spraggy, Hiron in chat is kind of echoing my question here. How do you deal with this? Like, this just seems like...
Is another 65,000.
It seems like you're going to be bossed around by this kid. And then they wake up with a hand and they smash you because you don't give them credit.
I think in this situation, there's a chance, if we are a little bit deeper, that we could find a 4-bet. I'm not sure how much Minieri really is going after you at these stack depths. It's a little shallow. I mean, Heitman could certainly find a reason to re-raise all in there, and that is one of the ways you deal with a hyper-aggressive opponent, is you increase the amount of times that you would 4-bet them. If they're 3-betting a lot, then it means they're not just going to have the premium hands all the time. So you have to put in some 4-bet bluffs, and Heitman here has an ace in his hand, obviously blocking ace-king, aces. So it might be a reasonable candidate to this, and he does. I don't think we can blame him. But this is one of those unfair spots where the most aggressive player at the table has the big hand as well.
Dario shows pair of queens.
Just rude.
Heitman, the at-risk player, and behind.
Yo, Jan Heitman, you can do this. You're my boy. One overcard, we don't care. Spades, let's do this. I'm Jan Heitman's Jan Hype Man.
And the flop comes. Ace of diamonds.
Always an ace on the desk.
So 2 pairs, aces and 8 for Jan. Jan is in the lead. Turn card. Is a tray.
It's exhausting
river
being hype,
card.
man. I can't even do it for longer than one street.
Here's another ace. Full house.
No
aces
queen on the
for Jan.
river.
Jan doubles up.
The full house for Jan Heitman, and he doubles up through Dario Minieri.
That's the best way to deal with it.
212.
Fast forward to 2024, and we are in Prague with the PokerStars European Poker Tour for the biggest EPT Prague main event ever. Over 1,400 entries, the numbers about to be announced here on day 2 of the tournament at King's Casino at the Hilton Prague. We are returning from the first break of the day, keeping the same lineup on the main stage, same feature table, headlined by the Squid, Sam Grafton, who won the last hand before the break to get his stack back up to over 160k. He's playing 80 big blinds at the new blind level. Philip Wood is the table chip leader with 102 big blinds. The blinds going to 1k, 2k with a 2k big blind ante. James Harskin alongside Nick Walsh.
Hello, hello. Thank you so much for having me.
During the break, Nick, you made a cameo appearance. Your interview from the most recent episode of the Poker in the Ears podcast, hyping up the Spin and Go Championship. Just a couple of days to go now.
That's right. I'm getting very excited, and I'm very excited to be a part of it. It's going to be a lot of fun, and hopefully you guys will get a chance to follow along with that from here, and then also possibly behind the scenes. I'm going to record some other stuff as well.
Yeah, primary focus of the live stream will of course be the main event. We're following it through to its conclusion on Sunday when they'll play down from the final table to a winner. Key question, what will they be playing for? What is the winner of this huge EPT Prague main event going to receive? Let's get the details, let's get the numbers from tournament director Toby Stone.
Welcome back, players. We have a confirmed prize pool for you. We have another record-breaking event here in Prague with 1,458 entries, generating a prize pool of just over 7 million euros. We will be paying 215 places with a minimum payout of 8,550, and the winner of EPT Prague 2024 will go home with 1,146,500. The prizes will be up on the screen shortly, so thank you for your attention. Dealers, let's continue. The blinds are 1,000, 2,000, 2,000.
250? That's how many are going to get paid in this year's EPT Prague main event. A min cash worth 8,550 euros. 215! I'm sorry, I misheard him. I thought he said 250. I thought we were being very generous, paying a decent percentage of the field. And we were discussing during the last level, what was first place going to be? I said 1.1 was a good line, and I was right to take the over 1,146,500 euros for the main event champion. That's what they're going to be playing for on Sunday. Everyone who makes the final table will get a 6-figure score. And Nick, we were talking about this during the first level. We can't ignore the fact that the WPT has made such an impression on the poker scene with their championship event at Wynn. You've now got the World Series of Poker for the second year in a row running their event in the Bahamas, and yet the numbers in Prague keep going up.
Yeah, every single year, and I really want to get to the bottom of this. Is it to do with the geography? Is it where we're located in Europe? Is it just to do with an overall inflation in the sort of appetite for poker? Personally, I'd love to know, but also doesn't care. The poker's happening, and we have over $1 million for first place, and really, that's something quite special. I really hate when we don't get over that number here in Prague.
So yeah, I mean, over the course of the next few days, we might be playing slightly longer days to make sure we can get down to a reasonable number, get down to a single table by Sunday, and then play down to a winner, because it's got to finish at the weekend.
It does, and I wonder if that means we're going to sneak in more levels, etc.
Yes,
but
I would be very surprised if we didn't.
Yeah, we're going to have to get through it somehow, guys, but we're here for you, and keep it locked, because we're going to be here talking about poker for the next couple days. This is just the beginning. So it was a raise from Wood. And a call from Karim here on the button with the ochos. Checks it over. Deuce tray 7. And you'd expect Karim to put some chips in the pot here. You will get check raised to some frequency on these textures. This is something players have become very good at, this sort of early position open button calls. And we do see a lot of very interesting lines where players have found ways to get more chips in the middle when they're strong, also represent a lot of strength against the player that needs to fire when in position. Because imagine your opponent there has, you know, Jack 10 with no real connection to the board or something like that, maybe some suited connectors. They are going to have to fire that to try and take the pot down if they're being aggressive enough to try and win those pots. And therefore, we do get to sneak in some more tricky moves, which I think is really, really a cool part of the modern game that we play.
Svensson not going to play the King Jack. Action folded to Mohamed El Reis. Jack 8 suited. And Karim passes. So it's Fabio Peluso on the button. 15 bigs to start the hand. Folds the 4 deuce. Raya Gregorian is the short stack at the table, and he's got the Grafton. He's got 10-9 suited.
Oh no, you can't have the Grafton. That's not allowed. I'm liking this jersey that Sam's rocking today.
All in.
Snap call.
And a call.
Wow. Big heads.
Is that Sam just admission of the Grafton?
I'm kind of rooting for you. I don't know why.
Yes, we do.
I don't know.
You always say that.
Oh, it's legit.
Thank you, anyway.
It's not.
Well, an ace.
Maybe a chop. Maybe diamonds.
And a 9.
Yeah, that's fine. Jack's fine. I'm, you know, TV table as well. Why not?
Always coming 7.
Close enough.
Gregorian needs a 10 or a 9 on the river. Nope.
Nice playing with you.
Grafton defeats the Grafton. Ace 4 holds, and Sam is up to 180k as Raya Gregorian departs on the second hand of this new level of day 2 of the main event.
Yeah, he doesn't just play the Grafton well, win with the Grafton well, he owns the Grafton. He gets to decide when the Grafton doesn't perform here.
So just once again to confirm the numbers announced by Toby. As we expected, as we mentioned during the first level, 1,458 total entries. That was the unconfirmed number, which has now been confirmed. That's 1,049 unique players. That is not insignificant. 409 re-entries. Prize pool is actually 7,071,300 euros, with 1.146 million for the champion. 215 paid with a min cash worth 8,550. So we now need fewer than 200 eliminations until we're in the money, and I know that sounds like a long way off, but they are going to fall pretty quickly over the course of the next 3 levels.
Yeah.
So do expect us to hit the bubble. Do expect that bubble to burst during level 15 of the tournament, which is the final level of play today. So strong chance that after the dinner break tonight, you will have world-famous bubble coverage.
Now, James, you did mention the Spin and Go Championships coming up, and you did mention that we're probably going to be focusing on the main event.
Yeah.
Is that to say we're not going to have outer table coverage if I make it to a final?
I mean, we're very limited in our resources here.
I'm just joking. I'm completely joking.
Don't worry, it can be filmed for social and people can watch it in 7 months' time.
Yes. 7 months. Best 7 months of my life. Okay. What's brewing here? A little open from Svensson.
Yeah, he's made it 4K with 9s. We've seen the 3-bet from Mohamed Al Race. Only know one of his cards, though. And now Wood in the big blind, who has everyone else covered. Ace-King suited.
So I think it's my interpretation here that with the suited combo, we're probably just going to want to 3-bet somewhat not all in. It's still going to be a huge amount. It doesn't really matter, but we're going to try and give some scope for Weis to put the rest in here. I think this might just be queens, though, some of the time, in which case I think we go to the races.
I don't think it is, because he would have called by now.
Well,
I'm going to say it's ace-queen.
I think you might be right. You only know the one there. It was the way he was picking up his chips there, James. I thought he was taking one off to throw it in.
Yeah, he pump fakes with his chips all the time. Queens is already in.
I think you might be right.
Ace-queen is a much tougher decision.
Yeah, so Wood just decides to ship here. Understandable. I think that's totally fine as well. We'll pick up this pot.
And already a fair few eliminations in the first 10 minutes of this level, down to 402 players. Wood, the only player at the feature table with more than 100 big blinds right now. Average stack, by the way, is just over 100k, 109,000. So we are tracking at around a 50 big blind average, which is where we'd expect an EPT main event to be at this point. Action is going to be on Thomas Svensson from Norway.
That is a majestic scarf, and I'm jealous.
That is a quality scarf. Round to Karim, who folds. Peluso, now the shortest stack at the table with 15 bigs. Lets it go. Sam Grafton on the button, raises.
How many bucket hats have we had so far, James?
At the feature table, just the one.
Just the one. But we have been on this feature table for 2 levels now.
Correct.
Yeah.
Sam's made it 4.5k. Jack 7 offsuit. I don't know. 27 bigs.
Doesn't feel so hot. There is the big blind ante in play. That means we are getting a little bit closer to, you know, combinations that we kind of just need to defend, lest we be exploited pre.
65.
Oh!
Okay, that's another option.
And now I guess we find out how strong Sam's hand is. Not that if it's got a deuce in it.
He's just trying to check out how much he's got behind here. Ace deuce of hearts might continue. I don't know if King deuce of hearts feels particularly comfortable. Pocket twos is an interesting question because we still have fold equity, right, James? We can still shove a pair and actually get some folds. I'm still not sure if deuces is going to want to do that regardless, but where's Sam's head at here?
Oh, does that get flashed?
That's good.
Yeah, nice little move there.
Absolutely. So we have got the squid at the feature table, and coincidentally, the player who shares his name with my favorite squid-flavored dessert is the current tournament chip leader. Pierre Calamusa leads right now with 390k. As we welcome Mark Medden from Germany to the main stage.
Welcome in, Mark. Welcome in.
Okay. Now I wish you good luck.
Calamusa. It's a mix of squid and tiramisu. It's the best dessert on the planet.
Is it black as well, like, you know, with the squidding?
Oh, it's inky. It's inky and it's creamy. It's Calamusa.
Goodness gracious.
Action has been folded to Sam Grafton. There has been a raise from Michael Karim, and Sam is 3-betting from the cutoff to re-raise to 10,500. Karim has opened with King Queen. We know Sam has an ace. Ace Jack suited. Rakovic in the small blind. I don't know, I kind of hate Ace Jack against a raise and a 3-bet.
Yeah, I think a lot of people just default to the more cautious approach here, which is probably correct, James, especially from that position. You know, seem to have a pretty good read on the fact that Sam was getting a little bit out of line there on the button just now, though. So, you know, it might be the case that, you know, if he's picking up on those vibes, he'll find some more aggressive action, but calling seems outrageous. So I guess really we're kind of getting towards raise again territory.
Karim calls with King Queen. And we can now see that Sam's other card is a jack. He also has ace jack, and he has flopped top pair, Karim's second pair.
Yeah, and I expect the king queen to check here to the player in position quite often. This is a board that Sam has plenty of hands he can sort of put more chips in. I don't think we ever miss a bet here. I think we want to put in, you know, at least a third or something like that. What's that, about 9? 8-5, yep, feels good.
Oh.
Yeah, rough time. King Queen just...
I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to call this 3-bet out of position without the betting lead, flop a piece of the board, and then feel compelled to put more chips in the pot and lose a lot more than I should have done.
Yeah, this is hard times.
And I say that from experience. We've all been there.
And
that's discipline.
It is discipline, James, but you have to ask yourself in these situations, if you're calling a 3-bet with King Queen offsuit, then your perception of Sam is that he's getting out of line, which means he's not going to have always hit that board, which means you probably are supposed to continue. So in reality, maybe it's more of just a pre-flop question.
Maybe he was calling to hit a King-King-Queen flop.
That, you know what? We should never forget that or rule that out. I think you're absolutely right. Sometimes people just want to flop it. I don't know. Also, these guys have been playing with Sam for a little while now, and you can only imagine the kind of pressure that a player of his caliber is going to put you under. And under these circumstances, you know, maybe you were seeing some wider defends because Sam's been 3-betting lighter, and that's something he's been known to do. He's only won, I don't know, $1 billion. What is Sam's total count right now on Head Him Up?
Impressive.
This is impressive.
I would guesstimate that it was the biggest on the Stars roster until Jason Kuhn joined our ranks in November.
I mean, let's not forget about Papo's score as well. Where does that put Papo?
Still way below Kuhn.
All right. Well, no, sorry, of course, but I mean, I'm in relation to Sam.
So what's Sam's total?
15.6 mil.
Yeah, I mean, Papo just got 12 in one event,
That's
so he
what I'm
may well
saying.
be pretty close to that.
They're going to make me type out his full name now as well. There he is. Just a smidge under.
Yeah.
14.8, but yeah, that was mostly one big score. Congratulations once again to Papo on that massive score.
And what's Jason Kuhn sitting at? 50 million in lifetime earnings?
My goodness, it's crazy. Jason Kuhn. 58.2, why not?
Wow, so near enough 60 mil.
Unreal.
Queen 5 versus Ace Queen, a domination situation, and Ace High still good.
Yeah, I think we can do a little bit of both here. I think betting is fine particularly on the rainbow flops, James, less combinations are going to want to check raise as a semi-bluff, but puts us in some tricky spots. So I think just betting is fine. We're not kind of so shallow that we're going to get check jammed on by like second pair or top pair or something like that. That puts us in a rough situation. So just fire and get the job done.
$388 players remaining. Confirmation, the bubble will burst once we lose someone in 216th place, with 215 making the money. Pocket sevens, and it's going to be a raise from the cutoff. 4K. Svensson on the button with queen six suited.
I think are we going to see a little 3-bet here? Cheeky little suited queen. There it is, 13K to go.
Not just a handsome fella in a fancy scarf. He's here to play poker. With the blinds folding, action back on Rakovic.
Tough spot for sevens here, James. We are kind of deep enough where we might still do some calling.
Yeah.
Started the hand about 30-ish effective. So I think computer says call, but I don't know. Is there scope with sevens to do some pushing? Oh, gets out of the way. Possibly a little sort of player perception read there, James. Maybe thinking that man in scarf is going to be a tighter 3-better.
Rich, crazy man. We haven't seen showdown yet, but I suspect. Yeah. Just any ace, 3-betting. I don't know what it's up to. Just winning because we all know this though.
Few recent eliminations include former EPT champ Tom Middleton, Hungarian crusher Andrus Nemeth,
Two Brits talking. Okay. You know, we're talking about.
I'm talking as well.
We're talking about the Queen.
and Martin Cabral's gone.
Okay.
Oh.
Why, your last table was so much better than our table? You're missing a conversation. It's hard because many, you know, we want to talk about like drugs and sex, but it's not really, you know, there's a...
You mean like yesterday?
People have only tuned in for the gambling, you know? Yeah, sure, I will, don't worry.
Sam is open with tens.
It was quite wild yesterday, a little bit wild.
Forward to the blinds.
Some tables. It's a while since I've seen beef.
Yeah. Easy money.
Easy money.
Raise and take it for the squid.
The tournament director was stood like a teacher behind them, you know? It was
like a school.
Yeah.
Was there a fight going on?
Yeah, well, it had the sort of thing where I don't think it was ever going to become physical, but it was
pretty intense.
Yeah, because also there, it was like your legs are touching my like that, and you know, like it was on the verge of someone like if someone had touched someone, you know what I mean? And he's like, my legs are allowed to be here, and it's like, wow, this is.
That's nice here. We have a lot of
we have a lot of room.
space.
Exactly. It's a good thing about a feature table. It's just tough on the the dealers have to like it's like a crap spit.
Glad no one's legs are going to accidentally touch at this
He
table.
was like, you can't be on your phone in the hand. So every time, like, you know, the cards come out, as the cards arrive, he'd be like, oh. And, you know, like, it's just a bit intimate, you know, like.
It's one of the features of the feature table. Minimal leg touching.
And we don't have that problem with the phones because they don't have their phones on them.
All right, Kareem's going to kick us off here, James. So button has opened. We do see the defend from the big blind. We're headed to a flop now. It is 6 of spades, ace of diamonds, 9 of spades. And that king 9 now probably going to get real sticky. I expect Kareem to fire this flop quite often. Goes a little bit on the bigger side here, guys. Probably can get away with just like 4K, just the 1/3, maybe even smaller, as we see Kareem is actually effectively a much smaller stack than we've seen in previous hands thus far. Has about 20 big blinds, so actually probably going closer to a quarter is going to be acceptable, because you can still apply a lot of pressure for the smaller sizings without risking more chips. And now it's whether or not he's going to fire off here, James. You have to imagine this texture is probably better for Kareem's opening range than the defend range of the big blind. If Kareem fires turn, he's probably going to have to fire river to make it a reality.
Well, he bet 5.5 on the flop. Turn bet is 13.5.
Okay. Yep. This is all good.
And Medden still has the best hand with a pair of 9s.
Yeah, and look, I don't think we can be folding here yet. Our hand is ridiculously strong against that button open. But we will have to make some hero calls on rivers here with this combination. That's some of the time if we call turns. So
one of the most famous Norwegian skiers, when he had that he had a beginning of a cold, he always took like a little bit of liquor, 60%, and then gargled it and not swallowed, but spit it out. And then he was fine. And it was 80% belief and 20% removing the bacteria.
So I should.
So I do it. I do that
how
too.
this doesn't matter. You tune into a thing, and I'm spitting into.
No, you should just.
Yeah.
I guess the other consideration here, James, is king 9 strong enough on the double flushing board to maybe even consider going for some protection, right? Versus a 7-8 of diamonds or an 8-7 of spades.
I guess that was more for the voice. I don't know.
By the way, you don't look like you're spitting out alcohol.
Looks like a call.
Not in Czech Republic.
Now, is Kareem going to find the gumption to go ahead and fire that third barrel? Doesn't need to, just improves.
Wow. Catches the 10. And can legitimately check this back now?
Yeah, absolutely. This might be the get out of jail free.
Oh, you're going to be so frustrated, Mark, when you see this.
Makes you so sick, James. Makes you so sick, those ones. Yeah, very unlucky there.
So 30 minutes into this level, down to 375 players.
Very good play. Bet when you don't have it, and when you have it, check.
You know this horror archive you keep making reference to, James? The
Yes.
1973 BBC. Is that actually like a legitimate album that you own somewhere?
I don't own it. When I was at college, we had the entire BBC Sound Effects archive on CD, and it dates back to the 1970s. And there were a number of CDs that were actual horror sound effects, and some of them were really horrific. They're genuinely horrific.
Yeah, well, they must have been some of the original. Is that called soundscaping when you do that for radio kind of thing, where you sort of use objects to create sound effects for audio? Really interesting.
Already down to 370. Told you it was going quickly.
Yeah, I think your instincts are right there, James. I think we are just going to see a lot of bust outs. Obviously, a lot of people coming through from into day two with shorter stacks anyway, having sort of squeaked by on day one. So you're just going to see a lot of fall off immediately. And then, of course, all the other sickness that happens in between. Queen Jack here for Kareem, fresh off that Queen 10 rivered score. He's going to go ahead and open this one up as well, opting for that 2x sizing from the hijack. Peluso on the shorter side here, guys. Not a ton of bigs, James.
13 bigs to start the hand.
Yeah. Might be tempted to just push this in, but I think with that many players stacked behind, it starts to get kind of close. Does opt for the push. You know, I think the 6's shove here is fine, but it's really a case of, am I giving a really easy decision to somebody who wakes up behind with, you know, 9s plus, or that might be getting a bit close as well, but you have to imagine where that line is. And that's a pickup for Peluso. You in the chat asking, Heineck, when are we going to see you playing at the real tables? Great question, buddy. I don't tend to get the opportunity to play much on our cameras because I'm usually doing comms. However, later this week I will be taking part live in the first ever Spin and Go Championships being held here in Prague. That's the 14th and the 15th. There will be some recorded footage of behind the scenes and also what happens at the event that will be released at some stage. So that'll probably be your best bet. I will, of course, be playing plenty on Twitch next year as well as the usual broadcast schedule that we've developed together.
That's not real tables, Nick.
Yeah, it's not real tables, but it's something. And we work with what we got.
It has to be a table that's actually made from a physical substance and has been constructed by men.
Okay, how about this? I'll get an old poker table and I'll put like a monitor in it, and that'll be my giant monitor that's also a giant table. There you go. Real table poker.
That was a promise, by the way. He's making it happen.
I wouldn't mind that, actually. Queens for Peluso here. Going to start with the open, just the min raise.
Yeah, hoping that someone's got something because he'd love a double up.
Yeah, absolutely.
Round to the big blind. King Jack. Okay, that's something.
Where in Germany are you from?
Yep, I think we probably just call here a bunch. See if we can find something post-flop.
You know Cologne, probably. Cologne, you know?
Yeah. You want one?
Like
Okay, that's a little something.
Western point, basically, to the border.
Set for Peluso, gut shot for Reykjavik.
Hamburg.
It's a very nice city. One of my favorite cities in Germany.
It's a little bit grey, but
true.
But it's very nice.
But it's
the culture and everything.
Oh, I like it. Sprichst du also fließend Deutsch?
Always bet your set.
Yeah, and look, again, James, you'll notice this sizing. I much prefer this. As we get shallower here, just the one big blind, this is not only what you should do with your strong stuff, but also with your weak stuff.
You see your German's good enough that you get...
It's just as effective as a bluff as it is with value. We can see here, it keeps the pot moving forward.
You need to refresh this German a bit.
Creates some fold equity when you don't want it. And allows your opponent to catch up once in a while there. A little king on the turn.
I have to impress. That's the only reason. No, just kidding.
And now we size to shove. We go geometric here.
We go geometric.
We go geometric. Let's make this like 6K on the turn. What do you think, Peluso? You agree with me? Opts for exactly 6K. I'll take it. Prediction confirmed. I didn't call it, chat, so I know it's not an official prediction, but there you go. This is a really tricky one for the King-Jack, James. Oh, man, your opponent started this hand really shallow as well. Oh, this is nightmare territory. Because you really feel like you probably are behind. Oh, it's such a good fold. Such a good fold from the KJ. With the gut shot, you can definitely level yourself there. But it does make the right fold and gets away from it.
And Peluso
Is there like a maximum time?
chips up over 20 bigs. A bit more comfortable now.
Move us, I think.
That's a nice comfortable table. Like.
No, it's nice, yeah. But I think there is like, I mean, they used to move it every level because it's like people have info, but I mean, no one's really looking like, you know, in case they meet you, like,
Stay true.
But yeah, think after this. And the fans demand Martin Carbrell if he's still in, you know, so I want to see.
He's not.
No, I want to see him.
Queens for Karim.
Queen's going around this table.
Raises to 4K.
Lightning folds there from Grafton. Small blinds, 10-7 off, no good. Big blind, anything worth playing? Huh, not really.
Raise and take it.
Show the queens. Imagine showing that you play pocket queens, James. The information, you know, unreal.
364 players remaining, and the field includes a few former EPT champs, players aiming for their second European Poker Tour title here in Prague. We've got Lucien Cohen, who claimed his trophy in Deauville back in 2011. Davidi Kitai, who won Berlin in 2012. Anton Wigg won Copenhagen 2010, made a deep run in Cyprus just a couple of months ago. This guy's not an EPT champion, but he came very, very close. Jan Kitai was the runner-up here in Prague last year. The winner of EPT Prague 2023 was Padraig O'Neill. The reigning champ still going strong on day 2. Other champs in the field include Oliver Weis, who took down Cyprus this year, Grzegorz Główny, a former Prague winner, and Robin Nulatalo, EPT London 2013 champ.
And collector of many fine hats.
People aren't wearing enough hats.
Also, can I get a Ratman?
No. Peluso has opened with kings. Ace-9 for Wood. Looks like it's round to Mohamed El Reis in the big blind. He's got the snowmans. And he calls.
Yep, playing it cool here against the earlier position open, which I like. If we saw this from later position, we might have seen some fireworks. But speaking of fireworks, this is kind of a low flop, James.
This is not good news for El Reis, who has every reason to suspect that 8s are still good.
So Peluso, especially with the king of clubs here, beautiful little spot to find some continuation bets. Again, I'd like to see a size up on this texture specifically, though, James, just because we do get a lot of action from the 5x, deuce x, 9x, clubs, straight draws. So, yeah, something like 6K feels great. There was 11K in the pot. It's a smidge over half. That's what you'd expect here. Now, you got to be careful at this point, James, because at this point, a lot of players just go, it's a good board for 8s. I don't want to be exploited, but I think you need to try and weigh up all your options at this stage and figure out how you're going to get away from this and what that might look like down the streets before you play them. So Queen of Diamonds over card. I don't think this slows down the kings. In actual fact, I think we can go ahead and fire pretty sizably here. We could probably just bet like 9K on the turn here and feel pretty good about shoving the river after the fact. We could even go smaller, potentially. King of clubs is pretty useful as a blocker, but we did call the action correctly just now. Do we say Peluso, excuse me, fire about the 9K mark? That potentially could be a tell there, James. Kind of looks like he's actually trying to work out exactly how much he needs to make it to shove river. But again, could be a false tell if you're clever and you know your opponents are paying attention. How much is it, James?
It's a geometric bet, Nick.
It is, mate. Goes for 13, so a lot bigger. And just the 8 snap fold. Something about that interaction just didn't feel good. Another pickup for Peluso, no longer a short stack.
Oh. A quick reminder that later on today there will be a live stream free roll available in certain markets, offering tickets to the very first Power Path Open, the very first chance anyone will have had to have played a $109 satellite with a direct buy-in. That's right, you can pay $109 or use a gold Power Pass to play for gold and silver Power Passes. It's taking place on December 29th, and we are awarding tickets to that tournament in our free rolls all this week.
Just one more, there's like, the person making the bagel is also waiting the tables, and there's like 12 people in there, but it's great start to the day. We shouldn't talk about it on stream because if any more people go there, we won't get served. Like I had an hour and I was like, I'm sweating whether I can get it in an hour before I have to be
No, they are gorgeous.
Yeah, they're great, right?
They're great, yes.
It's perfect start to the day. Good coffee as well, but
yes.
No. And they started being like, they do a nice orange juice, but they started being like, we can't do it because it takes them too long to do, you know?
So cute.
It's like, guys, they're making like 200% markup on the juice, just put on another, how much can they be paying the waitresses? It's like, they're paying like 10 euros an hour probably, or 12 euros, just, what the fuck? Crazy.
Everyone's always got a big pair on this table, James.
Yeah, that's great.
Kareem probably considering the 3-bet size here.
Just to be clear, Peluso had queens, then Kareem had queens. Peluso had kings, now Kareem has kings.
Yeah. I mean, I think we just make this like 15, 13, yeah? 15 is actually too big. Wait, where are we at? We're in the big blind. Okay, no, I like this.
So anytime we see Peluso get a big hand, we know that Kareem's getting the same hand 1 hand later. It's a pattern. From a sample size of 2, this is a pattern.
Yeah, actually, this might be on the smaller side overall, though. We started the hands greater than 30 big blinds effective, so Kareem might actually be sizing down here just to try and get some more action. I would consider that quite scary, because you have to imagine if Kareem is through that bluffing from the big blind, he might go closer to a 4x sizing, but as played, it's going to pick up that pre-flop regardless.
Halfway through the level, 359 players remain. Philip Wood still table chip leader. Sam Grafton, the other big stack on the main stage. No short stacks now, but interestingly, Peluso, El Rey, Smedon, and Rakic all around 25 bigs, all bunched together right now.
Yeah, it's that day 2 action, James. I love it. I really like when we get the chance to start earlier. Sometimes we've even had the opportunity to start on day 1s. We did that for PSBC, didn't we?
Yeah, I haven't done that on EPT for many years.
Right.
Just, the action just isn't consequential enough.
No, I'm with you, and I understand the reasoning behind it, but as a nerd, you know what I mean? I just kind of enjoy the boring stuff as well.
The PSBC was different. It's a very different beast, and obviously we knew that the narrative of having all of these platinum pass winners, all these amateurs playing against their heroes, playing against some of the biggest names in the game and celebrities would create a unique dynamic that you're not going to get on day 1 of any other tournament.
Yeah, and I'm glad we did it. That was definitely a highlight of my commentary career. But even on day 2s, you know, a lot of this stuff is where players tend to fall down, right? Players who are trying to get into poker, you know, not really knowing how to navigate the deeper stack stuff. As we see, Swenson raise and a small blind call from the queen. Oh, no, never mind.
No, it's a raise with the Spraggy, which somehow works.
Uh-oh.
Somehow. First time. Write it down.
Yeah. Somebody send Spraggy a clip of that hand. He'll need to see that.
So right now, the $1 million ticket machine is running on PokerStars. Running between now and January 6th. $1 million in tickets. The clue is in the name of the promotion. These tickets for the New Year series, which has just been announced, the Power Path Open, which we talked about a short while ago, and the Sunday Million Anniversary. These are being awarded in daily and weekly raffles. And all you need to do is opt in via the challenges window and then log in every day. And every time you log in, you'll receive a raffle ticket. Those raffles daily and weekly all the way through until January 6th. And tickets for multiple events being awarded. The Sunday Million Anniversary, by the way, save the date, April 6th. I know it's a bit of a wait. I know you've got like the first 3 months of the year to go, but it's going to be a big one, going to be a good one. I'm sure we'll stream the final day as we always do. But Sunday, the 6th of April, is when the 19th anniversary of the Sunday Million will take place.
I'm good for just once. What flavor is this actually?
I don't know, some kind of strawberry. Raspberry. That's for sure not the GTO flavor. Raspberry.
I like raspberry.
Holding around, little blind v blind spot.
The sort of thing like in England we have it. I don't think any other country like. But raspberries is like a summer fruit in sugarcane, strawberries and raspberries. I feel like not many other countries have it.
I think we probably want to at least limp here, James. I think stealing is fine too. Just weighing up the options here. We are sort of about 23 big blinds effective. Does decide to call. Now in the big blind, queens for Medin. That's nice. At this stack depth, I would expect sort of a 3x ISO raise, James.
Yeah.
So let's make this around 6K to go. That seems like a really nice sizing around the 25 big blind mark. As we get down to 19, we might imagine going closer to like 2.5x or something like that. And it does make a difference, guys. I'm not just being pedantic. Oh, 6K. Prediction 2. Boom. I'll take it. All right, there we go. Picks it up. Lots of big pairs today, James.
I think England is going to capture a title in soccer at any point.
In my
Football
life?
at any. I mean, now they have such a great generation.
It's funny because, you know, like, so when you were 96 happened, I was 16, so we were like football mad, and I was going out like drinking to a fell band. And it was like, we sung that song like 30 years apart. And obviously at 16, I was like, wow, 30 years. Like, everyone's like, 30 years is so long. And, you know what I mean? It's like, it's crazy to think about. Well, it's going to be 60 years or whatever, you know? It's quite wild.
What do you think about Kane?
He's still playing good though for Bayern, right?
He has a kind of an unfortunate career that he doesn't win any title.
No, obviously, like Arsenal fans, we love it. You know? He always scored against us as well, but he still never won anything. I think
He's just a goal machine. Yeah. It's just. I just read this debate about whether he's still going to play for England.
Yeah, because he's been off form, but we don't have a natural like replacement.
Folded to Medden in the small blind. And give Sam a walk.
I mean, obviously Saka, Bellingham, Palmer.
Bellingham is such a good player.
Yeah.
But Real is having some troubles so far.
So a good result from them last night. And Bellingham is back on form. But I mean, it's such a lopsided. It's strange because see, moved away from the Galactico model of just like piling in, and now like with Mbappe, they've sort of gone back to it where they've got like the 2 best left wingers in the world and like left-sided players, and it's like a bit off. Like in terms of squad building, it's like a bit of a mistake. Like no central defenders. I mean, I know they got injuries, but.
We don't have the German stability in the midfield again.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, the midfield's sick.
Round to Karim with Queen 9. I've got no idea what any of these people they're talking about are, by the way.
5 raises.
Yeah, I wish I could help. Not a football buff. Not an anything buff, really. Maybe a poker buff. All right, ace-8 of diamonds. So, 25-ish bigs here. Do we do some calling with the ace-8 suited? In position. That is true, James. John, excuse me. I am an air fryer buff. There you go. So we do see the call. Big blind's got a really pretty defender here, though, James. 6-7 suited. Everyone loves it.
3-way to this flop. Six, 7, 8, 9. Open-ended straight draw for Wood. Pairs for Karim and Medden. Second pair versus bottom pair.
Yeah, this is tricky to navigate now. You have to imagine the dealer button turning up here with some King X, some Jack 10, that kind of thing. Maybe even some 8-9 suited once in a while. Karim's gonna just barrel flop, which I think is also totally fine. I think with a player to act behind, ace-8 gets real tricky to play well here, James. It feels a bit weird to let go of any pair versus just the one sort of smaller c-bet, but it's not particularly small, really. I guess the total pot was 15K, 6.5 was the bet from Karim, so it is kind of sending a message. With one player to act behind, I think maybe I do just get away from this one. But let's see how Medin feels. Yep. And with the 6-7 suited, I think you got a fairly clear way to win the hand most of the time. You are going to be up against some, you know, king, queen, ace, king. You know, if they do have jack 10, you're not going to get burned. That's really important too. So if you make your straight, they're not going to complete at the same time unless they have something very specific.
Jack on the turn, and Karim now near enough a 9-1 favourite.
Yeah, and having cleared out one player there, you know, getting one fold needs to weigh up. Am I going to get more value from spades? Am I going to get more value from a hand like 6-7 of clubs? Do I want to slow the action down, pot control a little bit, see what happens on the river? Does pick up a gut shot here as well.
7,500, 10 fold.
Yeah, just another barrel will finish this hand. Nice pick up there for Karim.
Button moves.
Thank you.
So this is the second of 5 levels being played on day 2 of the EPT Prague main event. We expect the 5th level today to be when the bubble hits and probably bursts. There will be a 75-minute dinner break before that level. Preceding world-famous bubble coverage as we play into the money tonight. 215 players who will share the €7 million prize pool in this, the biggest ever EPT Prague main event. 1,458 total entries. I think the Eureka did record-breaking numbers. Every event up significantly year on year by between 15 and 20%. Unexpected, but hey, we'll take it.
More poker is better, I think. Just my opinion. What do you guys think?
KB asking if there's going to be a free roll. Yes is the answer, but not till later. And again, I would highlight that free roll is only going to be available in certain markets. There are a lot of exclusions and exemptions.
Peluso been on a bit of a tear since we've been observing this session. Has managed to chip up to, you know, around the 50K mark. A little bit more comfortable. Does find the open with the suited ace. Pretty standard stuff so far.
10 folds.
And a very defendable big blind there, James.
Queen 10 off.
1 fold.
Does defend, and we go heads up to the flop. That flop being 8-6 deuce or hearts. Ace high still ahead. The flush draw and live cards for Rakovic. It is a post-flop flip near enough.
No.
I'd like to see a little one big blind bet here again, James. Maybe a little bit bigger.
They all left. They were like, we've had enough.
No, I think the mother of my
Big blind currently 2K, and it's a bet of 3K. Keeping it real small in these textures makes sense. Very ultra dry, monotone boards.
I think she was just
Queen 10 of hearts going, sorry, Queen 10 with the 10 of hearts going nowhere though.
maiden, or you know, going to England for
like domestic service, like a maid, like
yeah, something
Board
like
pairs
that.
on the turn,
100% sure.
and Peluso will now become the favourite, a 2-1 favourite with ace high.
Pregnant in England.
Well, let's go.
And now it's an interesting turn here, James. Ace 3 does still have showdown. If you imagine your opponent has a bunch of random hearts that they need to defend.
Very strong, and during First World War, he was also imprisoned in those camps because all the British.
So he was then he went back to Germany. Then he was imprisoned in England.
No, he was imprisoned in Germany because he was British, and during the war, the British population in Germany, they were put into those.
There's an argument maybe you could go for more value here as your opponent will have so many sort of flush draw, etc. But I don't think you need to bet. You can just get to showdown and see how we go. And the 3 of diamonds is not too shabby.
Well, Peluso didn't need to improve, but does.
So probably there is some sort of family.
Yeah, it's an interesting river now, James, because Reykjavik probably realizes that he's losing to a lot of king-high, ace-high combos, can probably get some of those to fold. Might be tempted just to bet, you know, like 11K here or something like that. I do think Peluso has the kind of hand that can quite easily hero call, though, given that when the number of combinations you think have missed and now are required to bluff without showdown.
Solid game now.
My sister got a child. He's called Ben. So he's called Ben Wood. This is like a Hollywood name.
Yeah, 2 checks, and ace-3 is going to take this one down. Nice hand, senor.
It's been a pretty solid level for Fabio Peluso. Was the short stack at the start of this session. Currently playing 30 bigs. As is Thomas Svensson.
Fritz Harman or whatever, you know, Dietmar Sieger or something like this. It's like, no, I'm from UK.
You would have to have like a very German last name, like Müller or something like
exactly. Yeah, it was tough times for those guys, you know. Makes our lives look, our problems look easy, you know. They're like...
4 folds.
Action folded around to Mark Madden. Ace-8 off. Makes it 4,500 from the hijack. Sam Grafton in the cutoff. Folds ace-5. Philip Wood folds the button.
I'm not sure about your family, but probably they also fought in the war. So all of my grandparents, or grandfathers, they fought for the German army in the Second World War. I mean, one of them had like a so-called more of a war light. The other one was like in the deep shit in Russia, in Stalingrad, and he survived like being in prison. He was also shot. You know, they had those white, in winter they had those white things on. And his was
he was that. He was like, he was like, we're going to where? Russia. Are you sure? Does anyone, can we get, I don't think that's a good idea.
I think they didn't, they were forced. I mean...
No, I know, of course.
No,
you can ring up and be like...
No, I'm also saying some of them probably enjoyed going to war. It's not like... it's
Sure, but not in Russia. I mean, this is like... It's like, guys, what? Can I not get Italy? Let me go to Africa. I'll fight in the desert.
I mean, in the beginning, I think they were enthusiastic because they were advancing so fast. I mean, they were close to Moscow, right? And then it all stopped. And basically his suit was not white, but red of blood when he was taken prisoner. And there was a Russian guy standing in front of him, ready to shoot him because they weren't making prisoners who could walk themselves. And he was just making sure, because he had a shot here in the arm. And they were just, he could communicate that, hey, I can walk, I'm okay. And they didn't shoot him. So that's like, and this is like when you're like 18, 19 years old, which is like...
Yeah, that's tough times.
I think he would have been, if he would be still alive today, he would be very worried with what's going on in Russia and Ukraine. It's like...
There's an 8 on the river.
Yeah, that is crazy times.
I mean, it's hard to know what to say about a guy playing through the streets with a pair of deuces when that conversation is taking place, right? It's, you know, very, very heavy stuff.
Yeah. Indeed. Yocho will give Medin the tick mark. Might even be a strong enough hand to consider value betting now that there's been a check. I feel like you probably are going to be up against too many deuce X, 3X, 7X to not want to go for something here.
Japanese was also tough, right?
Yeah, really tough, where they didn't really respect because they wouldn't have... Yeah, it's not good. I mean, there wasn't many fun options, basically. Back then, they were really like...
I thought the best option would have been like an American after.
Turn up at the end, get the glory.
If you're still alive.
Yeah, fly over, sleep with some nice British girls.
5.5.
Be on the second wave.
Can you imagine, like, if you land on D-Day, you go to the beaches as one of the first soldiers getting out of the boat and just guns.
Yeah.
You're like likelihood of 95% you're dead, but you're running anyway. This is like we are complaining about our social media stuff or whatever. It's like
I can't believe I'm saying this. Can we go back to soccer players and coaches, please?
And obviously a pretty serious consideration here for the hero call. I think that, yep, there it is. It's a tricky one, James, because I do feel like there was a time when those kinds of bluffs were more frequent, but in many cases, players just finding a lot of ways to get to showdown without sort of stabbing river. In this case, goes for the hero, no good.
Mark Medden up to 64k, around 32 bigs. "26 minutes on the level, and I suspect that we will be having a new lineup on the main stage after the next break for the next session of play.
All right, next hand, hand number 53.
Rifle. 6 fold. 7 and 8 fold.
All the way around to Wood in the cutoff. He's out. Reykjavik on the button. Folds Jack 4. So it's Svensson versus El Race. Small blind versus big blind. Svensson completes. El Race.
Yeah, what's the move here? This hand might be bad enough to raise, James.
480.
Here it is.
Works as well.
Yeah, I mean, in these spots, guys, what we're looking for is a very polarized raising range. We want hands that are pretty low down, pretty weak, because we want hands that we're not afraid to raise, potentially take it down pretty flat, get away from it post-flop quite easily, and then really strong stuff that we're not afraid to get blown off. But if we end up playing those sort of medium strength hands there as sort of a raise, like, you know, Jack 10 suited, King 10 suited, it's probably going to be okay in most cases. But if we get check raised and all this other stuff and we're forced to fold it when we can play a hand with lots of equity in perfect position, blind v blind, it's not great for our overall, you know, optimization of profit from each position. But I do like the option to raise there versus the limp there, and I think as an exploit we can actually do that a lot more aggressively than GTO suggests, especially if we're picking our small blinds correctly.
Beluso folds the 10-9 off. Jack 5 for Medden.
7 and 8 fold.
He and Sam Grafton are both passed.
1 fold.
Round to Svensson with 8-6 on the button.
3 fold.
And now, again, a blind v blind situation. El Race in the small.
4 calls.
Calls. Karim in the big. 5-4 strawberries.
Yeah, so I think this is probably a good example, James. We probably do some raising with this combo, but we probably do a lot more checking because it's a hand that is just so pretty. We have absolute position. We can do a lot of damage to our opponents, especially if they trapped us with a hand as strong as aces or kings or something like that. They're good at cracking those sorts of hands.
Yeah.
And just generally speaking, we want to give ourselves the opportunity to play pretty hands when we have the opportunity, with the chance. We don't want to allow our opponents to outplay us pre-flop.
Well, Queen 10-9 board, pair of nines for El Race, but it's Kareem who's betting here.
Yeah, El Race does not check this flop to give up with bottom pair here, especially not with the gut shot. Enjoying this play so far. 5-4 of hearts, pretty much no equity.
1%, I'll have you know.
Oh, sorry. You're right, James.
Okay, now he has no equity, but on the flop, 1%.
So you're saying there's a chance?
Yes, I was.
Mr. Kareem tried to have a little stab on the flop, but, you know, do we see any shenanigans now?
Run away, run away. Board pairs on the river.
Yeah, now with just King 9 feels pretty good. Given that check on the turn. Your opponent might still have hands like 8-7, which are annoying, but there you go.
So El Race wins that one. Third in chips at the table. Fifth in chips.
Yeah, opted for a pretty chunky bet on the river there. And does take it down, of course. There's a look at our featured table chip counts, guys.
Yeah, and Philip Wood still with the table chip leads. Adi Rekovic remains the shortest stack, but with 40k still has 20 big blinds. Blinds up in 21 minutes. And action's going to start here with Mark Medden. Round to Sam Grafton, who's raising with 7-6 of clubs.
10 folds. 1 fold. 3 folds.
El Race with jacks on the button.
4 raises, 12,000.
3 bets, and it's a full 3x re-raise. Makes it 12k total.
How much you have total? Sorry.
All right, so something interesting is happening here. Sam is asking.
Gets the count and makes the call out of position without the betting lead with a middling hand. Flops a gut shot, has backdoor clubs working for him. El Race, though, 77% favorite with his jacks. Action's been checked to him.
Yeah, and now, James, you know, seems like a board we can put in a little sort of c-bet here. At this stack depth, I don't know, maybe 9K?
9,000.
Oh, okay, yep. I'll take it.
9,000 into 29,000.
Now, James, this is super interesting because Sam might actually opt to check raise against the 9K sizing with the gut shot here.
Yeah, that's exactly what he's doing.
8 raises. 19,000 total.
Makes it 19 total.
And interesting dynamic here, guys. Think about the combinations that want to check raise this board. If they're not made hands, they might be hands like 5-6 suited. They might be hands like 6-7 suited. They might be hands like Jack 10, but how hard is it for Sam to have Jack 10 when Weis has 2 jacks?
Blockers aren't real.
Blockers aren't real, but let's just bear that in mind. 9-10 suited. The Grafton is definitely another consideration. You can't call it the Grafton and he's going to fold it here pre-flop. You have to know your customer, and I expect we see a call here in anticipation of antics from one of the most talented poker players out here on the felts and indeed the world.
Well, if he calls here, he's only going to be leaving himself, what, 30k behind, and the pot's going to be well in excess of 60,000. Has called. Well, we are playing 4 stacks here, ladies and gentlemen. Our race has less than half pot behind. Board pairs on the turn. He is now a 9-1 favorite.
And now, guys, let's consider the kind of hands that check raise this flop. Maybe an ace-queen, maybe. Pocket 8s, but that's now a lot more unlikely. Pocket 4s, maybe. Again, I'm not sure how often we defend those pre-flop. But a lot of those made hands at this point, you know, we need to consider what they look like. Does Sam really have quads now? Big question.
Having check raise flop, Sam now checks turn. And now race checks behind. River card. Here's a 9. Now race has a lock on this. And there's only one way Sam Grafton can win this pot. And it is shoving on our race, who would then have to decide whether to call all in with a pair of jacks on this board.
Oh man, be such a cool play.
Oh, he's going to go for it.
40,000.
Effectively shoves on our race. All into call.
Oh man, and Race obviously blocking that Jack 10 now. Does Sam really have ace queen here? Does he really have quads? Does he really have forceful? Are those even part of his calling range pre-flop? You have a pretty excellent bluff catcher here, James. I'm not going to lie.
Well, he can't L raise. Is he going to L call or is he going to L fold?
Exactly. The pout is out. Sam with his trademark pout.
I'm not going to lie. He has the demeanor of a man who's not calling. Could be proved wrong, though, if he comes to the conclusion that jacks are still good,
wow.
but he lets it go. The bluff gets through, and Mohamed El Race folds the best hand.
Oh, no, there's this.
Speechless, James. I'm speechless.
Sam Grafton, now table chip leader with 226k. Mohamed El Race left with 15 bigs.
How did he get so
How
good?
many am I playing? Aces, full house.
Yeah, yeah.
This is what I need.
Always nuts.
Wow. I need to listen up.
I need to loosen up, he says.
Is Sam going to play the very next hand? Nope, he knows he got away with that one.
10 fold. 1 fold. 3 fold.
Yeah, pretty amazing stuff there from Sam. Really tough spot for the jacks. Really feel for raise here. That's going to put him at about 15 big blinds to start this hand.
And he's raising, opening with ace-5 suited, makes it 4k. Alan on YouTube asking how many make the money. 215. So just over 100 players to go. 120 eliminations and be in the cash.
James, your prediction is after the dinner break, we'll probably start getting close to world famous bubble coverage?
Yes. I mean, look, we could get close to the bubble in the 4th level of the day, and then when we come back from dinner, we've got a nice juicy bubble as a dessert.
Absolutely. Thank you, Wistern, for the raid, by the way, buddy. Appreciate it. How's your stream? Welcome, everybody, from Wistern Stream. You are watching twitch.tv/PokerStars or potentially on YouTube.
Yeah, in which case, none of that made any sense, so thanks, Nick. So Kareem called on the button. We have a 9-7-5 flop.
Project. Five bets. 4,000.
Kareem, huge favourite here with the pair and the straight draw, makes it 4K. Reis sticking around with just a pair of 5s.
Yep, difficult spot here. Doesn't want to give it up just yet.
Project.
Adrian on YouTube says, I hope Finton Hand will make an appearance to bluff off all of his chips on the feature table. News on our new feature table lineup just around the corner.
Check and bet turn. Kareem now up over the 100K mark.
And 2 hands in a row that have not gone well for Mohamed Reis, who's now down to 22K. Right now that translates to 11 big blinds. Blinds going up in 10 minutes. Yeah, and at the end of this 10 minutes, Nick, as well, the blinds going up. We will take a break. There is going to be a new feature table, and we'll let you know what the new feature table lineup is very soon.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, James. A couple really tricky spots. Reis did sort of feel quite confident in his read against Sam, but Crafty Grafton managed to get it done with the 7 high.
Ace, 8 of diamonds. Svensson folds it. There's going to be blind v blind. Peluso 9-5 on the button.
Yep, there's a guy who's doing really well so far. Doesn't want to get mixed up in this nonsense. Okay.
So we've had our first bad lookalike of the day. It's actually come from a member of the team. Producer Chris, it's a good one. Mark Medden and Trent Reznor from 9 Inch Nails. I think that is a solid bad lookalike.
Okay. An Oscar-winning film composer, apparently.
He is.
7 raises to 6,000.
Well, with the King Queen of clubs, Medden makes it 6,000, and Sam Grafton defends with King 6 of spades.
Yep, so far so standard.
King Jack 7, so 2 pair for both players. And not only is Grafton out kicked, but Medden is also going to be loving how crunchy this board is.
Yeah, this is just about as good as it gets here, guys. Your opponent's got a hand they're not going to want to fold, and you've got the better hand with the better improvers. 6 of clubs would be an absolute destroyer stream hand. I'd like to see a 5K continuation bet for Medden here, but
7 bets, 5 bets.
okay. We're on targets today, James. We're hitting these targets. $5,000 apiece, and we go to the turn.
which is the Jack of Hearts pairing the board. Queen Kicker still playing, plus, of course, the flush draw live for Medden. Sam drawing to a chop.
Yeah, and now at this point, guys, you're going to be concerned your opponents have some Jack X combos that called on the flop. Your hand might still be strong enough to bet, though, regardless. It's just, what's your flavor? What's your take on this one, Medden? I probably end up checking here quite often, but that's more because I'd like to see my opponents start turning some of their sort of gut shots and similar into bluffs when I'm going to have that best hand very frequently. And sometimes they improve in ways where we make clubs as well.
And fires a second barrel, 7K.
So the only thing I would say about this turn barrel, James, is it's 7K into 24. So it's not exactly telegraphing uber strength, I would say. And I'm not sure if this is the size we use if we were going to try and bluff this turn either. So that's going to give Sam a little bit more info at least.
Well, no help for Sam. So it will not be a chop, it's all Medden. Medden checks it. And Sam checks behind. And Kerry Jane has got a good lookalike, or bad lookalike rather, for Sam. Mr. Smee from Peter Pan. Solid. I love it when we get an animated character in the house.
Oh, Kerry Jane, that's such a good one. It's the hat, isn't it? It's the hat. Smee, what about me?
So yeah, we are going to be changing feature table when we hit the break. That means sadly we will be losing the squid, but we are going to have a player who embodies my favorite squid flavored dessert. We're serving up a bowl of Calamusa. Pierre Calamusa, one of the biggest stacks in the tournament, alongside Finton Hand from Team Pro and Christian Rudolph, sevens guy. I find it hilarious, by the way. Vottenlos is one of the best, most feared online players in the world with amazing results. But to us, he's just the bloke who was a bit drunk on the rail in Barcelona who failed to explain the sevens thing.
The two aren't necessarily mutually exclusive. You know, you can be both. Poker's meant to be about fun.
A couple of online qualifiers at that table as well, Scott Hall and Giuseppe Didoni. So that will be the new lineup on the other side of the break, headlined by Big Stack Pierre Calamusa, a former EPT finalist, Finton Hand from Team Pro, and sevens guy, Christian Rudolph. Nines for Medden on the button. Just to be clear, Rudolph was interviewed not once but twice and attempted to explain why the Germans call for a seven.
Yeah.
And emphasis on the word attempted.
Was it because the seven is always coming?
Yeah, but there was something about the flipping games when you're out at dinner.
Oh, okay, yeah. I do love a little credit card roulette now and then. Not the worst flop for nines.
No.
And you have to imagine Wood probably finding a lot of checks here to start off the action. He's been working on his pout as well here. Taking notes from Sam Grafton. Ooh. All right, we're going to find a lead here. Why not? And Medden probably going to be considering putting in some raising here once in a while. I don't think calling is a mistake either. Interesting selection of hands here. The Queen 7 with the Queen of Spades. No, not necessarily blocking any straights or anything like that, but does have the Queen of Spades as a potential card to try and represent spades on later streets. Just playing it cool with the call so far.
Oh, the Queen on the turn. Wood now with the advantage, 95% equity.
Yeah, no, James, I take it back. I always lead Queen 7 on flops where I turn top pair. Top tip.
Why were you not able to predict that the Queen was coming?
Exactly. Everyone in the chat like, yeah, I just sees it before the delay. Stop it. This is nightmare territory for the nines because you're just going to have the best hand here so often. Your opponents are going to have flush draws and gut shots and 5x and 5x with a gut shot. I think you just got to call again and just be very sad when you see the Queen 7. Still an opportunity to improve to sets, I suppose.
So just a quick update on the new feature table lineup. Mentioned Pierre Calamusa as one of the biggest stacks in the tournament. We think he's a top 3 stack right now. He's going to be bringing 450k plus to the main stage.
I take it back, James. I always love to lead Queen 7 when I know I'm going to turn top pair and river 2 pair.
That's what you got to do. You got to run perfect on the turn and river.
Korean Chef says it's the classic team pro turn with no pro in the hand. Exactly. Exactly. Well said.
Right.
23?
23,000.
Woods bet on the turn was 6k. It's 23k on the river into a pot of 31k.
Yeah, and at this point, James, we're starting to think maybe he doesn't just have a 5 anymore. Would he really do this with spades? Would he really barrel 3 times just hoping I was giving up? You know, potentially a hand as strong as like King Queen or Ace Queen once in a while. I don't know. It's still a really hard place to fold. It's a really hard spot. This one is honestly too hard to call out, guys. It's just really difficult to put your opponent on a hand here that isn't somehow beating the nines. Do they ever have like 7-4 of spades or something like that, James, where they think the 7 is actually a value bet or, you know, trying to set a price?
Well, with this tank from Medden, this is likely to be the last hand of the level. The clock ticking into the break. Sure enough. What decision is he going to come to? He folds.
Yeah, nice to get away from that one. Well done.
So Wood ends the session reclaiming the chip lead at this particular table, and a reminder that this table is going back out into the field. We will have a new lineup for the next level. We say goodbye to Philip Wood, Sam Grafton et al., and we'll be saying hello to Pierre Calamusa, Fintan Hand, and Sevens guy Christian Rudolph. The next blind level will be 1,000, 2,500 with a 2.5k big blind ante. So at this table, Mohamed El Reis is going to be under pressure. He is now in the extreme danger zone.
Extreme danger zone!
And as we referenced, Calamusa is one of the biggest stacks, a top 3 stack, and he'll be headlining the feature table on the other side of the break. As the players take a hiatus, we're going to get to know Darren Short. He is a silver Power Pass winner from Canada. He came to Prague to play the EPT Main Event, and here he won a gold pass. Must be nice, Darren.
My name is Darren Short. I'm from Kelowna, Canada, and I work in quality control of construction. I won the Silver Pass, which was great, and it's been fun actually. I didn't realize how much the Silver Pass really got me here, all the events and everything. And there was a meet and greet for all Silver Pass holders. It was awesome. And then there was a draw, and sure enough, lucky number 24 spun. Yeah, and so I won the gold pass. I'd never won a gold pass before. I love the steps. Come close, but never quite made it. I work quite a bit, so I don't get the chance to try and play for golds much. So this was awesome to win one by just sun running a raffle. It's nice to satellite in and get the experience, and this has been a great experience, just playing here.
Hume starts this hand with 8 big blinds, gets shoved on by Song, and he is calling. Song with a7.
Oh, they have 8.
Hume.
8. I have a7. He's 8.
Pocket 8.
You know, we did see a7 beat 8s yesterday. Could happen.
So Hume gets it in as the favourite, gets it in with the pocket pair, but how well has Stephen Song run in all-ins today? Hume, 71% to get the double up. No ace on the desk. However, additional outs for Stephen Song. 4's working for him as well. Turn card. It's a 4! Hume can still spike a 7. As the cliche goes, it isn't over until the fat lady sings.
Crazy. Oh.
She has sung! And for Stephen Song, it's victory! Here at EPT Barcelona, he will lift the trophy. He joins the ranks of European Poker Tour champions. Let's go back to the inception of this festival. I mean, how long has the idea been in the works? How long have you wanted to do this?
So I think I've bounded the idea around for probably a couple of years, but never ever seriously. With my induction of being an ambassador or coming on board as being an ambassador of PokerStars, one of the things we sat down and talked about is like, okay, so what can we do? What should we do? And that was the inception. It was like a blank piece of paper. PokerStars literally said, whatever support you need, whatever you want to do for women in poker, what do you want? Literally come up with an idea. What do you want to do? And I said, well, let's do a women's festival. And I've quoted this before, but if you get the likes of PokerStars marketing team and Mr. Curtis in a room, then the sky's the limit. Yeah. And he's the one that came up with 100,000 guarantee. And I literally like sank in my chair and went, no, we don't have to do that. Like that makes you feel a bit uncomfortable. It's like, let's do it.
Yeah. And then to give credit to yourself, though, you did a lot to make this happen in terms of getting the word out there and, crucially, getting women from around the world to come to London to this event.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that it was accessible to all. And we didn't hit all the markers, to be fair. We really did get the message out. And, I mean, I was on every interview and every podcast that I could do so to say, come on down, we're doing this amazing thing. Again, I'm repeating my quotes, but we're going to need a bigger boat because there were so many people that we didn't reach. And I think the next one can only double, if not more, in size.
Okay, well,
wait, you're calling it right now? You can double it.
Ooh, now there's the pressure.
You said it.
Well, no, you're not supposed to pick up on it.
The problem is if you say it into a microphone, it literally gets recorded for posterity.
Heck. Well, there's the pressure. Heck, why not? Let's double it.
Wow. But crucially, and I'm glad that you're committing now to doing this again, when is it going to be so I can avoid booking a cruise that weekend?
Now that I can't commit to, that I don't know. We have got to sit around a table and go, okay, when are we going to do this again? Because we haven't even committed ourselves, but I think we have to.
Yeah.
And with a success like that, and the comments, I was just reading one this morning. She's like, "Can we do it every week?" And I'm like, "No, I'm exhausted.
What?
Thank you very much." And of course, it wouldn't have the same, same effect and the same outcome if we did it every week. We really created something special, and I'll be brave enough to say that we created a sub brand. The women's festival, obviously Women's Winter Festival, but who's to say that we don't do a Women's Summer Festival and maybe do it somewhere else?
You just mentioned that this was very special to you. Why? What was so special about this? Just the turnout? Were there any actual moments that you feel particularly proud about?
So I could tell you many. So Thursday afternoon was a little quiet because all first days of tournaments are. We held a qualifier. Again, quite unique. No registration fee, a live satellite into the main event. When we hit 150 entries on that satellite, that qualifier, on that first night, and the atmosphere in the room was electric, and it was loud, and it was full of energy, and there was a real sense of community. And I stood there at the back of the room. I said, it doesn't matter about the numbers. It doesn't matter whether we get the guarantee. We've made a success tonight because we have brought all of these women together and they're playing and they're enjoying. So that was the first one. I think the second point, when we discovered and announced that we were the largest women's event outside of the US, was the next one.
Yeah.
And then personally, at the very end, just before we did the free roll as the closer, there was a standing ovation, and that was quite emotional. And I'll pass it on. It was a community and a team effort. That standing ovation was just for the event itself. I think it was for everybody that was involved, and it was for everybody that had enjoyed it, and it was for everybody that had come out and supported it. And the last little bit was, I found out that we had a number of women that had come out for the closer free roll that had never played poker before.
Oh, that's great. That would make me very proud also. I love that.
That was the point where I kind of lost control of my emotions a little bit, because that was the whole idea.
Of course.
To get more women into poker, and we did it.
Yeah.
Lines are still 8 and 16,000, so 16,000 to call.
Yeah, the man, 8-16 blinds.
Ready on fold. Daniel folds. Sasha folds. Dario also folds.
Let it be known there was a time when the action was folded to Dario Minieri on the button and he folded.
Thought it was 92 carat spot anytime. Johnson going to raise in the small blind with the ace-9. Tang not going anywhere with the 8-7 suited. We are going to see a flop.
Pot of 112,000. And the flop comes 9, 6,
10, 9, 6. That is a straight.
Ben checks.
Johnson with second pair top kicker.
Pretty tricky spot to start folding second pair on the flop, blind versus blind.
50k from Tanduk Win.
And Ben calls.
Johnson
Then
calls.
comes the deuce of hearts. Ben checks.
So now Win has a lock on this and has a flush draw to go with his straight.
Does mean that there's potentially a lot of bluffs that he could have though. Johnson has no clubs, has no jacks, has no queens, has no sevens, has no eights. Doesn't block any of the likely bluffs. Still a pretty strong hand blind versus blind right now.
That is 120,000.
Really tough spot, really tricky spot.
All in. Ben
Oh wow! All in drawing dead.
And that is going to be a huge double up for Tanduk Win.
Pair of nines. He's pretty much drawing dead.
No, he is drawing dead.
Very, very good pot.
Did the announcer just say very, very big pot?
Yes.
Love rubbing the salt into the wounds.
So playing five-handed at this final table. The main event, EPT Baden, Season 3 of the European Poker Tour, October 2006. Jack 10 of diamonds for Dario Minieri, and this will be a raise from the button.
Ben fold.
Tanduk Win in the big blind with King 10.
Not going to be folding the King 10 versus the button open. Maybe sometimes considering going all in, depending on Dario's stack. They do look like raising chips to me.
Pan calls, the additional 20,000.
Sides just a call, has his opponent dominated, but he's out of position without the betting lead as they go to the flop, which is 9-6-5.
Rainbow.
Not a whole lot going on for either player. Does look like Tang is going to lead the flop though.
What do you make of this?
I mean, it's a pretty decent board for him in general, but he has no good shot. He has no backdoor flush draw.
Called by Dario.
Minieri calling with a couple of backdoors, picks up the up and down draw on the turn.
If you are going to bluff flop with King 10, and you get a 4 to a straight card on the turn, I'd probably be tempted to continue.
Dario bets 50,000.
With the action check to Minieri, fires 50k into the pot.
Dario just always playing street poker. Wow, are we going to see a raise on this turn? I don't think he can really check call here.
It's called by time.
Okay.
He has called.
I mean, he has a good shot, I guess, to a straight.
5 of hearts.
Okay, so the board bricks out for both of them. It's 2006, Vincent. The question is, who wants it more?
Tank check.
I feel like Dario has to pull the trigger here on the river. He can't check.
Announces a bet of 150,000.
Okay, so do we see a rebluff from Tanduk Win? Does he call with King High?
No way. If we see either of those things happen, I'm not trying to guess what is going to happen again at any point.
You know what? Neither is beyond the realms of possibility.
I would love it. He doesn't look ready to fold just yet. I think this is just Dario's reputation for always bluffing. It makes you want to outplay him. It makes you want to get the bluff in against him.
Oh, it shows it.
Missed correct on the turn. Very good bluff there by Dario.
A very good bluff there by Dario.
I love it.
And the players taking a short break as they come to the end of that level.
Action on Len.
You're going to see Johnson limping the button with the king tree off.
Option to turn. Announces raise.
Pocket fours as 10-duck win decides to play for a bigger pot, potentially play for it all.
More.
All in. Wow.
And announces all in.
It's aggressive. Time makes the call over fours. He's going to be in a great spot. Over a 2-1 favorite.
Not sure about this. Back in the day, it was acceptable to move all in and then walk off while your opponent has a decision. He's talking to his friend on the rail.
Hopefully he's whispering if he's telling them what his hand is.
Maybe you should show him. What do you think about showing him if he doesn't know?
I guess we've seen Sebastian Malik do something similar, right?
That is true. Good point, well made. And based on the fact that I want that moment to happen in 10 years' time, I will allow this.
I don't think we're going to see a fold. I think he's going to decide that he's priced in with the fours.
Go.
Yes, 10-duck win calls.
So we have a showdown.
And once again, it is Ben Johnson who is the at-risk player.
3 of spades.
Just one overcard.
It's the ace.
His paired is 3, so now has kings and 3s working for him.
And the queen of clubs. So it's a pair of 3s at the moment. It's the 4.
That is a sweaty turn.
A set of 4s for 10-duck win, the flush draw, the nut flush draw for Ben Johnson.
For ton.
The river is the 9 of diamonds. Victory for the German. 10-duck win wins EPT 3 Baden. 487,397 euros. Congratulated by Katja Thata and the other Germans on the rail.
Hello, my babies, and welcome back to the European Poker Tour from Prague 2024, hosted by King's Casino. These are some of the scenes you can take in this time of year in Central Europe. You can also take in scenes of poker. Top 5 chip stacks on your screen right meow. Wide variety of players still involved in this event, 310 of them still playing from the 1,458 who started. And this is where they are congregated. This is where they are making it all happen. New feature table coming at you. Pierre Calamusa, the chip leader, 184 big blinds. Yikes. Second in chips is Giuseppe Didoni with 83 big blinds. All pretty healthy stacks, except for this guy. Guy Madar, 17 big blinds. Down there on the bottom. Blinds will now be 1,000 to 2,500 with a 2,500 big blind. Andy, I am Uncle Daddy. I am Joe Stapleton. And with me on the line is Auntie Maria Ho.
Auntie? Never been called that before.
You are an auntie, both in the stereotypical sense and the literal sense, I think.
It just feels old, though. I don't like it.
You're going to be one of those aunties one day, sitting around playing pachinko. That's going to be you.
I already play
Madar all in. As we just mentioned, shortest stack at the table coming over the top of the button raise from Finton. Nice try, Finton. Maria, I've played a lot of poker this week. I had so many hands I wish that I could have asked you about.
I'm so glad I blocked you.
Oh, is that what happened? I hadn't even tried. You didn't even get the pleasure of me realizing I was blocked.
Yeah, I saw you post on Instagram that you were playing, and I preemptively blocked you.
Oh, you just muted me so that you didn't have to see any of the updates?
Yeah, but you cashed, Joe. Come on.
I did cash. I was pretty happy about it. I was thrilled to cash.
So it couldn't have been that bad.
Well, it's weird is that, like, I had a couple of hands I wanted to talk to you about, but honestly, most of my tournament experience this year has just been like folding king 6 for like 4 hours and then shoving aces. And I don't think there's like I don't think there's any like real creativity that I'm missing out on, if that's literally the hands I'm being dealt. Didoni opening king 10 of diamonds. But I found myself in these hands thinking like, man, maybe I should pay attention to the strategy portion of the commentary, because it would be nice to know how to navigate some of these spots.
Yeah, I mean, don't you feel like it's one of those things where when you're watching poker, you're commentating on poker, but then once you sit down and you get the reps in, like things start clicking more? Did you feel that way at all?
Yeah, they do click, and the 10 high flop, by the way, for Didoni, top pair. Rudolph has missed defending out of the big blind. I did feel like that, and I also felt like I could picture what I would say in commentary in certain spots, but then there's certain ones that I was like, oh, here's one we haven't encountered before. You know, because there's obviously always going to be new combinations and permutations of hands that are seen when you're playing poker. So, and those were the ones I was like, oh, I really wish I had Maria here to talk about it. So I was thinking that maybe we just try to do like a strat heavy session here from Prague.
Yeah, sounds good. From just EPT Prague main ever.
That's right. That's right. The largest ever. It's a great sizing, as Nick would say. Pierre Calamusa right there. Handsome for a man. Nice.
Handsome, if you like that sort of thing.
Exactly. If you like aesthetically pleasing people, he's in the range. And speaking of, we've also got Finton hand, Christian Rudolph, Giuseppe Didoni, Ace King under the gun. And it's a raise to 5,000. And pocket queens for Calamusa.
Yeah, pretty deep stacked are the both of them.
Okay, so let's start talking right now. Pocket queens. You're mentioning they're deep stacked, so what I'm inferring from that is like, hey, maybe you don't want to play for your entire stack, but is this more for deception or more because you don't want to like get it in necessarily with queens against a stack that big?
I think when you're this deep, you certainly don't want to get into a situation where there's a pre-flop raising war and all of a sudden you put in the 3-bet with queens, you get 4-bet, and now, you know, you don't really love your hand as a 5-bet shove for that many chips. But in this situation, there's a couple of benefits from flatting with queens, right? You get to play in position post-flop against the pre-flop aggressor who has opened from under the gun, so should have a very strong range. And also, if someone decides to squeeze behind you, you know, somebody off of a slightly shallower stack, maybe a 40 big blind stack, 50 big blind stack, then it's a very easy hand to play with queens because you've been a little under-repped and now you're pretty happy to get it in against that stack depth.
It's like a multi-purpose flat then. Like, let's say Madar with his 49K decide he just wanted to ship it with the 6s, you get that benefit as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, Madar did just flat with the 6s. No one connecting on this board particularly hard. Pretty nice for queens. 9, 5 deuce, 2 hearts.
Yeah, and Dodoni, I think, recognizing the strength of the flat from Calamusa against his under-the-gun open.
And Dodoni had checked. Calamusa bet 4,000. Madar is going to try to see one more card with the 2 6s. Calls the 4K. Is going to have just over pot left behind if Dodoni sticks around.
I mean, I think what's the nice thing here is when you check, you can call one with this against this sizing with a hand like ace hearts. But does he maybe have design sometimes to check raise here? I mean, some people do, right? This might be a good spot, maybe in a heads-up situation and not a multi-way pot where you might want to try to represent the bigger overpairs that you block, of course. But here he does decide to just call. And I think Calamusa can pretty easily change his opponents now in this situation, right? If Dodoni doesn't check raise that flop, you can pretty comfortably take bigger overpairs than queens out of his range because, again, multi-way with the flush draw possible on the flop. You know, there's not going to be a lot of checking out of Dodoni against 2 players. And so now Calamusa knows he's probably got the best hand. He's probably up against, you know, some hands that contain smaller pairs, some combinations of flush draws, you know, some 2 overs with some backdoor possibilities. And so he's definitely ready to charge all of those hands to continue here.
Well, Madar, who looks like his mom's just draped a towel over him after getting out of the bath, is continuing in this pot, calls the 10K bet from Calamusa, does have a gut shot now to go with the set draw. Misses. Not a particularly scary card for 6s. How hero-y is Madar going to get? Now, how scared of this heart are you, Maria, if you get stationed twice by the short stack?
I mean, it's kind of nice to have the Queen of Hearts because a lot of hands that would flat that are the suited combos pre-flop are, you know, going to be some of those suited broadways. So it's nice to kind of block that portion of his range. And now he's kind of looking with this sizing to get called by some 9X, you know, perhaps some 10-9 suiteds that call pre-flop, maybe some ace-9 suiteds. And then, you know, all of the other pairs that he beats that aren't sets.
And I like Calamusa's sizing a lot here, probably for the wrong reasons, but I like giving your opponent the ability to call here and still be in.
Yeah, that's definitely something that people always take into consideration. It's like, if I call and I'm wrong, well, what do I have left?
And he has got...
I think that was...
What's that, Maria?
Fairly ambitious. I do think that was fairly ambitious by the 6s, even though that sizing was relatively small, just because the flush came in. And, you know, 3 streets, 6s just doesn't really perform that well.
Yeah, no, because it's a C. The coin.
Down to 8 big blinds. Now that's a stack size I know well. Part of the reason why I didn't understand flatting the queens there is because I've never been that deep in a tournament. But 8 big blinds, I totally understand.
Never fold mode.
Yes, absolutely. And I did get some stick from the players at my table for only ever being all in or folding. But I was like, I don't have any edge post flop, guys, so I'm just gonna do this. I don't need to like flat with kings here and then see an ace high flop. You know what I mean? Like, I'm good. I'm just good to shove 22 big blinds with kings. It's okay with me.
It's always a good shtick to have stapes that you don't know how to play post. You know, keep telling them that.
I definitely do. Like, I think that at this point I have sandbagged enough where I must be slightly better than I give myself credit for. Just not that much. Pocket fives for Christian Rudolph. He's making it 5K. Sidoni in the big blind. Woof. Jack Bauer hand. Not going to play it. Understandable. Maria, do you mind if we catch up a little bit on holiday stuff?
Sure.
I know that you were in charge of a big portion of the cooking, and I think you have a rather large family gathering. How did that go on Thanksgiving?
I had a bit of a panic moment when I thought that the turkey was cooking too slowly and wouldn't be ready by the time we said we were going to eat. But then all of a sudden, you know, it was like a Thanksgiving miracle. It went up, you know, 50 degrees in 20 minutes.
Oh, that's lucky.
I mean, so it turned out okay. I mean, did it dry out the turkey a little bit? Perhaps. But it was edible. It was edible.
Turkey's so hard. Like, a turkey done well is, like, quite good. But I've maybe only had, of, like, the 70 times I've had turkey in my life, I've probably liked it, like, 6 of them.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like there's no good way to really make turkey better than it is.
I'm gonna do it next year. I'm gonna try to deep fry my own. That's one of the only times that you're like kind of guaranteed to have like a good, well seared, well moisturized turkey is just to deep fry it. I know it's kind of dangerous, but I think if we do it in the yard and we do it safely, I think I can pull it off. Calamusa opening. 2 9s. Christian Rudolph in with the upside down at 9s. And DePercio is going to come along for the ride with Jack Tray of diamonds. I see a diamond and I see a jack. And that's why you defend Jack 3 suited in the big blind, right?
Yes, always suited. People, you know, when people are like, "Oh, but it's suited," that's not just a saying. I mean, it's pretty much true for the open race sizes we're seeing these days. You're going to be hard pressed to find people folding suited. You know, there's extreme ICM pressure, whatnot. But if we're playing for chips, you know, people are in there.
I'm getting better at defending a little wider in the big blind. I'm still not doing the queen 4s. Sometimes even the king 5. That's still not for me, but I do all of the suited ones now. Even 8-3 suited is one I remember specifically from this week. So Rudolph decided to bet here after it was checked to him. Got a call from DePercio. He's going to fold out a better hand. That's something. Deuce on the turn. DePercio checks. Rudolph's flop bet, more of an exploratory bet, Maria? Yeah. checks now.
Yeah, I would. Yeah, I would say, you know, just seeing what's out there. You know, it's great if you could take it down right then and there, but once anybody continues, you're pretty much done.
And a king on the river does make this a potentially bluffable board now. Person was checked.
I think because, you know, if Rudolph had a hand like ace queen, you know, perhaps he would have tried to fire again on the turn. And if he had any type of, you know, ace jack, some good jack X combos, he probably would have fired again on the turns. So the only real hands that he's repping if he decides to go for it here, you know, even a hand like king queen, right, would probably bet twice.
Mm-hmm.
So I do feel like depending on the sizing, jack 3 might have good enough reason to look him up.
Other than, so you mentioned king queen, are there other random kings that just, that's what I would feel like if I'm in this moment with jack 3. I'm like, oh, some random king just got there, but there probably aren't that many as you would think.
Yeah, because, you know, if we're talking about the suited king X's, you know, king jack would have bet obviously on the turn. You know, king queen again, double barrel with that straight draw. And so we're really only looking at maybe king 10, and king 10 suited even makes sense as value, I guess, but it just felt like to DiPersio that maybe Rudolph did have a hand like king 10 there, because that one does sense, but it's a small part of the range.
Well, regardless of the believability, it worked. So let's give some credit for the bluff there from Christian. What I like to do is whenever something like that happens that we're just like, huh, not really sure that track's just like, they probably have history. They probably have history. He probably knows. There's a dynamic. And we do have Madar all in now for those last 8 big blinds. Ace-Jack suited. Oh, Jack 3, look at that. Huh. And the shove gets through. If your turkey hadn't been ready on time, would it have been big tut-tutting and drama at your house? At your gathering?
I mean, I think it's one of those things that on the surface, everybody would have been like, oh, yeah, it's fine. No worries. We could eat later. But deep down, they're going to be annoyed with me because all of their food is ready.
Right.
And nobody wants to have cold sides waiting for the turkey. And I would have been the topic of conversation after everybody kind of goes home and has pillow talk, right? Like,
Yes.
I don't want that.
Yes, that's actually exactly what I was picturing, knowing what I know of some of the people in your circle.
I mean, what are you trying to say about them? That they're a little passive-aggressive, perhaps?
Passive-aggressive, but also very high standards. Like, I think that... Look, let's face it, like, your sister projects as, like, the perfect human, right? Mom, doctor, wife. And I would assume there's, like, a lot of... that she's, like, likes perfection when it comes to this stuff. So that's just my read.
Oh, yeah.
By the way, you can check out Dr. Judy's Ho's newest book called...
Oh, you're setting me up.
Yeah.
Thank you. Well, yes, she's on her second book. Her first one is Stop Self-Sabotage, and this one is called The New Rules of Attachment. So forget about what you know about the old rules of attachment. You want to be up to date on this.
The old rules of attachment, throw them out the window.
Yeah.
We got new rules of attachment, and we have got a pair of 9s for Christian Rudolph, which is by far the best of it on this Queen 9 flop.
Yeah, decent board, but not a hand you get too attached to, just because there are a lot of draws. There's going to be some Queen X out there. I mean, we could see that he is ahead.
Ahead in betting, 4,000. Calamus is called with 2 7s. And we're headed to the turn, which is the 3 of hearts.
You know, Calamusa's range, calling from the small blind, will sometimes contain some Queen X. It'll also contain a lot of hands that have draws on this board. You know, the Jack 10 suiteds, you know, some of the suited clubs.
And I guess just like this hand here, you do expect like almost all his pairs are probably going to call too, right? On a board like that.
Right, right. So there's a decent portion of Calamusa's range that you're beating. But, you know, it's not really a hand that you can go for 3 streets of value with either. So...
The pair of 9s, you mean?
You know, there's... Yes.
I would be lucky to go for 1 street of value with a 9 on this board. And look at Pierre. He's going to come out firing it on this river.
Yeah, I think that's, you know, very great awareness from him. Just recognize that, you know, this is a potential scare card for some of the hands that do beat him. You know, he's looking to turn his hand into a bluff now because of that.
And Christian just did this to DiPercio. Fired on that River King.
Yeah, and I mean, it's not an easy bet to make, of course, considering, you know, Calamusa doesn't have any real relevant blockers. And, you know, it's quite possible that sometimes Rudolph will check the turn with some of his flush draws, etc. Rudolph does seem to be thinking about it, which I don't know. I'd be worried if I were Calamusa, just because you never.
As soon as Rudolph reached for his chips, like to count them out, I got nervous, and I'm not even in the hand.
Yeah, you're really hoping for some insta-fold sometimes, you know, like some hands that, you know, just had no equity on the flop that are just, you know, ready to give up. But
all right. A bluff.
Maybe.
A bluff indeed.
You think Queen 9 is 10?
Were there any games played at your family gathering?
We had full intention of playing games, but once the food coma sets in, you know, it just always ends up becoming like sitting around at the table for hours after we're all done eating. But, you know, nobody's quite ready to leave. Nobody really wants to get up and start cleaning. So then it's just convo. It's just fun, quality time, some laughs, some embarrassing stories. You know how it goes.
I do. Those are very fun occasions.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you've already talked about it, but I feel like you asked me, it's one of the people are like, oh, how many chips do you have? Because they want to talk about the huge stack that they've accumulated in the tournament. And it kind of sounds like you want me to ask you how your Thanksgiving went, because you had told me it was like one of your best Thanksgivings ever. So. Go ahead.
It was
the floor is yours.
It was very simple. It was that I basically said pocket queens here for ENA. Calamus is going to be in with 8-7. Looks like Finton is also going to call with 8-6 from the small blind. We can do this?
You know, some people might not. But again, I think it just depends on, you know, how well you can navigate post if you want to start kind of opening up your calling ranges from the small blind.
Well, that is a weird looking flop. Yanni has a full house, has everyone else drawing dead to a running ace-king chop. So my Thanksgiving was all I said this year was I don't want to talk over these guys. We've had really big Thanksgivings for like the last bunch of years, and it's super stressful, and it's a lot of work. And basically we said this year is that like we still want to have people over, but we don't want to host, if that makes sense. And so it was just, I basically said I'm going to do Thanksgiving like my dad. You come over, I'm going to be staring at the TV, I'm going to grunt, don't expect me to talk to you, don't expect me to serve you, there'll be food, serve yourself, go to the fridge, get your own thing, come hang out if you want. But I'm like, I don't want to do the hosting thing, and that's what happened, and it was great.
Thank you.
But what made it like the best or one of the best?
One of the best was that, okay, so I was like probably top 10 hungover in my entire life. Like really, really, like I went way too hard the night before. And my buddy Sam came over, who you've met, and he did everything. He picked up all the food. He heated it all up. I like didn't get off the couch. That was one of the things that made it great. And the other thing is that like the vibe that we had of just like, hey, like no one has to like entertain each other. Like just kind of do what you feel. That everyone just sort of went along with that, and I think it was good for everyone. And then at one point, he walks in the room and he was like, we're all going in the pool naked, and he just stripped all of his clothes off, and we all followed him. And that was fun. Just a bunch of grown-ups doing grown-up things.
That's what always happens at your house. How is that different from any other?
I don't know. It was more innocent this time. I don't know what to tell you. How is your darling nephew?
Oh, cute as ever. You know, once they're talking more, their personality just really comes through, and it's just so fun to engage in convos with him.
What kind of conversation can he have? What is he, 3? 2?
Yeah, 3. Yeah, I mean, listen, it's not always going to be a complete sentences, but
Sure, of course.
But he has a great sense of humor, so you know he'll say things where you know he's messing with you, or he's trying to kind of be, you know, playful and funny in his eyes.
It's very cute. It must be a very strange feeling to have family members you love. Hall's made it. 5,000 with Jack-9 suited under the gun. Okay, we can do that. We can raise Jack-9 suited under the gun and get Ace-7 of the same suit to fold.
Kids these days, they'll raise anything.
They'll raise anything. I didn't know we could do this.
Oh, we can. I mean, you know, definitely the deeper you are, you know, the better it's going to be. You want to be opening up front 2 bigs and
oh, boy.
have this happen.
It is absolutely crazy also when I talk about, you know, the situation where I was playing where I'm just folding very, very bad hands for hours, and like you get like a sort of better one, right? You get like a Ace-6 offsuit from under the gun, and you think about it, and then you take the, you know, you're like, be disciplined, and you fold it, and then 2 bigger aces somehow wake up behind you. It's pretty crazy how often someone just wakes up with a better hand after you.
Right. Well, that's the reason why your range from under the gun has to be so tight, right? Because statistically, the odds of somebody being dealt a better hand behind you when you don't have good blockers and, you know, all of that is going to be fairly high.
Yeah, agree. And then this happens too, like when you're playing in this situation, you don't see all the hold cards. It's like you think that Christian Rudolph's like just pulling some move on you there because because there's dead money in the pot. But no, like they just have a hand like a lot of the time.
Yeah, I hate when, it seems like the perfect squeeze spot, but the person just actually has it.
Yes.
It's like, oh, I'm expecting them to squeeze all the time here, but then this is just one of the times where they just actually have a big hand.
I think one thing that I need to work on, of many things, that maybe we can focus on a little bit here if we see it, is what range I should be 3-betting. Less obvious hands to be 3-betting from like mid to late position. I do a lot of calling. And I feel like I should probably be 3-betting a little more often. I'm just not sure what hands to do it with other than your aces, kings, jacks, tens. Ace, king.
Right. Other than value, basically.
Yes, exactly.
Like, you don't know what bluff.
Like, I don't know, like, or even like king, queen offsuit. I'm just like, I'm just calling with these hands. Even king, queen suited a lot of the time, I was just calling.
100.
Well, I'll take some of the mystique out for you because first, there's actually, just charts that tell you kind of what your range, your 3-betting range should be against opens from, various positions. But again, as with anything in poker, there's going to be deviations from that. And so a lot of that is going to come from the composition of your opponents at this table that you're at. But when you want to know about a hand like King Queen specifically, that's going to be a frequency thing, meaning sometimes you 3-bet, sometimes you flat, sometimes you fold.
Right. Well, I guess that's also, because I was getting those sorts of hands relatively infrequent, it was hard to have any sort of frequency. Any sort of like keep track of it, sort of thing. Like, oh, next time I get it, I can 3-bet with it. But it's just, I was getting these hands once per day.
Yeah, I think, now we're kind of getting into some very complex strat talk, but that's what you said you wanted today,
yes.
Dave, so we're going to go there. Well, if that's the case, then you can just randomize, right? Because randomize to determine your frequency. Because if you're not getting it, let's say you're not getting King Queen enough 10 times to know, okay, well, 6 out of 10 times you're going to 3-bet, and then 2 out of 10 times you're going to flat, and then 2 out of 10 times you're going to fold or something like that. What the frequency changes depending on where the opener is coming from. Then you can just randomize in that for that spot, right?
So I know what randomize means, but how would I actually randomize? I flip a coin in my head. I look what would be a practical execution of randomization?
Okay, well, let's just say we're trying to, let's say we're out of 100%. So let's say we want to take something that you can break up into 10, right? So maybe one really easy way is you put 10 poker chips in your hand, you shuffle, but one of them has a different color, right? So you're shuffling 9 yellow chips and 1 pink chip. And wherever the pink chip falls you shuffle a random number of times, wherever the pink chip falls in the stack is okay, if it's in the, if it's the 3rd chip from the bottom, then, the 30%. Right.
So you're doing this while you're waiting for the action. You're not doing this once the action's on you, right? Everyone can watch you do this.
Yeah. But also people might not know how you've set it, right? That's a very obvious one, but people might not know.
Is there a tell?
Switch it up and be if it falls.
Is there a tell in them just knowing that I'm randomizing something?
There's literally people that have a die, you've seen it, right? On streams, people who literally have a dice.
Yes.
Have you seen that?
Yes.
People literally have dice that they're using that as a randomizer. And so people do know that certain people are randomizing. Some people make it obvious, some people, it might have you've also seen people with watches that aren't digital, right?
Yep.
They're also obviously using that to randomize. So I don't think it's a secret. And I don't think people really are making it a secret that they're randomizing, but people don't know, how you're randomizing, right?
Right. Yeah, they don't know what the code is. They can't crack the code, but I would just be worried that even knowing I'm randomizing something would be able to, they could narrow down what I've got just from seeing a randomization happen at all. But I guess, I mean, people are even randomizing their big hands too, right? Like,
Yeah, I don't think it's necessary. That part is necessarily true. That like they're gonna know where you are.
that's in my own head, right? Yeah.
Randomized. Yeah.
Yeah, there's so much stuff that I think about at the table that like gets inside my head, like, oh, like I've thought about this too long now, and now that limits what I can do. They'll know I'm bluffing if I took this long to think about it, kind of stuff.
Well, I think that's why people try to be aware of timing tells, right? And even when they don't have a decision, they at least try to take a requisite 10 seconds or 12 seconds. I know that can be annoying for the viewers, especially because, you know, when we're seeing the whole cards and we're like, we know that this isn't a hand they want to think about, but I think we need to remember that there is like a deeper meta involved when they do that.
I know that this isn't a brag, but I have played like 5 or 6 tournaments in the last month, which I know is not a lot. I have never used a time bank card. Like not even thought about it, like not even come close to having, maybe I just haven't had any tough decisions. But I'm just like, I know what I'm doing in the first 3 seconds generally. Which again, I know isn't a brag.
I think that might be a part of your game that you can work on, in the sense of like, I'm not saying it's bad to kind of know right away what to do, because in some sense that could be like familiarity with the spot or, you know, whatever. But I think that when people come to a decision too quickly, they also can make the wrong decision. So it's like, give yourself a little more time. Like, don't force yourself to make a decision quickly, right? Like,
oh, I definitely don't, but I think you're right in that, like, I should probably just take longer on all of my decisions, even if I know, even if I think I know. And that way it buys me a little bit more time for when I don't actually know.
Yeah.
I can pick up the action here. Both players with a 7, which is kind of the most relevant card for a draw.
Yeah, certainly the A7 has a bit more showdown with a paired board here. I mean, the king high might sometimes think, you know, there's a chance that it could be good, but I also feel like if Kalamusa had just some air balls, you know, something with no showdown value, they might have, you know, bet already.
Obi-Wan Dodoni. I think doing what we just talked about. Taking a little bit of time and taking a stab now. 7,000.
Well, the good news for Dodoni is that, you know, he definitely has more straights here than Kalamusa. You know, Kalamusa's not going to be opening up front with 7-5. You know, not the 4Xs either. So most of the nutted hands for sure are going to be in Dodoni's range on this texture. But again, some obvious misses, right, are any 7Xs, any 5Xs.
And Kalamusa makes the call. Fun little hero call there, resulting in a 20K pot. Well, 37K pot, 20K profit for Pierre Kalamusa. Question from the chat. Fast Zero on Twitch asks, hi, anyone knows how many to the bubble? Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for your question. Maria, some guy in chat just accused me of being 5'5" and having a Napoleon complex. And I banned him.
Maybe no need.
Which kind of proves it true, doesn't it?
I mean, I think it's a very fair ban.
I can't really make it any more of a self-fulfilling prophecy. That's right, Lord Barry. I'll show you a Napoleon complex. You banned. All right, Hall with pocket jacks facing the shove from Madar. Madar showing from early position with 10-8 suited. Thoughts?
Yeah, it seems
even if you have the best hand.
fine-ish.
17% equity. Ran into one of the worst hands he could run into here.
Yeah, a lot of times you're just gonna have two live ones, but here two unders to the jacks. Pretty rough.
Okay, well, there's some life here. Blockers, are they real?
No 9, no queen.
Well, we know what you think about that.
It doesn't count in this situation.
Okay.
Tray ball on the turn.
50% is done.
2 outs from Madar. 1 card left.
50% is done.
Time for Madar to hit the bar. Out around 278th place. Scott Hall picks up his last 20,000 up to 183.5. Slim on YouTube says I should call my son Leon, that way he would be Nepo Leon. I feel like there's a joke there, but that might not be it.
We're gonna give an A for effort, though.
Sacramento, it depends what you're watching. If you're watching old Poker Night in America TV shows, I probably wrote the jokes ahead of time. But if you're watching a live stream, there's your answer.
I feel like I can attest to the fact that Stapes is really, really funny on the fly, though. Like, some people might think that, you know, with your stand-up and everything, they're like, oh, Joe's not as funny, like, just when he's doesn't have time to prepare. But that's like, I'll just be talking to you, like, you're always killing me, genuinely. Like, I genuinely laugh out loud when I'm around you.
That's very nice, Maria. Thank you. And you're a good sport. You're a very fun person to try to make laugh.
Okay, I get it. I'm not as funny as you. You couldn't even be like, Maria, you're pretty funny.
You are funny. You are funny. But I knew if I just complimented you back that you were gonna go, okay, you didn't just have to say it back. Hey, some people in the field here, some big names. Espen Jorstad, WSOP champ. We got Ben Pollock here. Grzegorz Glovny, Prague champion. It was the 2022 Prague held in March 2023. Don't worry about it. It was called the pandemic. We got Gab Young Kim. Came 4th in that same event. And Jan Kitai, runner-up from last year, will not be making another final table appearance. Knocked out by Max Neugebauer. And I guess Kitai eliminated Neugebauer in a double knockout with at the last 2 tables last year. So a little revenge for Max as we come back to the feature table. Also eliminated around the same time as Jan Kitai, Oliver Weis, Kenny Hallert, and Mohamed El Reyes from earlier's feature table. And we've got DePercio raising the button. Finted hand with a hand. Ships it. DePercio, the effective stack.
First time I've ever won a hand on a feature table.
I believe him.
That deserves a clap.
Clap for Finton.
I don't bluff ever. No.
All right.
If I can bluff him, I will bluff nobody else.
I think we're going to do a lot more strat talk, by the way, on Poker in the Ear. Simple strat. I think I'd like to have Maria on from time to time to actually talk about hands. Now that James and I are playing more poker, it's kind of dumb for us to not at least talk about a hand. So I think we're going to do a little bit more strat up from zero. We're going to go from zero to some. And same old stuff that you've been used to, that we tend to focus a little bit more on pop culture, celebrity side of poker. I guess there was a hand of poker in Yellowstone this week. Worldwide Wob texted me to say we got to talk about the Yellowstone poker hand. So we'll probably get to that sometime soon. And we're also looking into maybe... We're looking for super fans, right? Every week we do something called Superfan versus Stapes. And what's the new email address, by the way? Let's put that out there. Where people come on the show and they can challenge me to trivia, a subject of their choosing. And if they win, if you live in a place where you can play on PokerStars, you get like a 109 bronze ticket. But I'm thinking that we could up the ante a little bit, and I could give away small pieces of the, and James could give away small pieces of the poker that we play now. Maybe that'll get people interested, but we got to see if it's legal. And if you want to come on as Superfan, you can email us now at superfan@pokerstarsinc.com. You don't have to purely do it from Discord anymore, although Discord would be best for us. Superfan@pokerstarsinc.com. Calamusa opening from the button, King 8 off. Finton again with a re-raisable hand against a late position open.
Three raises, 17.5.
Finton gonna try to win 2 hands at a feature table. Lifetime. This is a pretty good combo to do it with.
Back to back.
You know, hands like this weren't that valuable pre-solver days. You know, like they were, of course, pretty hands to look down at, but I don't think people realize kind of the power it had as a 3-betting hand, especially with that ace blocker and then it being suited and the ability to make wheels, of course.
And
7 off, you had that. Can do anything.
All the rage now, though.
Right, there's a lot of people we know with big egos and who all claim that they were the first to think of this and the first to think of that. And do you know anyone that was doing this kind of stuff with ace 4 and ace 5 before the age of Ultron?
You're right.
I would say, I mean, there's definitely some players that probably were more aggressive with that hand or V-pipped more with that hand. But I would say, you know, using it as a 3-betting candidate or, you know, a 4-bet candidate, that was not really something that I personally witnessed.
Okay, the next time someone tells me they've been doing that forever, I'm just going to say they're a liar.
1 raises, 5,000.
Calamusa opening again.
Stapes, everybody's looking for their claim to fame in poker. You know, not everybody has a chip and a chair that they can assign to their name and their legends.
It's hard being such a trailblazer.
Yeah. I remember, I think it was, you know, when we were filming the Big Game on Tour season 1, that was the first time I learned that Phil Locke came up with
Upstuck?
Felted?
Felted and Upstuck.
Yeah, Felted.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
I mean, Upstuck's
I mean, I'm not
relatively new, but
surprised.
Felted's been around forever. And I mean, yeah, he claims to have invented that. And honestly, it sounds like something he would say. And I don't really think he's kind of a liar or a bragger for no reason. So I buy it. I've never heard anyone dispute it.
Right.
Now, I don't know if it'll make the show or not this year, but I will say that on this year's Big Game on Tour, we had Phil Locke and Antonio Esfandiari at the same table, and they did shed a little light on why we don't see them together that much anymore.
Okay.
And I'm not sure that it'll make it into the cut, but it was pretty interesting to hear them talk about it.
Can you just WhatsApp me?
I'll tell you. Yeah, no, I'll tell you for sure. Yeah.
I'm so curious.
It's a pretty wild story.
I mean, it's got to make the cut, people.
I mean, they said it. They knew they were on TV when they said it, but we are very sensitive sometimes. Like when people talk about things that are like personal, that we don't always put it in there. So I'm not sure if it'll make it.
One. 3 folds. 5 raises, 6,000.
Action has folded around to Yanni and I. Yanni. Laurel.
Which one is it?
Yanni, Laurel. Oh, folds the dominated hand. Good read.
Bravo, bravo.
Bravo.
You gotta give some.
Oh, and Maria, congratulations
I don't understand.
on winning the Celebrity Poker Tour.
No. Yeah, bravo is like
Thank you. That was fun. It was a nice, fun event that you don't really go into expecting to win because the structure is pretty turbo-y. But you're just gonna have a good time regardless, so it doesn't even really matter. So winning is just a nice cherry on top. Like I was like, oh, well, this is fun. This is a fun one day W.
I mean, it was 50K, right?
Yeah.
And okay, so you know that. Look, I'm famously accept Maria Ho's generosity, whether it's in the form of a vacation or a nice dinner or just riding in her Tesla. But I rarely ask, but I am going to ask you, please, can I have some of that King Louis?
Yes. Oh my gosh. I didn't know how much that bottle costs, first of all, but like I know that it's top shelf liquor, obviously, but like I just didn't know how top. And I couldn't believe. I was like, wait a second. I was like, I need to try this. Like I've never tried it, and it better live up to what you would think it was like, given how much the bottle is.
Yeah, like if something's $400 a shot, it better be tasty.
Yeah, we'll have a part. I'll have a party at my house, and I'll just and that's what we'll do. We'll just sit around.
Cool. Because
and yeah.
And it's also like the perfect way to get it is to win it, because like even if you win a bunch of money, you're probably not going to drop like 4 or 5 dimes on a bottle of booze, right? But like if it's given to you, that's a perfect excuse to have it. Like, oh yeah, my mouth's watering just thinking about it right now, actually.
Yeah, maybe we'll do this like holiday get together.
Oh, you should put it in eggnog.
Dude, no, that's a waste.
I know, but it'd be so funny.
No, you gotta have that.
Heads up to this flop, which is 10 high. Top pair for Finton. Finton, the pre-flop aggressor. It's been checked to him. Finton bets 5,000. Come on, it's only 5,000. I love a gut shot. I prefer a gut shot to an open ender.
Right, because when you have open enders, you just end up making a pair. Whereas when you have a gut shot, you actually make a straight.
Correct. All right, here's a strat question for you. You get dealt 4 clubs, but you also have a pair of queens. Do you ditch the pair of queens and go for this? Is on a 10-hand Ultimate X strat question. Sorry.
8 trade, 16.
is Ultimate X?
You know, video poker.
No, I've never not played that before.
You don't play Ultimate X? Get out. Come on.
No.
I bricked all 10 flush draws. I should have kept the pair of queens. So not just a call, a raise from Didoni. Getting a little creative, made it 16,000 and turns a little bit more equity.
Yeah, and that's not a bad turn card, especially if you were, you know, maybe trying to rep a check raise with some of the open-enders here. Obviously, the queen fills it. You do have a jack in your hand. I think the bad news here for Didoni is that Finton blocks, you know, some straights as well with the king. Especially now that Didoni decides to check, of course. I think Finton's just going to be pretty happy, I think, sometimes to check back.
He does indeed. River's a brick.
Obviously, you know, other missed draws as well. You know, especially because Didoni didn't follow through on the turn. But, you know, Finton was never going to release facing that check raise because there are going to be other gut shots, you know, other straight draws that the queen doesn't connect with, you know, the 8-7, you know, 8-6, perhaps, if someone's really trying to get out of line.
So you can't just like make a read and fold to that raise sometimes? Is that a frequency thing? Are you always still calling with top pair?
No, I think you're always calling with top pair on the flop.
Okay, that's going in my notebook. Or my post-it notes, at least. And Didoni now following through.
I mean, this is kind of interesting because it doesn't feel so much as, you know, perhaps a straight. It now feels a little more like, because I think straights are just going to bet turn and river, right? They're going to want to try to extract as much value as possible and at the turn and be all in by the river. But in this spot, you know, to check turn and then bet so big on the river, you know, just this huge over bet, you know, you don't even really think that two pair hands would necessarily sizing, right? Like a hand like 10-9, which maybe did queen, but once it goes check, they decide they go for value on the river. I don't know if they would take that sizing. And Finton also blocks all of the two pair combos that really make sense. You know, they're not really, they'll be in there with 10-9 offsuit and suited, but they're not really going to be in there with 10-3 offsuit or 9 suit pre-flop, right? So
are you saying this? You're saying this river bet is malarkey?
Yeah, it feels a little sus to me. And, you know, a king again is a decent blocker. 10, you know, blocking a lot of the two pair combos.
Would you say it's more malarkey, balderdash, or hogwash?
Ooh, I'm just gonna say hogwash because I like that word.
Finton smells a little. Yes.
Yeah, there it is.
Finton also senses some hogs being washed. Calls all in.
Didoni not betting on the turn, right?
Sorry? Why slow?
Like,
there's tournament life. Double up Finton hand. He's certainly won a hand on a feature table now.
For 80,000.
He's up to 82 big blinds.
go on, Finton.
And that new player coming to the table is Suar State. Year of Romania. That is not Suar State. That is Didoni. But we've decided after that failed bluff that you don't get to have your name anymore. Sorry. Insult to injury. There he is.
Finton gets to name him now.
Yeah, right. Finton's dirty now. 44
Like,
days.
No play for no Polizei for me jail.
What's that, Maria?
Right away.
What a name.
Already.
Yeah, pretty cool.
Sorry State.
Sorry State. That's funny.
I bluffed you 2 times already. But you bluffed me 1 big.
Kaluzi on Twitch says it means Sun State.
No. Destroyed my work.
4 5.
Sorry,
You
State.
always know that you're in you always know that you're in Prague because there's just proportionately more scarves and beanies and turtlenecks.
Turtlenecks and turtlenecks. A traditional treat here
7 raises, 5.
in the Czech Republic. How long's it been since you've been here, Maria?
Maybe like pre-COVID.
It's just kind of a shame because I think you're one of the people that would probably appreciate it the most.
I love Prague.
All the Christmas stuff and the singing and the, like, you know, you're a proper lady, but you like to booze it up. So there's booze all over the streets.
Well, especially because, you know, we live in LA, so we don't really get that wintry holiday feel.
Yeah.
That's why I loved it so much.
Yeah, it's nice to get it for a couple of days. But,
Right.
But being in LA over Christmas is awesome too. It's just no one there. It's so great.
I think people are lying when they're like, oh, I love having 4 seasons, or like a common sentiment you hear when people find out you live in LA is like, oh, but don't you want to, you know, have 4 seasons? And
No.
I'm like, I don't really think, right. Like nobody really wants 4 seasons. Actually, 3 seasons, sure. Fall foliage, love it. Spring, obvious. Summer, great. Nobody really wants winter for more than like a couple of days. Nobody wants more than just like a day or two.
I just
for
want
the feels.
I just want summer and Halloween. That's it. Like I don't even need to. I need 1 season and 1 day. Ace-9 here for Didoni. Couple of spades.
8 raises, 5.5.
Yeah, gonna try to rebound from that failed bluff against Finton. But the good news is now you have maybe a table image that's gonna get you paid off more if you make some big hands.
That's a very silver linings way of looking at it.
Yeah. Well, that's what I always tell myself when I, you know, get bluff and get calls. And then I realize that, you know, that's changed the way that people's perceiving me from this point forward. And then I'm like, oh, it's okay. All I have to do is just like make some big hands or get dealt some big hands. And then I never get dealt big hands. I'm like, dang.
The opposite works for me. I'm like, oh, I've shoved 4 times and I've only, my worst hand has been queens. It's been like kings 3 times, queens once. So like if I bluff, it'll get through. Nah, I just get looked at by ace-9. Like this trips board for Kalamusa, and he actually put out a raise with it. Raised the 3K bet of Didoni up to 10K. I mean, nobody believes anybody in this spot. Oh, yeah. Beautiful. Beautiful. Turn is a 10.
Yeah, I think sometimes you want to play trips as a raise if you're up against, you know, a stronger range on the flop, just because you feel like perhaps, you know, some overpairs are never going to be folding. But, you know, against a button open, definitely can be a little more cagey. But here firing 20K on the turn.
Can you guys ban everybody who's asking for the password right now? That it's been, registration's been open for 45 seconds. Calm down. The free roll password is I Heart Prague. I Heart Prague. Go ahead, have at it, everybody. Enjoy. And now we wait. You want to mess with me? You want a piece of me?
You're a cruel man.
I'm going to wait till people get real mad. Sorry I got quiet for a second, but...
No, Nightbot spoils it.
Oh, really? All right. I love Prague, all lowercase. I love Prague. The password should be, I love getting my grubby little mitts on free roll passwords. That's what it should be. Jackals. Okay, but all these people are writing password question mark when it's literally in the chat. Just torch them. Send them an electric shock.
Stapes is not one to be trifled with today.
Not today. not ever, really. All right, we've got Hall and Calamusa both in. Fint in hand. 9-7 in the big blind. Yeah, buddy. King 9-6. Pair of nines for Finton. Pair of kings for Calamusa. Pair of L's in Hall's name. Calamusa checks. Finty. Go ahead, let them think you're thinking about anything. Oh, okay. Yeah, he did check already. Never mind. And the C-bet from Hall.
Yeah. Dry texture for the pre-flop aggressor, so understandably gonna see a C-bet pretty often here, but both Calamusa and Finton with a piece. Finton does have some backdoor straight possibilities, but does not want to overcall here.
And wisely. A turn, a 4, a heart. Calamusa checks.
And you know, sometimes this might be the texture where you do want a double barrel as the pre-flop aggressor to try to shake some of the 9x, some of the weaker pairs in Calamusa's range, you know, some of the small to medium pairs that he would have called pre-flop out of the small blind. I mean, here it just so happens that Calamusa has top pair, but a lot of times, you know, what if he had 10-9? What if he had 9-8 suited? What if he had 8s and 7s? I feel like a double barrel is going to work against that part of his range, but here just check on the turn, and a bet from Calamusa on the river is going to take it.
Calamusa up to more than $500,000. That's 224 big blinds. So even though it looks like Christian Rudolph is way behind with 202K, that's 80 big blinds. So just a phenomenal level right now for Calamusa. And a pretty good one for Finton Hand as well, who is now third in chips after hero calling and being correct for his tournament life, getting the full double.
6-4.
You know what I just realized about my game, Maria? Pocket Jack's here for all.
What?
And again, this isn't a brag. I can't remember the last time I called and was wrong. Like and was behind. And that's got to be bad too. That means I'm folding way too much.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where, you know, I think Helmuth maybe says like he never gets it in bad, right? But it's like it's also kind of bad if you're never getting it in bad, right?
I get it in bad sometimes if I'm the aggressor, but I'm almost never calling.
If you're the
yeah.
Yeah, it's a fine line between, you know, making good decisions or overfolding, basically.
I also just think at the level that I play at that like people aren't bluffing as much, but that could be just in my own head.
I think triple barrel bluffs are less frequent, you know, at the stakes that you're playing. I would say like there's a high frequency of continuation bets but very rarely are people going for like 3 barrels. Very rarely are people ever raising the river as a bluff.
Right.
But definitely, you know, the double barrel is going to be happening quite often as well. So you do have to be somewhat sticky through flop and turn, I think, at the stakes that you're playing.
Yeah, that sounds about right. I'm almost there, I think, for those two streets. State. Not sure. Sorry, State. Betting the gut shot wheel draw. Not going to get jacks to fold yet. Maybe not ever. Fifth Street. Not a particular scare card for jacks. And no improvement for State.
Like, let's say you were Hall with the jacks and State fires this river, you know, pretty sizable bet. How confident and comfortable are you with calling with jacks?
I mean, it definitely depends on the size of the bet. I would have to give it a really, I would actually think about it if it was like pot size or bigger. That 25 is probably going to be, again, I don't think I would think about it much. I would just snap call as 25 and pray.
Yeah, I like that. I just think there's way too many misdraws, right? Just all of these straight draws, you know, 6-3, 6-4, ace-4, ace-3, hearts. Just got to be in there with jacks.
And jacks are in there.
Okay. One of one. Tapes you passed.
Well, again, it's a lot easier on this side of the desk.
Oh, we're coming up here for a nice experience.
I almost put you have King 10 on me. Just plus the 3 bet you, and I don't.
Well, I'm very lucky then.
Yeah.
You would have had 60,000. Suffering.
That's how the game works.
And now so happy.
The 1K small blind is the only reason I didn't. I think I would.
I'm a lucky guy. Must have been really close.
Yeah. I mean, who knows? Well, he probably knows.
Maybe it was just calling.
I should have asked.
Christian Rudolph folds under the gun. Hall is out. Didoni. Oh, Jack 3 suited's back. King, queen off in the hijack. I feel like whatever boat Sam Grafton stationed on, DiPersio also is a member of the crew.
10 raises, 5 1 hold.
Whatever Tintin comic, Wes Anderson film they came out of today.
And 5 hold.
Got the button did it.
Thank you.
No problem.
was a quick one. Raise and take it for DePercio. Well, I got to give that Celebrity Poker Tour guy. He asked me to call him. I left him a few voicemails. I'm starting to feel like a stalker now. I don't think I told you about my interactions with him in Las Vegas. Maybe I did, but if not, put that on the list of things that we have to talk about later.
Okay, so that and why Phil and Antonio don't hang out as much anymore.
That's right. Yeah.
Yep. So far.
I mean, there's so much. It's been so long since we've really had a tea session.
I know.
Calamusa makes a 5,000. Finton. King Jack suited. We love King Jack suited.
4 folds. 5 raises all in.
5 raises all in.
6 folds.
In a.
There's a free card for you guys.
With ace 10.
And 3 folds.
Is going to pick it up.
I had 1 too.
I probably had the best hand then.
Yeah.
It was close.
Yeah, good timing there. Not a lot of people would necessarily squeeze in that spot.
That's what I was thinking. I was like, this seems a little, but he's going to win.
You know, sometimes you feel like, oh, I've been folding a lot. Like, this is one of the best hands I've seen in a few hours. I've got a lot of respect, hopefully, for my shove here.
I cannot even beat Queen 5.
Dodoni first to act here, folds. To Percy with King 5, says,
3 folds.
And it's Calamusa who's going to open.
4 folds. 5 folds.
Queen 10 of clubs.
6 folds.
Oh, this is not getting through.
It isn't. But, you know, Calamusa has a decent hand that he might want to call a 3-bet with. In position, we'll see, you know, what sizing Hall takes here with the aces.
7 raises. 25.
You play 200, right?
Certainly deep enough to make calling profitable. Certainly a lot of implies if you smash the board here.
Offsuit's like a snap fold, right? And then suited is a call. Okay. 1 club on this flop. Also 2 hearts.
Seven looks. 11-5.
Yeah, this downsized bet here certainly makes it more profitable to pursue all of the backdoor potential that Calamusa has in his hand.
Backdoor potential eliminated on the turn. Trip 8s on board.
And Hall now just really hoping that his opponent has a pair in his hand so that he can continue to extract more value.
That's right. Any pair would be
You know,
a
if
full
you're
house.
against that part of it. Yeah, if you're up against that part of Calamusa's range, then, you know, you're just going to want to bet here and pick sizings that, you know, they're not really going to be able to do. So maybe start in the neighborhood of 40, $45K here. Keep them interested. Just have a stranglehold on this hand with this texture.
I mean, you can't get outplayed. You either have it or you're going broke to quads. That bet does not get called. And that gets Hall up over 90 big blinds. Fewer than 10 minutes left on the level. Junie Boy asks, I'll let you handle this one, Maria. Isn't a check not the correct play there?
I don't like checking for a couple reasons. Like, sure, you're giving a free card to somebody that is drawing dead, you know, somebody with, like, let's say a flush draw in that instance. But there's still a pretty big part of their range when they cut pre that contains pairs, right? And how often are you gonna, you know, get boats to necessarily, like smaller boats, to bet if you check, right? They're going to be afraid that you have some of the bigger boats. So I think you actually gain more value from just betting there and call those smaller boats than if you check, because, you know, let's say 8's full of 7's there might just check back, right? They're going to pot control some of those smaller full houses. Whereas, you know, you can still easily, as the pre-flop 3-better, have a lot of ace-king in your range, right? And it's not, you know, that they're going to always be giving you credit for having, you know, the top of your range there and having, you know, 8's full of aces or 8's full of kings or queens, right? So I actually think you end up missing a little bit of value because some of the smaller full houses are just going to check back.
Right, and if I could just rephrase what you said and just say it a different way and correct me if I'm wrong. The time is when it's going to be a hand like that where you're going to bet and get nothing, where instead of checking and maybe letting your opponent catch up, you're going to make more money in the long run on the times when your opponent does have a pair they can call you with.
Right, and I think just because range is a little bit stronger given Kalamusa raised, I think, from under the gun +2, right, versus if he opened from cutoff. Once he opens from earlier position and calls a 3-bet pre, he should have more of those medium pairs in his range.
Oh, in the CFC card and shit.
Even though he didn't that time.
Right. You're gonna right, like it's gonna be a bigger portion of his range, but he just happened to have the other part of his range where he's not gonna continue.
You will get fired?
You know what I think that hand needed? Randomization.
You're sweating, huh?
Why you change that? It's sticking. You get
That's like the second card he gave me was another one sticking.
Yeah.
Might be time for a new deck.
All of our hands sweat, probably, right?
Yeah.
It is.
What?
At least the chips are better than in Vegas, right? If you have some Vegas chips, the figure would be like...
It's hard not to smile when you see Christian Rudolph laughing and smiling.
Never washed in like 10 years, feeling like if you have it, like I always was doing my fingernails before going to Vegas, so I've had like more stable fingernails because you always have to wash them more. Okay. It's really
disgusting.
Yeah.
Speaking of disgusting.
20 years. Especially when you play the small tournaments.
Yes.
Like, it's been the shit that are here forever.
PokerStars are just the best.
No, we don't actually.
Ding!
Chips then exists before us.
Yeah, that's correct, yeah.
Everybody have 2 cards, yes?
Yes.
One is 3 fold.
Action state.
4 fold.
Nope.
5 fold.
Christian Rudolph, ace 8.
Six raise, 5,000. Seven folds. 8 folds.
Standard raise to 5,000. Percio. Yeah, come on, let's go. We already know we're doing any suited cards in the big blind. A suited ace, forget about it.
10 raises only.
Yeah, suited ace is, you know, even prime for a shove, it looks like, which you definitely don't mind with this combination.
Maybe 52.
Couple of minutes left on the level. Been a pretty good one for Scott Hall. Pretty good one for Finton Hand.
Yeah, earned those chips the hard way, though. You know, just made a big call for his tournament life. That's always got to feel good. It definitely feels better than if you're just picking up aces and getting it in against kings.
Yeah, I wouldn't know. But I would like to do that one day. I would like to make a good call for a double up. Even better if it's on the river.
3 folds. 4 folds.
Even better if it's not the nuts.
5 folds.
King Queen for the king of the 7.
Raise. 6 raise, 5,000.
Gonna make it that 5,000. Should see a fold from Hall, and we do. Didoni, 10-8 suited on the button. Ooh. Unfortunately, just 21 big blinds. Can't do it.
10 folds. Okay, 10,000.
Kawamusa in the big. Wow, my goodness. This is unfortunate.
1 raises to 25,000.
Dominated, chip leader. It's gonna look a lot of the time like this is just gonna be an attack. Rudolph is deep also.
Right, and has blockers to, you know, a lot of the big pairs, the big ace-X combos. How does he want to proceed?
Certainly a lot going on in that head. Good lay down.
Oh.
He's a bad boy. Huh? He's a bad boy.
A lot of discipline there, I gotta say.
Yeah, I've seen some stuff.
Everyone can get a little chatty now knowing that this is probably the last hand of the level. They don't get off the feature table so fast, though. These guys will be back.
Check 7 suited, maybe?
Four folds.
4 folds.
5 folds.
Folds to Christian, who is pulling his cards in, but will be putting them back toward the muck.
7 folds.
Hall's going to go on break with King 4 of diamonds, a suited King for Didoni as well. Not a great one. Not a lot of chips in that stack.
roughly 22 bigs here.
I would never do this, by the way, on the hand right before the break. People love...
See, this is where you're missing out.
No, but they think that you're break stealing. No one ever gives up any hands on the break. People fight hardest on the break hands.
Not everybody.
Not everybody.
Not this 9-8 suited into the muck.
Well, chip leaders tend to fight for this sort of pot, and Calamusa
excuse me.
is coming in. So it's heads up, Calamusa, Didoni. Queen, Jack, 6, 2 clubs. What a flop for 10-9. Every draw imaginable.
Yeah, Didoni is hoping for a turn card that'll give him a draw, but not quite there yet.
I mean, it's not that uncommon to see a hand with no pair have more equity than like a high card hand. But to have this much more equity with 10 high versus king high, that's something.
It's dreamy.
It is dreamy. And when you're a player as good as Piotr Calamusa, it's never going brick on you. Oh no!
What did you do?
What
Nick?
did I do? I bricked him. This board's getting all bricked up.
And again, just the small blinds range is going to be a bit stronger here than, the big blind defending range. We do know that Calamusa is somewhat capped in the sense that he's not going to really have ace here. He's not really going to have king queen too often because those hands would have likely just put the 22 big blind stack all in pre-flop. They're not going to have sets, right? Not queens or jacks at least. That would have also been played differently pre-flop. They're not really going to have too many aces or kings. Sometimes could they, perhaps find the slow play pre-flop with that part of their range? Yes, but you see Didoni just really trying to attack what he believes is a capped range, but gets raised.
Gets put all in and quickly folds. And that is going to be the last hand of the level. The players are going on break, but we've got stuff for you to look at. Don't go anywhere. First thing to look at, feature table chip counts. Great level for Pierre Calamusa, Scott Hall, Finton hand. Giuseppe Didoni, definitely in the danger zone. Marco DiPersio and Sorry State. Both around 20 big blinds. Now, I said they're going on break. You don't have to. It's time to meet another Gold Pass winner. This one is a 41-year-old electrician from Dortmund, Germany, Sebastian Sylvester. Enjoy, and we'll talk at you in 18 minutes. Smell you later.
I learned to play poker, I think, 20 years ago. Well, my most poker achievement is not something big. Third place at the Big 11 or something like that. I played Power Pass. Everyone who loves poker should try it. If you got a few hours time, do it. And I get first the Silver Pass and a month later the Gold Pass. That's how I came here. The first time you get here, it's a little bit much for big fans. I need a few hours to calm down. Only the first hours, then it was wonderful.
And the action has been folded to her. She has 9-8 suited.
And it looks like Maria Lampropoulou is going to use the bubble as her own personal piggy bank.
That is a raise. to 7,500.
Apologies to any vegans out there.
Round to the blinds. Michael Farrow in the small with Queen Jack. He passes. Harrison Gimbel in the big. Has pocket fours.
He's not going to let her get away with this.
Joe, I know you like to bring back old school poker lingo. Gimbel's got the sailboats.
Oh man, that's from before there were motors and boats.
He defends, heads up to the flop, which gives Maria an open-ended straight draw. Gimbel has checked to her. She continues for 9,000.
One bet is almost never going to get a pair to fold in this kind of board. It's just not supposed to have hit her.
A call from Gimbel. The turn card is a 5. That's the straight for Maria.
Oh man, you got to be kidding me. The worst part is that Gimbel's up and down now too.
Second barrel, 24,000. And Gimbel calls again. He now has less than pot behind. The river card is a deuce, doesn't change anything. Gimbel checks for a third time.
Calling.
And Maria Lampropoulou shoves on him.
She's really hoping he's got a 7.
All in to call.
Where are you from?
Maria has no interest in engaging in conversation right now.
He calls, he is out.
You show me if I fold? That's it.
He lets it go.
If I show you, you show me?
You will see.
Oh, like on TV? All right.
And now you know, Harrison. You're welcome.
Main event players, thank you for waiting. Please take your seats. We're now ready to start the hand-for-hand process. So dealers, please, may you deal one hand now. One hand, please.
This is the sound of one hand dealing.
Blind still 2-4. Action at the main feature table will be on Kliment Tarmakov. He folds under the gun. Callum Dees also passes. 5-2 suited for Leo Margetts. She's out. Michael Farrow folds. Queen 9 in the cutoff for Harrison Gimbel. And the 2010 PCA main event winner raises to 8,000.
Wow, he's going for it.
10-8 suited for Kevin McPhee, who's one of the short stacks.
Clock! Just kidding.
He folds. Round to Pablo Bolanos, who's got pocket queens.
These are two very similar stacks.
Bolanos, the effective stack with 14 bigs behind. He could conceivably fold his way into the money.
Well, we know he's not expecting Gimbel to be raised folding very often. Don't look out there. No one's going to save you. I mean, they might, but you won't know about it.
If another player loses, so the player with the least chips bubbles.
If you're on separate tables, you split it. If you're on the same table, the one with the smaller chips. So if two people are eliminated in the same hand on the same table, then the smaller stack gets 0.
But if it's
different tables, you split.
Okay.
That's what they said at the beginning. I'm pretty sure that's right. Yeah.
That is correct.
Guys got lucky.
He folds the queens.
Wow. All right, man. I don't hate it. I get it.
Maria Lampropoulou will defend her big blind with ace-5 of diamonds.
I think if he shoves, everyone folds, but maybe Maria gets crazy.
It's an ace-high flop.
Polanos is going to like the looks of that.
Gimbal with queen high continues for 10K. And Maria calls as a 92% favorite. The turn. Sees Gimbal pair his 9 and pick up a flush draw.
Pretty big for him.
Maria checks. He checks behind.
Takes the free card.
King of diamonds, he bricks the river.
Total whiff.
Check, check.
Takes the showdown value with the 9s. They are no good.
Pablo's back.
Wow, folded queens there.
What?
Folded queens.
It's one thing to fold queens on the bubble, it's another to tell everyone that you're doing that. Meanwhile, Maria Lampropoulou wins another hand. Action folded to Maria Lampropoulou, who has been a big stack bully throughout, and she's keeping up the aggression, raising with 3-2. Tarmakov is in, though, with 7s on the button. Callum Dees with pocket 4s in the small blind.
We got people folding queens up in this piece. We can't have you get involved with 4s.
Yeah, he lets it go. And Leo Margetts folds the big blind, heads up to the flop.
Is this going to be the hand where somebody finally stands up to this monster?
10-8-6. Tarmakov, a 98% favorite with 7s. Maria checks. Tarmakov checks behind. Board pairs on the turn. Maria is now drawing dead. And here comes a delayed continuation bet.
She is a maniac.
Near enough full pot, 28,000.
Well, this doesn't really change the board very much. 6 on the turn.
Goodbye.
Tarmakov lets it go.
Oh, man. Oh, man.
Maria Lampropoulou wins yet another pot at the feature table. Back to the main feature table where the action's on Harrison Gimbal. He folds under the gun. Kevin McPhee is out.
Next leg? No.
And here comes Maria Lampropoulou, raising from the hijack with King Deuce.
Unbelievable. Well, it's actually pretty believable. She's been doing it for a while.
Round to Leo Margetts. She folds the small blind. Michael Farrow is in the big blind. He has queens.
Surely this is going to be the one where she gets got.
No re-raise from Farrow, just a call.
Just giving himself some room to fold later.
A 7-6-6 two-spade flop. Looking good for Farrow. Checks to Maria. A continuation bet of 9,000.
He's like, I can't believe I'm thinking about folding queens.
He calls. The turn card is the 10 of spades. Maria picks up a flush draw.
I do not expect her to stop betting anytime soon. I think she's probably still firing on the brakes.
$30,000 into 44,000. Farrow has an overpair, but he's staring at a straighty flushy paired board.
It's a really stupid run out so far for queens. Too strong to fold, but too weak to do anything else.
There's the call. This hand going to the river, which is the ace of hearts.
Oh, no.
We can see that Farrow is 100%, but trust me, he hates this board. And he's going to hate this. Maria has just shoved on him. It's all into call.
This girl is such a maniac, she could have an entire horror movie franchise. I don't see how he can call.
Nice bluff.
Correct, but he still lays down the winner.
This Halloween, Lampropoulos 7, the bubble bludgeoning.
I would say the ultimate legitimization of the spin and go format is the idea of this championship that is being hosted in Prague.
Right.
So can you tell us how it's going to work?
Basically, there was a bunch of opportunities to qualify to join the championship in Prague, right? So we had a bunch of qualifiers playing various leaderboards online. It's something like 74 players were selected from leaderboard, and it was basically a point system. Who could win the most spin and goes over a set amount of time? If you were at the top, you kind of got guaranteed a spot, and then there was some free rolls associated with people that were in the top 50 from that sort of period. And that's how we've done it, which is great because it means everyone who's qualified, apart from the 7 sort of celebrities or, you know, extras that we've added in there, people that we'd like to take part, have all sort of earned their spot. And in many cases, these are the real grinders. These are the real people who are putting in like crazy volume all the time. So it seems appropriate that we would do it in this fashion. So those players are going to go, and the way it's going to work is 81 entrants, as in 74 qualifiers, and then, of course, a couple extras, will all sit down and they'll be paired into groups of 3. So spin and goes are 3-handed.
Yep.
Imagine 27 tables of 3-handed poker, and they will play spin and goes, just normal spin and go strategy, normal structure, obviously adjusted maybe for live poker. Whoever gets to 4 wins in that first round will proceed to round 2. So it's a shootout, like you said, James. It's pretty straightforward shootout format, but it's not one and then you move on. It's you keep playing spins until one guy has won 4 total. So whoever gets to 4 first, you're through to the next round, and that will pretty much take up the whole of the first day of a 2-day event.
So they can play up to 12 matches. Everyone wins 3, and then one person wins 4.
Yeah. It's sudden death,
It could take a while, it sounds like.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so it could be I'm up 3, then Steve's up 3, and then John's up 3, and then whoever gets that last one is the player that goes through. So this first round is 27 tables, 81 players.
10. Sorry, 10.
Yeah, right, exactly. Yeah, so 9 plus 1. Yeah, so of those people, there's going to be 27 tables. So that first day, I think, is just all going to be round 1 because there's a lot of poker to be played. But again, I think that's appropriate. Like if we're going to send people to play a format that is based on one of the highest various formats that you can play, I think we need to have a little bit of volume just to make it entertaining.
It would be gutting if you went there and played literally one hand and were then out.
Exactly.
So I get the idea of it being like the first of 4 makes it through. Now, of course, one of the things which defines a spin and go, as you highlighted, Nick, is it's a 3-handed sit and go. But the other thing is the idea of the random prize. Now, I know that there's a 100k prize pool.
Yes.
How is that being distributed? I mean, when you're playing these games in the first round, is there any money attached to them?
So this is where round 2 gets more interesting, and then so on and so forth. So really quickly, we've just played that first round. That was the first of 4, right? That was basically just pure qualification. If you get through to that, if you get past that first round, you will be in the sort of running to win something. And this is where it starts to get interesting. So we've gone from 27 tables down to 27 players, which is then 9 tables. And at this point, we introduced the sort of randomized spin sort of thing, right?
Nice.
So at this stage, I don't know exactly how they're going to distribute them, but my idea is that what we will do is we will put an envelope on each table of the 27, and then the first game that is played or something of that ilk, whoever wins that one will get to open that envelope, and they will have prizes between 2,000 and 10,000 euros immediately. So in this next sort of round of qualification, we start to get a little spin going. Does that make sense? And again, at this point, we're not playing for actual prizes first, second, third, but then you guys get the idea. So in round 2, there's going to be a randomized element where if you win a game, you'll have the opportunity to pull an envelope. And then in round 3, we'll be down to 9 players across 3 tables, and there will be more allocations there. And then eventually in the final round, final 3 players, 10,000 for third, 15,000 for second, 25K for first, in addition to anything that you guys win during the actual sort of randomized draw. So it's got the sort of spicy spin element built in as well.
Those prizes are pretty cool when you consider that this is a free roll. Now, when I know that people had to grind, they had to play online to earn their spots, but then it's like there's no entry fee, and I believe that the prize was a package, right? So they're coming to Prague gratis.
Yeah, that's right. It's a travel, accommodation, and then I think the actual buy-in is about 1,500 euros, so like 1,450, something like that. So everything is covered, which I think is a big part of it as well. Like, you know, if you imagine how the sort of size of that, if this was a buy-in tournament, nobody would probably travel to Prague specifically to play an event of this size unless they were local, of course, and then of course that would make sense. So it makes sense because all these guys, you know, who otherwise are actually more the sort of keyboard warriors of the poker universe, as it were. And I mean that in the kindest sense. I mean that in the sense that spinning go players don't get any glory, right? You might be the guy to win the big jackpot and other spinning go players notice, but most people just don't know these guys, and they might be playing more poker than any, like, you know, multiple MTT players combined in terms of volume. So it's cool that they have their little moment, and you know, we're gonna have some stories, and we're gonna get to see some faces attached with some of these sort of super famous spin names.
So my big question, which I don't think was answered, but forgive me, is there a wheel?
There is.
That's a very good question. That's a very important question. Nick talked about envelopes, not a wheel.
Yeah,
where's my wheel?
In reality, if we were to stay true to the format, what we should have is a Las Vegas style one-arm bandit pull. And then the wheel would be built into that, and then we could give people prizes. But I think it's just going to be an envelope. But I'm with you. I'm with you.
Welcome back to Prague and the PokerStars European Poker Tour, where day 2 of the main event continues here at King's Casino at the Hilton Prague. Around 260 players returning from the break. A reminder, the magic number is 215. That's how many will get paid. That means we will probably burst the bubble on the other side of the dinner break. We'll get close to it, to be honest, over the next 90 minutes as we check on the tournament chip leaders coming into the 4th level of the day. And we have one of those chip leaders on the main stage right now, Pierre Calamusa. Calamusa. Second in chips overall is table chip leader at the feature table. It's James Hartigan alongside the man you just saw so eloquently explaining the Spin and Go Championship. It's Nicholas Walsh.
Hello, hello. Thank you for having me.
So in addition to Calamusa, Nick, we've got Finton. We've got Christian Rudolph. Two players who we know very well. Rudolph is an online crusher. He's had some live success as well. He's Sevens guy. And then we got Finton, repping the red spade.
Yeah, addicted to bluffing as well. Did you guys know that?
Addicted to driving 7 hours to watch a soccer game.
Addicted to having babies, apparently. Jeez.
So back to the action. The blinds are 1,500, 3,000 with a 3K big blind ante. This is level 14 of the main event.
Only joking, Finton. Congratulations, buddy.
So Giuseppe Dodoni is the short stack, just 7 big blinds. And he announces all in. Deuces from the hijack.
It's not a whole lot of bigs. Seems like a good spot to put a pair in. Oh, hello, giant stack.
22.
Calamusa.
It's okay, it's okay.
Queen 8 of diamonds in the big blind.
I got the button.
It's a fold.
Yep. Seems good. Nice pickup there for the deuces. Probably better not to get called in these spots, but everyone loves a double up.
And you lied to me and told me you had A7. I got a text message. You lied. Oh, I should have shoved my A7. You had King 8. You tried to bluff Christian as well. Or you did bluff.
No, it's okay. I've tanked forever with a hand, which is usually a snap fold. I counted even the combination, so like it's okay. Like I give him credit to do that.
Not even for the king.
Crazy. We got raised with a king probably. So it was definitely a shit bluff. I mean,
yeah.
Right. I'm glad we cleared that up.
Don't mince your words. Say what you think.
I had Ace4 suited, by the way. That's a very good hand. You got all your chips with Ace3 suited.
Yeah, that's true. It's well-deserved chips.
Ten big blinds in a dream.
All in.
is the X Factor on TV.
Finty, no chance with the fours.
Have the button, did it.
Well, that's 2 in a row for Dodoni, who's now playing 12 big blinds.
2 shoves, 2 pickups, not bad.
So yeah, with 257 remaining, Nick, and a full 90-minute level to play here, we will get close to the bubble, and then we will take a 75-minute dinner break, come back, and that's when you can expect world-famous bubble coverage as we play at least a level. And look, we know sometimes hand-for-hand play, the bubble can take its sweet time. If we need to play into a 6th level tonight to get to 215, we will. But I've got a good feeling about this one. I've got a good feeling that it's going to go in level 15.
I think when we have bigger fields, there's more opportunity for random mischief to happen when we get to the bubble, so that makes sense.
Do not forget that in Barcelona, where we have the biggest field, and there is plenty of opportunity for mischief, we had like 15 double-ups in a row.
Right, yeah, that was a wild one. Is that the longest one in memory, by the way, James? The longest Buble?
One of, if not the longest. I'm interested in your thoughts on this. Dodoni now just opening to 6K. Does this kind of look suspicious? Bear in mind he's been open jamming other hands.
No, and I actually think this is quite a common tipping point where people go from I'm going to play a push-fold strategy to actually having some opens.
Okay.
Especially as we're nearing the bubble. I know we're not super close to it yet, but I think it's very reasonable to start opening non-all-in once you get to the 12 big blind mark. I think that's quite a common level. Really good players on final tables can find some raise folds off of even shorter stacks than that, but with 256 left, yeah, that makes sense.
So this is actually perfect timing for him to pick up aces, where his stack's at a point where he can just open and get potentially more value.
The only thing I would point out here, though, James, is if I'm DiPercio, I'm pretty terrified about the open off of 12 blinds regardless, right? It's still going to be a very strong hand. And with so many players to act behind, I feel like maybe King Jack suited starts to get a little bit close. But I'd have to look at it properly. But that's kind of my feeling on it. Is if I were at the table and I noticed how short that raise was coming from initially, I would be concerned that even King Jack, and then it's amplified by the fact there's other players to wake up with big hands behind you as well.
Well, it's an ace-high flop. It is top set for Dodoni. He has smashed this board. DiPercio with a gut shot straight draw.
Yeah, and I think it's fine for us to check here, too. When we're out of position and it comes ace, queen, 6, we do a lot of checking naturally anyway when other players have called from in position. However, it's not like we're concerned about getting chips in on later streets. We can get the whole stack in if we want on a later street or indeed over 2 streets, turn and river. I think now we probably need to start considering betting, though, because if we get value, it's from diamonds, from the ace, or the queen. So with 19.5, nearly 20K in the middle, I think we can just bet a small amount, which means we can shove river if you want to. And that is all she wrote.
Dodoni now playing 16 big blinds and pretty much tied with DiPercio at the bottom of the leaderboard. So did you say, Nick, that you were playing a Sky Poker Tour event just before?
Yes, I did. It was a Sky Poker Tour 2-day mystery bounty in Brighton.
I did not know the Sky Poker Tour was still going.
It is, and actually, I feel like I set out to text you and ask you. No, I knew you were going to be away. That's what it was.
Yeah.
You weren't around for that. I was going to text you about it. Yeah, and TK was there, and other Sky Poker ambassadors, as well as a good turnout from Brighton. People really love that tour, especially as it's been happening at the Rendezvous for so long over the years.
I'm glad I got to see TK at Duster Dawn at UK IPT Nottingham. At least I got to catch up with them there. But no, had I been around, we had this conversation last year as well. I have very fond memories of the Sky Poker Tour.
Yeah.
Traveling around the UK. But on that subject, can someone tell me where in the UK Aston is? So I get the fact that Finton's team are the Villas, right? They're the Aston Villas. Where is Aston?
Oh, you're asking the wrong guy, James. The Aston Villains.
A lot of people saying Birmingham. Well, that can't be true, otherwise they'd be the Birmingham Villas.
So it was an open and a call. Checked over to Didoni, so far winning a lot of pots as we're rejoining the action here after that break.
No one has a club.
That's right. Queen of Spades isn't a club either. Although there is a 7 on the flop. Did you notice that, James?
I did.
Do you know why?
It's always coming 7.
That's right.
When you're playing the flipping games?
When you play the flipping games, the 7. 7's always coming. So do we have a barrel now? Playing a very trappy game here. Probably some real concern about potentially not having the best hand though when your opponent defends the small blind here. So not ridiculous. I like the line. Quick fold from the 6s. That pre-flop pause, James, was just to go, is it worth me trying to go for a
sure?
Am I flopping set and is it worth it? That's the question.
The free roll is starting. Good luck to everyone who can play and is playing. There is still 30 minutes of late registration. A reminder that this is only running in selected markets. This is if you are in the global shared liquidity pool, with the exception of Germany, Belgium, and Sweden. The password today is I love Prague. All one word, all lowercase. I love Prague will get you into the free roll. And as will be the case with every free roll we run this week during the Prague live stream, the prize pool, the 2K prize pool, is made up of $109 tickets to the Power Path Open that is taking place on December 29th. So, just very quickly, no, you can't play from the US. No, you can't play from Italy.
State.
Quickly, if you open your Stars client and you can't see the free roll in the lobby, there's a very good chance it's not available to you.
Thank you for your question.
Cheeky button raise from Christian Rudolph with King 7 offsuit. Scott Hall in the small blind. He's got the snowmans. Num num. Second biggest stack at the table. 228k. 76 big blinds. He flats. And Giuseppe Didoni, King Deuce in the big. He folds. Jack 10, 6. 8's still good. Spiky points out PokerStars isn't even a thing in Norway anymore. Keegan Watt says someone's grumpy today. Well, understandably Spiky's grumpy if he can't play on PokerStars. Leave him alone.
Yeah, exactly. Do we c-bet Jack 10, 6? Button versus small blind, relatively deep stacked. 56 effective after the pre-flop action. I think we probably do. Just goes for the 1/3. I think probably we have to call with the 8s again, but it really depends if your opponent is the kind to put you in tough spots. I think our hand is strong enough, especially with the 8 of hearts, with some backdoor potential.
Hai vinto il satellite dell'EPT o hai pagato?
Ho vinto il primo e pagato il secondo.
Il primo hai vinto con 2,50? Beh.
Però mi ero sbagliato perché ho vinto anche Parigi. Quindi ho cashato quello, ho bustato in venuta.
2 checks on the turn.
I busted in 20 minutes, the first bullet.
4 clubs on the river and 8. Still good.
Question about whether or not we go for some sort of thin value here with the 8s. This actually might be a really good blocker bet candidate, primarily or more so for value than for pot control. Although it will probably have both effects, and that's kind of what we look for, James. Whenever we have blocker bets in these situations, ideally they will be kind of a thin value bet and potentially control the action where we know we're not going to get lots more. Goes for 10K?
Yep.
Okay, yeah, about 1/3. This is kind of what we were implying just now. Does feel like there might be some high card combos that might get a little bit hero-y here. Maybe a hand like, you know, ace 9 with the ace of hearts or something like that might find some hero calling. But yeah, nice work from the 8s. King 7, not really a hand that wants to do much else there.
Call 2/3, fold the 1/3.
Call 1/4.
Oh, really?
Could get called by some lower pocket pairs as well. That's also a good consideration.
And maybe 2. Yeah, I don't know. It's like never.
So while we focus on the main event here at EPT Prague, suffice to say there's a string of side events being played as well. We did have a mini sweat in the last hour with Barney Boatman at the final table of the single entry pot limit Omaha event. Sadly, Barney just lost heads up, but is 34,000 euros richer and was only one player away from winning his second EPT PLO trophy.
Yeah, I think he won one in Cyprus, if I'm not mistaken, to add to his pile. I hope he's got a big mantelpiece somewhere, James, for all the trophies he's collected over the years. I have to say, watching Barney Boatman win EPT Paris was probably one of the highlights of my commentary life. Brought a tear to my eye. It's quite beautiful.
One full step pointing out that he also won a PLO event at EPT London in 2022.
They like 60?
State is open with ace-4 of spades. DiPercio, queen 10 in the big blind. That's 16 bigs. He defends. Jack 10 6. DiPercio flops best. Okay, Francesco, I'll bite. He asks on YouTube, I can't find the tournament on PokerStar lobby. Why? My follow-up question, and I don't like to be that guy who answers a question with a question. Where are you, Francesco? Where in the world are you? Which version of PokerStars do you play on? Italy. Right. It's not available in Italy. Thank you for your question.
Sorry, Francesco.
Wow. Folded to a single bet. Defensive Broadway cards. Hits second pair. Folds.
That is unusual.
I guess the problem, just to turn things around, is when we talk about free rolls being available on shared liquidity licenses, we kind of expect people to know what that means.
Yeah.
And also expect people to know what that means from where they play. Like, do people in Spain and France and Portugal, do they understand that they're only playing against people from that region?
Yeah, it's very like corporate talk. That's how we make reference to it often, but I understand it can be a bit confusing. Is BA still part of the One World Alliance, for example?
BA is still part of the One World Alliance.
Okay, so maybe we need to start a new term that's sort of like the combined poker player alliance, and then have some nice graphics made up or something.
Are you saying I will still earn tier points if I play on PokerStars in Italy?
I mean, we could get James playing a lot of poker online if he got frequent flyer miles in the process. Yeah.
If I could translate points into avios rather than chess.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Absolutely. That's not a bad idea. Thank you for the compliment, by the way, Inked Gaming. It's a pleasure to provide and make content for you guys.
It happens this time. You gotta do shots or something.
Yeah, Atrocity says, we know here in Ontario, mainly because we want to be free again, lol. Yeah, there are some people who will be acutely aware of how limited the liquidity is where they are and the fact that they're restricted from playing against other countries.
Shit!
Language, Timothy!
It wouldn't have been your hand.
Wow.
That's not yours.
It wouldn't have been your hand. One of your cards went over there.
Cards not very
Queen G, that's more.
He was all in 100 million %.
Yeah, but he got 3 cards. So it wouldn't have been your hand. I know you don't care. But, well, maybe you do. You seem like a big tilter.
Just mess around.
You seem like a big tilter.
Taking a new deck again.
Sorry, good game, guys. You can try to do one more hand or not?
Ma sono gigante queste carte.
Are you nervous playing up here? Are you nervous playing up here once you got all over the cards?
It's easier to hide behind the computer, right? So
No, he lost it. You were on your phone over there. You weren't paying attention to the TV table. Woke him up. Squeezing the big blind now.
I mean, this is like a good TV table. It's not too bright.
Yeah, it's nice.
Yes. Because sometimes you need sunglasses because it hurts in your eyes. So this is actually quite nice. It's good. Yeah. And it's not too warm, so like
You're happy to be here.
I'm glad we are accommodating Christian Rudolph's requests.
He's a pretty happy-go-lucky guy as long as the 7 is coming.
Yeah, everybody has 2.
Only 2.
I want kings again. Hearts before a heart.
6, 3, 4, and 5, 4.
Jack 7 of diamonds for Scott Hall. Raises to 6K. We are currently at the 1,500 to 3,000 blind level. Dodoni, who's done a decent job chipping up, started this level with 7 bigs, has just shy of 20 bigs right now, and is on the button with ace 10.
James, I think he's going to be all in.
Do you now?
Yeah.
And how do you feel about that?
I feel really good about it.
All in.
Is all in.
Man, predictions on fire.
Marco DiPercio in the small blind.
Oh, never mind. Ace 10, terrible hand.
DiPercio has fewer chips.
Yeah, you're just getting it in here. Happy days. This is what you're looking for, a little setup like this to chip up, hopefully.
Quick fold from Pierre Calamusa. Quick fold from Scott Hall. And it is a domination situation. And by our calculations, it is DiPercio who's at risk here, even though he's ahead.
Yeah.
But I think we're just going to verify the stacks and make sure that is correct.
Yeah, and chat, who do you think is going to win this one? Is this the spot where Ace King just finds the perfect setup to get the chip up? Or is it the unlucky spot for the AK? Get your votes in now.
55.
Yeah, Dodoni does have him covered. So Depercio at risk, but ahead, and yes, 71% favorite to get the double up here. And all that hard work that Dodoni did will be outdone. He will be left with just 2 big blinds.
Pretty major spot. Definitely unlucky for the ace-10. I think the shove is correct.
7-5-4. Ace-king high. Way ahead right now.
Embrace the squeak.
Oh, more opportunities now.
Good card.
Yeah, very good card.
That, however, is not a straight. That is a double up for Depercio, leaving Dodoni super short.
I think I remain with 8.5.
Chop.
Dodoni takes a hit there. Just a few bigs left. I think the shove is pretty textbook though. Waking into ace king, not so hot.
46.
It's almost like blockers aren't real.
You fold on me? You fold on me?
Yeah, but I beat you both. I was gonna fold and ask for a misdeal.
Good double up for Depercio, now playing more than 100k, now playing 30 bigs. Average stack right now is around 180k with 244 players remaining. It's a fair question, Johnny Hunter. How on earth are the squeaks still happening years later? There are now like little plastic socks on the bottom of the chairs, but sometimes they break or they come off. So we do still hear the occasional squeak, but you know what to do. Hashtag embrace the squeak.
Yeah, well spotted. Weis, it's time for him to do the flex to Nelly and come back with a chip in a chair. My thoughts exactly, same flag, right?
Yes.
Dodoni also Italian.
It's a bit different when you're already in the final 6.
It is, yeah.
As opposed to, like, you're not even in the money yet. There's like 240 plus players to wait for.
Barcelona 2022, again, one of my favorite years and events. Yeah, that's going to be good enough, buddy. It's 2 bigs. Really?
Yes, really.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. 2 blinds and you get a chance to be the first person all in. Wild.
Would have walked into it here, though. Depercio with ace-jack on the button.
Nah, life cards.
My favorite squid-flavored dessert. What do you get if you cross calamari and a tiramisu? Calamusa.
You know, one year we got to do a challenge where we actually make you some calamusa and you got to eat it like Bush took a trial style.
We have that's making like content seemingly 24/7. I'll do it.
Bush took a trial.
How this has not been a social video several years ago defies all logic.
Ace-jack flops pretty hard here. AJ2 on the flop, rainbow. Back to the player in position, not only with the good hand, but also the position.
It's not being funny, Nick. Haven't you ever had like a mouthful of tiramisu and thought, this needs something a bit more chewy? This needs something a little bit more salty. The solution?
What a question.
Calamusa.
I think there's probably a way to make it a reality. I'm trying to figure out what the best stop would be, though. Like Cyprus would probably have really good squid, right? Barcelona known for its squid? Probably. Definitely.
I'm pretty sure you can get both fried calamari and tiramisu in most major cities around the world.
Of course, I'm trying to think of your culinary excellence here, James. I'm not trying to cut corners, buddy. I'm sure we can get it anywhere in the world, basically. But that's not the kind of calamusa we wanna feed you.
So what are we waiting for?
We're waiting for answers on where we can get the freshest calamari.
I mean, is DePercio literally waiting for an answer to that question before he does something?
I mean, you know, it can't help in these situations. I think we very likely see a second barrel and it's a quick fold.
So fast. Well, you could have bet whatever I was told.
No chance this ending, bro.
Field has dropped down to 240 players, 30 minutes into level 14.
I really wanted tiramisu now, James. Killing me. Where's the best tiramisu you've ever had?
It's a very good question.
Somewhere in Italy, surely.
Yeah, definitely.
I mean, I've had some in London that were exceptional, though. Like, really good, authentic.
The restaurant in Sardinia, which had amazing tiramisu.
Yeah. When they do it properly with the little sponge fingers and everything.
Oh.
Just lush. The texture. It's great.
But just imagine if those sponge fingers
Stop it.
were strands of calamari instead. So wrong and yet so right.
This is why we can't have nice things.
Ace-5 of diamonds for Christian Rudolph. Raises to 6,000. In San Remo, where we no longer visit with the EPT, they had a gelato stand which did effectively tiramisu flavored ice cream.
Yeah.
And that was amazing. That was the two of the world's greatest desserts combined.
Yeah. I have to say the food in Barcelona generally is good. Even when it's just the catering, I think it's usually pretty good. But obviously, step outside the casino for a minute. Lots of beautiful options in the beautiful city of Barcelona.
Well, our friend Pierre has decided to 3-bet here, re-raising from the button with ace-9. Is Christian Rudolph going to get funky with ace-5 suited, as some people are fond of doing?
Don't they love it? We are a little bit on the deeper side, though, James. So
deep.
Not exactly the territory for like shoving or anything weird. Could be 4-bet territory, not all in. Randomizing.
So Pierre Calamusa, we believe, is actually the current tournament chip leader now. Started the session number 2 in chips, is now number 1 with 576k. As we head to one of the outer tables, it's our former feature table. It's Sam Grafton against Philip Wood. Join the hand on the river. There is a full board out there. On the turn, Sam bet 30k and got called. Sam deciding whether to bet the river. The board is the 10 of clubs, 9 of spades, 7 of diamonds, 7 of spades, 6 of hearts. And Sam, having bet the turn, fires river, 30k again. Quick call from Wood. Sam showing ace, deuce of spades. That's a missed flush draw. Wood, 9-8 of diamonds. That is a rivered straight. And that is going to see Philip Wood move up to around 230k. Sam Grafton down to 140k. Sam now a below average stack.
Still plenty of bigs, though, Sammy. Don't give up, buddy. I have to say that 6-7 hand we saw earlier from Sam was quite exceptional. If you guys missed that, go back and watch the footage. We might even have a clip of it if you ask one of our moderators really nicely. Pierre Calamusa stack at this point, though, James, just comedically big, like cartoonishly big compared to his opponents at this table, which I love.
And he's raised from the cutoff with ace-3. We've got king-jack in the small blind. And it's a shove for 63.5k and a quick fold from Calamusa.
Yep, just decides to shove the 20-ish bigs, and that's going to work out just fine.
It's EPT trivia time, Nick. Which event and in which year did we see Pierre Calamusa at an EPT final table? When I say we, you may not have been there, so that gives you a kind of like benchmark to work from.
Was it 2020?
No, because there weren't any EPTs in 2020,
right.
Nick. There was a global pandemic.
Okay, sorry. Was it 2019?
No. Keep going backwards.
Was it 2018?
No.
Was it 2017?
No.
Good Lord.
I mean, not being funny, you started really badly. I mean, I don't think you could have picked a worse year, other than like maybe 2001 when the EPT didn't exist.
It was hard times for all of us. Some of us try and just block it from my memory, okay, Jim? This is my trauma, and if you can't respect that, then, you know, I don't know what to tell you.
So where did we get to? We got to 2017. So what's next?
It's 2016.
Oh, well done. Everyone give Nick Walsh a round of applause, everyone. Which event, though?
EPT. Monte Carlo.
Yeah, I think some people on YouTube may have helped you out there.
No.
Yes, it was EPT Monte Carlo.
Absolutely not.
Flipping.
Queen 10-8.
All right, we're all in.
I take it.
This is an unconventional flip. Finton with the slight mathematical advantage. Dodoni, the at-risk player. Trey, deuce. Eights are holding. Only a jack or a 9 on the river.
I think it's going to come.
Saves Giuseppe Dodoni.
Not too many outs, at least.
I feel it.
And 8 hold. I guess he ain't chip and chairing it. Giuseppe Dodoni eliminated.
Yeah, actually, not a terrible spot though, equity-wise, but nice hand for Finty. Elimination, Giuseppe Dodoni.
Or with 2-8.
Nice.
Finton now playing 183k, 61 bigs. Finton has an exactly average stack.
Decent, yeah, not like this sit and go.
I won a UK EPT.
Nice, or like 200,000.
I like it, Lobster. The best hand won. Do you get it?
What's that?
The best hand won. Hand with a capital H.
Yes, I hear what you're saying.
Maybe 50, 60,000.
Where's is Hannah in this tournament? Huh? Is Hannah, his wife, the best hand?
Any Canadians here?
Oh, I see.
Never mind.
10K. So fucking rich.
Petrov says Arlo is the best hand for what it's worth.
Oh. Cute dog.
Amazing dog.
Have you won a lot of live tournaments?
One.
One?
It's actually two, but it's a decent size. It's only one with
One is the thousands?
It was 70,000 euro.
70,000 euro?
But it was a Winamax tournament, so.
Special for you.
Yeah. I can
An ace queen open to 7,500. King jack for Christian Rudolph.
No, not this one. I will win like a random 1K turbo WSOP.
It's not me to raise. Sorry, I thought you were looking at me. Apologies.
Oh, he's got a. You know, I can't see if he has blues, but no, I can see if he
No
has
blues.
Yeah.
Someone suggested a bad lookalike for Scott Hall earlier on. I can't remember who they nominated, so you'll have to type it again.
The way you fold makes me think that you're always folding quickly before you convince yourself to do something else. But maybe, maybe I'm just imagining it.
Could be.
He didn't even know himself.
You watch me play, I have my hands over my cards. Like when I play normally, like 90% of the time.
You what?
I keep my cards like here over under my hand.
Yeah.
90% of the time at least, especially post flop, like 100% basically.
Yeah, I keep my cards under my hand.
So this is like an adjustment.
Yeah, it's a bit weird.
But I think first few hands I was like uncomfortable. I think
maybe that's why you didn't true bet me when I had the king 10.
Yeah, maybe. I was like, the way I checked my cards, he knows.
Calamusa has opened under the gun with ace-queen. Finson with ace-jack. Flats the raise. Ten, 7 folds. Round to the button. Rudolph out. Scott Hall. Oh, it was Gareth Southgate was the lookalike suggestion for Scott Hall. I don't really see it. 5-4 for DiPersio in the big blind. So it's going to be two of the biggest stacks of the table. The overall tournament chip leader versus Finton hand, and a decisive flop for Calamusa, trip queens. That being said, Finton has flopped a gut shot.
Yep, Calamusa never loosa, it seems. I think we just see a lot of small C betting here. So about 20K in the middle, maybe something as small as 5K. Yep, 4.5 is good too, prefer that. Now, the question is, at this stack depth on this texture, do we want to do any check raising with a hand like ace-queen, James? It's like, if we want to get max from another bigger stack, it could be the case that we need to start raising now, but is it a little bit too strong on a texture like this? And I think, yeah, does decide to go for it. Sorry to interrupt you, James. And I think Finty probably does call the check raise at least once with the gutter ball. There's the call. Turn is, ooh, 8 of diamonds. Eight, 9, 10, jack, queen.
Yes.
9, 10, jack,
yes, he's now got a double belly buster.
Thank you, James. 10, jack, queen, king, ace. That's right, double Getty.
While having check raise flop, Calamusa barrels turn, 40K.
Thank you, Mr. Stone.
And now he's got additional outs. Finton calls again. We've got 129K in the middle. Finton with less than pot behind. River card is a brick.
So now, James, it's just a case of what am I targeting? What am I getting max from? At this point, the way Finton's played the hand might be like a very strong pair. Maybe it's a really good 10. Maybe it's a weaker queen. That would be a real coup. King, queen, queen, jack, that sort of thing.
Shoves on Finton, who folds his busted draw. And that is going to see Pierre Calamusa move over 600K. Calamusa now playing 638,000, more than 200 big blinds. Finton, meanwhile, has dropped down to 122K. He's down to 40 bigs.
Yeah. Still plenty to play with. Ultra luxury blind levels here in Prague. So not an issue. Finty's the kind of player that just bounces back from that kind of thing really quickly. Doesn't let those things get him down. But a really, really nice spot for Calamusa. Over 600,000 chips. Let's go.
Me?
I folded the big blind. because
I had
I
ace
thought
high,
I got
man.
walked.
Ace high.
I had ace high, sir.
I have top range. I don't remember.
But you had like ace king or something, ace queen.
Oh, ace queen, yes,
Yeah.
ace queen, ace queen. Yeah.
So anything could have happened.
Could have been painful either.
Simply the Best 888 has some words of wisdom for Finton Hand. He writes, terrible play with ace-jack starting from pre-flop. You're the one who enables chat pros. Don't shake your head at me. So Hall has made it 6K with Jack 10, DiPercio in the small with Queen 9 of diamonds. So both DiPercio and Calamusa call. We get a queen high flop. Go DiPercio. Continuation bet from Hall with 5% equity. I think it's fair to say he's missed this flop, Nick.
I think so too. Some backdoor potential, but it just seems like a board that you want to be betting in position here quite often. Definitely some ways to develop where we can continue barreling.
So we end up going heads up to the turn. DiPercio called the c-bet. Calamusa folded. Well, that jack on the turn has given Hall a pair, but it's not a better pair than queens.
Absolutely right. I think you just check. It's hard to imagine that DiPercio in the small blind ends up having a lot of 4x or deuce x. So in a lot of times you'll turn a hand that's better than some of the pairs in between, the queen and the 4 on the flop. But otherwise, I think we need to be a bit concerned about our opponent having some queen x combos. It's a bit unusual for DiPercio not to lead a queen here, though, so we might see Hall kind of level himself into a value bet against a hand like pocket sixes or a pocket sevens or something like that. And honestly, I don't mind that. I actually think I might fall into that trap as well, just because a lot of players would not miss the opportunity to put more chips in with a queen against, you know, other hands such as this. And it's just going to be a quick call, and that'll be...
Well, not that quick, clearly.
Well, I thought it was going to be a quick call.
Yeah, I think DiPercio will call, but he just got to get there eventually.
So you check the queen?
You, I think king queen. No, I'm just fun, not you.
So DiPercio does indeed call, and having got that double up earlier on, now wins this pot to get up to 54 big blinds. As we welcome Joe Stapleton back into the booth.
And a DiPercio.
I think you go to check the jack.
So you had a pocket there.
Huh?
So you had a pocket there.
Was I drawing dead on the turn with ace high?
Depends if you have ace king.
I didn't have ace.
Meanwhile, action from one of the outer tables. It's Lucien Cohen against Kevin Hasler. That's the player to Cohen's direct right, the guy wearing the headphones. Hasler has bet 25K on the river. It's an 8-5-5-5-4 board. So there are 3 5s out there.
You sure?
I forget if he does this when he's calling or folding. Feels like folding.
Never let him know your next move, Joe.
Cohen calls. Ooh. And that... Oh, not just the 1-8, 2-8s. So a better full house than Cohen was initially expecting, I think.
I meant to say he should fold.
Right.
That was my read.
Hey, Joe, can I get a Ratman?
New player.
Nice.
New player coming to the feature table. It's Anton Wigg.
What's that?
It's a lot of suckouts.
Sounds,
the worst hand.
Sounds like you.
So you're using that box?
Sounds good. Yeah.
Such a handsome dude.
I don't know what has changed physically since the last time we saw him, but it's something, and I like it.
He just looks better every time I see him, Joe. Handsome dude.
When you tell your family, they don't even understand what is a bad big. So.
Ace King for State, year of Romania.
7,500.
7,500.
6 fold.
Scott Hall. More like Scarf Hall.
I do think they are slightly different.
Nice one.
It's more of like a tortoise shell now. The glass.
He's constantly upgrading.
Yeah.
8 fold. 10 fold. 1 fold.
Do you have any blues behind there?
No. I have in my pocket.
On to Finton hand in the big blind. That's a defender. Most of them are. That is one.
Entry.
Oh, now in the bin.
Oh, wow. Okay. Never mind.
You can do it for me.
That makes me feel a lot better, actually.
Yeah, maybe it was just a bit too early for Finty.
I feel like such a nit, all the hands I fold with the big blind.
Yeah. What, because you watch people defending him so wide on comms and then...
It's more of like just an animal thing where like all the times I've ever defended like King 5,
Yeah,
King 7,
like-
I'm just like, why? Like,
You make top pair and they always have King Queen.
no, I just don't make top pair. Like, I would actually be fine if I occasionally made top pair. It just comes like Ace 10 10. Actually, King 5 is not that bad there. And whatever it is, whatever's the worst flop you could think of, that's what happens. Ace 7 6.
5 fold.
No suit. None of mine, at least.
6 fold. 7 fold.
We're going to see Anton Wigg with Ace 5.
Has Anton ever missed the opportunity to play Ace 5 from the hijack? I think not.
Not in a while, I would guess.
Oh, never mind. Wrong on 2 accounts.
Wow,
there,
geez, what's going on?
Yeah, not messing around.
Maybe we should just comment on what does happen.
Perhaps.
Instead of what is going to happen.
Perhaps.
So Kalamusa has raised. We know that. Confirmed. 10-9 suited. State. Ace, Jack, Spade.
Starts the hand with around 30-ish bigs. I think we can 3-bet this hand. I think we probably want to go up to 20-ish K.
4 raises.
Okay.
20-ish K.
Oh. There you go. We got 1 of 3.
We're back on track.
Back where we expect. Back onto expectation. We were just a little bit unlucky there for a minute, Joe.
Kalamusa with all of the chips.
Those were all plus EV calls.
Yes, and this is a plus EV flop for 10-9 of hearts.
Yeah, this is nightmare. feel for State, not what the board you're looking for. You do have some backdoor straight draw, flush draw potential, so I think we are allowed to continue for like, I don't know, like 14 or something like that.
12.
Yeah, 12K is announced. Yeah, I think missing a C-bet here would probably be a mistake.
C-bet not missed, C-bet taken, C-bet continuation, bet continued.
And Kalamusa having absolute position here, Joe, it just feels really cool to do either, right? You put him in the bin if he hasn't actually connected but still has the best hand, if you put him all in or whatever. If you just flat, yeah, there it is. If you just flat, you can find out where you're at if your opponent is the kind of person that finds slowdowns after they c-bet. But this is probably more effective against aggressive opponents who might have some other moves that put you in difficult situations on later streets. But you imagine a lot of hands that 3-bet here that don't connect are going to have to fold, and that's really good for your edge.
This is pretty cool. I mean, this feels like a Hollywood to me, but
it's really the perfect setup for the push, though. If you look at the actual stacks here, does not seem frivolous at all.
You just can't ever call with this, though, right? I mean, this is ridiculous. This is ridiculous.
It would be an outrageous call, but you can see the equity. Even when you get it right, you're still flipping against the guy who's bluffing.
This is as far ahead as you will ever be in this spot.
Well, he could have like Jack 10 of hearts, and then one of his live cards isn't live anymore. But yeah, this is wild, and I like it a lot.
Oh yeah, thanks.
You know what? Instead of predicting, I'm going to root for a call because this will be a sick run out.
That would be.
It is the year of Romania.
Yeah, I just want to tee.
So his opponent's not going to do this with a 7 or a 3 or pocket 8s or pocket 9s probably. Probably might not even have a 7 or a 3 in the calling range too often. So as played, are they going to do this with a queen? That's a good question immediately. Does queen 10 suited just shove the flop? Does king queen shove the flop? Or is it just going to be ace X of hearts and unblocking that with your hand, or 9-10 of hearts or Jack 10 of hearts?
Is he contemplating a call, or is he just holding space for defying gravity? I think it was the former, the latter, excuse me.
Holding space?
He was holding space for defying gravity.
Did you see the meme where the guy...
I've seen them all. I mean, it was, yeah.
Was holding space?
Yep.
Yeah.
I saw...
Just out of curiosity, Pierre, how much
just a lot of this. A lot of this. A lot of the finger hold.
That's 4, 5, 6, probably 7.
Okay. That's good.
1, 2, 3, 4.
I just want to know if I can dent you or not. You know? I can give you a little...
The answer is no.
Well, close. Close.
All right, Nick. Holiday season question for you.
Yeah.
Giving or receiving?
You didn't account for that. It could be
Always giving for me.
Always giving?
Yeah, I'm a real giver.
I'm a giver, but I also like to receive. Now I'm going to throw a curveball in there.
Okay.
Taking.
What, stealing?
Just taking it.
Thieving.
This is mine, and I'm going to have it, and I'm going to enjoy it.
No, I think I just like to give.
I think I have to randomize to see if I'm going to give, receive, or take.
No, sometimes when people buy me nice things, it makes me feel a bit uncomfortable.
He's had only soft drinks.
Oh, he did.
Yes.
Nick gave me a very nice gift last year that I re-gifted.
Nothing wrong with gin and tonic.
A nice frog.
Which I re-gifted.
That's right. You re-gifted. I then re-gifted it. I don't. Maybe I gave it to my little cousin. Maybe she re-gifted it. Who knows?
Yeah. Interesting spot here.
Yeah, Calmus is being 3-bet again with another suited connector.
Yeah, this one goes. I think you can call this, especially at the stack depth. No rest for the wicked here.
Like a distinguished gentleman. That's what it sounds like, right? Earl Grey.
5-4 deuce.
One chip.
Ace king with the wheel draw. the high card properties.
3 bets, 7.
And Finton gets to continue. Real small.
Yeah, real small. 7K into a pot of 43.
Ooh, and he is going to get raised. Now this is a situation I could see
No, it's up 215, I think.
the big A's not giving it up super fast
conversation
and genuinely
215 or
considering
250. I think it should be 250.
stationing and or
Yeah.
re-raising.
Yeah, this is not a nice spot for Finty. He does have the gut shot and 2 over cards that might be alive, but what's the move? Do you just represent max strength and you just ship it in, or just give it up right now? Yeah, Finty lets it go.
Up. Chip leader, doing chip leader things.
Oh, man, that's just a really cute little move there from Calamusa.
Semi-bluffs, pure bluffs.
I'm hoping for
all sorts.
You know that interview with Kevin Eister? It's like bluff after bluff, own after own. You haven't seen it?
No.
It's really good. After some WPT, he has all the chips, and the interviewer asked him, it's like, how was the day? And he's like, oh, you know, it's bluff after bluff, own after own, and he just keeps going on, keeps playing it out. It's a good one.
Friday is queen and queen, queen 10. Against ace jack, I win 60,000. It's good.
And he's got this like southern accent too, you know.
Me, I have the Vietnamese accent.
Sounds Vietnamese.
All right, Joe, I got a holiday question for you.
Okay.
How do you feel about cards? Like, should people give each other cards for any event, I suppose, but during the holiday season as an example?
I don't know. It's complicated. I would prefer to not get cards.
6.5.
It's just a waste of time and a waste of paper. Tell me how you feel.
That's how. No, I feel the same. In fact, I would go so far as to say it's just like a complete drain on resources for absolutely no benefit. Apart from one that's got like something cool in it, like, oh yeah, here is a gift cert.
You know what I don't mind?
Here are your Madonna tickets or something. I don't know.
What I don't mind is if you got a family that I don't see that often. Like I like the family photo just to see how the kids.
That's
kind of
cute.
That kind of thing. I don't mind that. But what happens is I get home from my holiday travels. And I got like 10 Christmas cards at home. It's like January 20th. And now I got to thank everybody for their
cards?
For their junk mail. Just donate it to the Human Fund.
Yeah. I mean, or just e-cards. Have you ever received any good e-cards? Is that a thing that people do anymore?
Oh, God. The worst.
At least we save on paper that way.
All right, so Wigg opened. Wiggity, wiggity, jack. And Christian Rudolph defends. 5-4. 1 heart, 1 spade. Not much for Rudolph on this flop. Wigg still got 2 overs at least.
We just see bet here.
8,500.
Yeah. 8.5K. Quick fold from the 5 high, I imagine. Nice work. Pretty nice move there.
Radovan wants to know, Nick, what do the dealers feel about giving cards to people?
To be honest, mate, especially in a really nice tour like the EPT where we look after our dealers and they look after us, they take such good care of the players.
Yeah.
My response when I ask them, do you enjoy dealing? Because I used to be a dealer back in the day, like during university, is that they really like their jobs. They actually really enjoy the travel. It's an enjoyable thing. They get to hang out and have good conversations with people sometimes. And I kind of would echo that. I was talking to some guys who were dealing in Nottingham, and I was sort of saying how much I enjoyed it back when I did it. Just wanted to do something different, really, I guess, but wouldn't have mind doing it for the foreseeable.
I don't think I would like it because you're not really encouraged to participate in the conversation.
Sure. So, like, when I used to deal, I was dealing cash games, and it was almost like expected that you were gonna kind of, chew the fat with the deal.
Oh, really? Okay.
And then, as long as you could keep it straight, though, it's nothing worse than a dealer that talks too much and then misses the action and stuff like that. I mean, there's a lot worse than that, but you know what I'm saying.
No, that's pretty bad.
3 fold. 4 fold. 5 fold.
Pierre Calamusa.
Oh no, he just didn't say anything.
I think more or less treating 10 from the money like the bubble is just opening a lot of pots, keeping the pressure on. I couldn't abbreviate the word on.
Yeah.
Pressure. Keeping the P-O. The P is O.
6 fold.
Christian Rudolph, not backing down, is going to defend the small blind.
150.
Wow.
A bit less, I think. 143 behind.
Okay.
10-4 deuce. Diamond, diamond. Pierre's got a diamond.
Victor.
Calamusa bet.
Here we go.
10 in the middle. He's going to see bet to 10, it looks like. Swift fold from Rudolph. Here's the guy that's played a lot of poker in his life. Knows what's up. Same for Calamusa, in fact. All right, Joe, holiday question.
Okay.
So in the States in particular, we put gifts under the tree.
Yep.
And then we have stockings.
Yep.
And those are the two primary sort of gifting methods when you're kind of with your family or whatever, right?
Yeah.
How many like nice presents should go under the Christmas tree versus in the stockings? Because I met families that are like, oh, the stockings are always the best stuff.
Oh, it was the exact opposite.
I thought, no, so because I thought stockings were just meant to be like little silly things.
Yeah, exactly.
Like little taster maybe the night before.
So we had an interesting tradition in my household, which my parents were pretty strict growing up, but there was some things that was cool. My mom's real into Christmas. We always got a lot of Christmas gifts. That's one thing.
10 and 1 fold.
But the way it worked would be that we would open one gift on Christmas Eve from under the tree.
Okay.
The next morning, the rest.
Yeah.
And then in the stocking, there were 12 stocking stuffers.
Yeah.
One for each day of Christmas, and we would open one stocking stuffer every day from Christmas until January 6th. And on January 6th, which actually should be the actual Christmas,
right?
According to legend.
Yeah, legend, yeah.
And that's when we would get one last big gift on January 6th, the Feast of the Three Kings.
Sure.
So that was pretty cool growing up. Like that Christmas wasn't just, it's weird when it's just one day and it's over. You know what I mean?
No, I think that's really fun. I like that, especially if you're not like us and you actually get to be home for more of the time before Christmas.
Right, and the thing is, I haven't been home for 12 days in a long time, so we can't do that anymore. And by the way, those 12 stocking stuffer gifts, it's typically like deodorant, toothpaste, pack of socks, multi-pack of gum.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, I think that was the same for me. But I've met some strange families who were like, oh yeah, no, like now we open the stockings and there's like iPhones in there and stuff. I'm like, what? That's not stocking stuffer material.
No, stocking stuffer is like the candy cane full of Hershey Kisses you get at the checkout counter.
Yeah.
The Tiddlywinks.
Sure.
Travel size.
The
Scratchers, those are good stocking stuffers.
The pocket poker chip set that is so useless because they're so small you can't actually stack them in any way, shape, or form.
You can't stack them. Every time you touch one of them, the whole thing falls over. You can't even put them back in the box.
Josh Manley says, my mom gives me a Satsuma.
What's a Satsuma?
It's like a
tree?
It's like a small orange.
Oh.
It's like a...
Oh, oranges used to be a thing, right? Yeah. Giving people oranges on Christmas.
Don't mind. I think it's an English thing as well. They like chocolate oranges, you know?
Oh, what is that called?
Terry's chocolate orange.
Awful.
You crack it open and it opens up like little peelers.
Yeah. Orange and chocolate do not go together. What's that cookie they all like too? Idiots. Jaffa cakes. Ugh.
Jaffa cakes? Who doesn't love a little Jaffa cake? Banging.
You like them, Patrick?
Yeah. You can get ones from M&S that are like really luxurious as well.
I have a theory that like a lot of the treats that we have at Christmas, they're bad. And the only reason they wheel them out at Christmas because the only time people will ever eat them.
Yeah.
So like fruitcake, bad.
Okay.
What's the thing that comes in the box?
How much you have?
It's a big old box, and it's got like a handle on the top, and it looks like fruitcake, but it's not fruitcake. Panettone. Get it out of here. Get it out. You know why? It sits on a shelf all year round, and you can't tell the difference because it tastes bad.
Anyway, we're going to the flop. It's a domination situation.
Eggnog, terrible.
That was my next question.
Turkey, bad.
Yeah, people work so hard to make turkey like very average when there's so many other things we
Correct.
can eat that would be 1,000 times
Figgy
better.
pudding, disgusting. By the way, Christmas crackers, lame. Also lame.
I like what you do after the Christmas crackers, where you put the crowns on and you all look.
That
at each
part's
other,
all right.
And you tell the jokes and stuff.
All right, we got a 9 of spades here on the turn. The 7 still out kicked for DiPersio.
You know, we don't always, not all of us have a Joe Stapleton we can enjoy Christmas with, so some of us have to get our jokes from the Christmas crackers, okay, Joe?
Not everyone is rich in jokes.
Not everyone's got so much mirth, during Christmas.
I do have a lot of mirth and merriment.
He's got a lot of merriment to bring to the
Everyone's
table.
horning in on my merriment at this time of year. What about the rest of the year? They are going to check at the showdown. Calamusa is going to win another pot.
The button is in the right position.
Anything peppermint, awful.
So I'm okay with it.
Candy canes, bad.
Here you go, Joe.
Peppermint bark, woof.
King Low Tier says, eggnog is goated. You have received 1 demerit for an incorrect opinion. Hey, guess what? King Low, you banned for demeriting my friend.
This is all stuff people pretend to like so they can seem interesting, like Dr. Pepper.
You don't like Dr. Pepper?
No, Dr. Pepper's okay. But you're always at dinner and everyone's like, I'll have a Coke. I'll have a Coke. Do you have any Dr. Pepper? It's like, come on, bro. That doesn't have to be your whole personality is ordering weird drinks.
I know way too many people in the States whose entire personality is they drink a lot of Dr. Pepper or similar. It's crazy. Like, they're like, oh, I'm more of a Mountain Dew guy. You know what I mean? You know what that means, right? Because I'm so
like
radical.
I do like Mountain Dew, but I won't drink it in front of other people. It's a garbage drink for garbage people.
Is it what you drink when you're just sitting at home gaming? Solo?
Gaming, yeah. It's with Taco Bell. It pairs nicely. That's about it.
Sure.
Fenton folds King Jack under the gun. Deuces for State.
4 folds.
All right, 73.5K. Not a lot of bigs.
7 folds.
Yeah, I would say that this is a little bit out of line here. Pretty far out of position. And
with Calamusa still to act in the big blind, are you nuts? What the hell are you doing?
I don't approve of this one, but
this guy's had too much eggnog.
He's had too much Dr. Pepper. Rudolph is gonna do something here as well. Probably just deciding whether to flat or 3-bet, but I wonder how Rudolph is gonna go.
6 calls.
Just the call.
7 folds. 8.
Persio ain't going to stick around with this 10-3. I'm pretty safe in assuming that. Great. What say you, chip leader Pierre Calamusa? Oh, he's got it this time.
Wow. Oh, my goodness. This is quite the pickup. Quite the wake-up, I should say. I mean, I know we were commenting on the slightly wider open, but this is quite the sticky situation you find yourself in. At least you get away from it now.
The sad part is that Yanni, that could have happened to him with any 2 cards from Calamusa.
True.
At least he really has queens.
Yeah, he's just got to sit there and go, why did I get mixed up in this in the first place?
And Rudolph could get in some real trouble here. Maybe won't do it because of the bubble.
Well, I think probably what he's imagining as well is Kalamusa can get out of line here, but he would have been doing it into a relatively short stack as the initial opener. So Iani started the hand, you know, 25-ish bigs, and therefore putting in that big raise from that position might have resulted in a shove from the shorter stack, and so therefore maybe a little bit less likely to be a bluff. But regardless, plenty of dead money to pick up there.
That would have been good for me.
Thank you.
It looks different now. I have a. We will see later. This looks very strong.
Higher the value.
Could I have some change off you?
Yeah, sure.
I have a piece of your castle. Thank you very much.
Yep.
Oh, that would have been a good deal.
Yeah.
Maybe you had ace deuce where you have.
I had the queens. But ace deuce, yeah, I have to be careful not to.
Well. Thank you, Alex. Alex dropping off
Maybe you just have 10.
a new feature table. We'll tease a new feature table after the next break, which is the dinner break, right?
Let me see.
No. That's a different 10 to 20.
I'm not gonna say who just yet.
6 raise and 6-5.
Here we go. Rudolph wants to play this one.
And with a still has Kalamusa to contend with in the small blind. Maybe the place where he will be the most impotent. Especially if he's had a lot on his mind or too much to drink, you know what I mean?
Just really stressed out at work or... Jack 4 offsuit, just so uninspired. Like, it just doesn't even feel like you can, like, imagine a world where something interesting is going to happen.
Right, yeah.
You can look down at 4 or 5 off and be like, hey, you know, something could happen.
I don't care, Pierre. I'm from France. Kalamusa, king, queen off.
120, 120.
One call.
Just a call. Finton, come on, aces, come on, aces. All right, and one ace.
It's the Spraggy.
It is the Spraggy. Not even for 3,000. Not even with the pot odds. Clinging to the last few eliminations till we burst the money bubble. 9-6-4. It feels like Jack 8 should have a piece of this, but doesn't.
7,000.
Does one club count as a piece? Kalamusa leading now. That leads for 7,000. I say there's a lot of favorable turns for Christian Rudolph. He seems to agree.
Yep, just decides to stick around a little bit longer.
Not that favorable a turn. Really annoying. Really, really annoying when you're like, oh, there's so many cards where I can pick up a pair, pick up equity, pick up a bigger draw, but not just a repeat 9.
Kier just wants to lead again.
He just wants to win.
Just wants to win that hand real bad.
No, this one he had it.
No, it's bluff.
I had this.
No.
I don't know if that's a bluff or he has it. I'm not really sure.
It's a bit hard to say.
Debatable.
No bluff.
We can bet.
Still value bet.
We can bet. Just bluff.
I knew what you had. You had ace jack. It's crazy. I know you had what you had all the time. I'm just getting around.
All right, next hand underway, hand number 112 of this session. 112 of this feature table session, I should say.
Call. 5 calls.
This guy's got a style all his own. I love it. I think everyone should have an under the gun limping range. 6 from the money with a 21 big blind stack. I think everyone should, and this is it. This is exactly the range. 2 black 7s. 2 red 7s, no.
7 raises, 10,500.
You saved me from the misprediction. I was going to say 9, but went for 10.5. I mean, I feel like you could implement that pretty easily, Joe. Just start limping aces under the gun and 7 deuce off under the gun. Really mess with people. Absolute polar opposites.
It's a great time. I'd love to see a limp shove there, but rep those aces. All right, buddy, here you go. Got an overpair with a 5 high board. 28 in the middle, 56 behind. Checks to the razor.
All right, Joe, I got a prediction.
Yeah.
It's all going in on the flop.
I would hope so. You could wait for a safer board for 7s. You know what I say? No set, no bet.
7 bets, 11,000. 5 raises all in. All in the corner.
All right, we're all in. Fair fight, though.
Perfect flip.
Pretty dang close. Like giving versus receiving. One of these two things has a slight mathematical advantage.
But not the same as taking.
I'm getting real into taking. Yanelli, the slight favorite and ahead, but at risk, standing.
Stand-up equity has not activated the jacket just yet. You'll notice not an improver. Jacket needs to go on, sir.
There's a great card for Yanni on the turn. River, it's a brick. Sit back down.
It's a good spot to call for a 7.
I told you, under the gun limping range with black 7s, get it in on the 5 high flop like clockwork. ABC Poker.
Yeah.
That's right.
That's right.
How do you say bubble in Italian?
Adesso è pericoloso.
Adesso io pericoloso.
Pericoloso.
Say now is dangerous.
In about 9 minutes, we're going to have a break. After the break, please go back to your original table on 24. Okay? Thank you.
You've all been fired from the feature table.
24 was very
Should we use this moment to talk about, oh great, what synergy, to talk about the new feature table, including Benjamin Pollock, Kevin Hasler, Lucien Cohen, Luka Bojovic, Matthias Kors, and Max Neugebauer. And of course, Fabio Peluso, who ended up at this table despite being at a feature table earlier. I noticed we didn't show Pascal Paflock, but we'll get him later, hopefully. If he makes it, who knows?
Absolutely.
8 minutes left to go on this level. Then dinner. He might not make it back from dinner. We don't know. Shit happens, you know?
6-4.
It does indeed, Joe.
7. 8.
All right, Joe. Holidays question.
Okay.
What's you listed a lot of things that you don't like during the holidays that aren't very good, which I tend to agree with mostly.
Yeah.
What is the thing you actually look forward to eating or drinking at the holidays? That's Christmassy or holiday-y.
Yes. I like that.
I like Christmas morning breakfast.
Okay. With the leftovers and everything?
No. Like, my mom will make like pancakes and eggs
Oh.
and bacon and stuff like that. Because I don't really eat breakfast food like that the rest of the year.
Sure.
So, I like that. I make this year I'm taking over because my mom's getting a little up there in the years and she needs some help. We have 15, 16 people over for Christmas Eve, and I make a little marinara sauce from scratch, meatballs from scratch.
Love it.
A little slow cook, 6 to 8 hours. Have some gavadil, some spaghetti, some chicken parm.
Is gavadil like gabagoo?
Gavadil is cavatelli, is what most people would say, but for some reason my family would say gavadil. It's like a ziti, but instead of being like perfectly concentric, it's rolled.
Sure.
It's like a little joint
of ham.
A paper rolled cigarette.
5 raises.
That was fast.
45,000. Pretty fast.
What do you like to eat?
4-4.
I like the kind of like Bailey's like cocktail situations.
I was
They're
going to
kind
go
of
there
creamy
next.
and spicy.
You just
They're kind
add
of good.
booze to all your drinks.
You just put Bailey's in everything.
Yeah, right. I did try Bailey's and Coke one time, and I'll tell you this. If it was going to be a thing, it would already be a thing. It's disgusting. Don't do it.
No, my mom actually does a really good sort of Christmas spread, and it's not all Christmassy stuff, which, like you said, makes it kind of cool.
The other sweet one.
I like bacon wrapped shrimp and scallops. That's something I don't eat usually.
So we do like pigs in blankets. That's very.
Pig in a blanket.
That's a good Christmas thing.
You understand? I understand. We have beautiful women, yes.
And beautiful men. I mean, come on, look at this guy.
But it's kind of polarized, no? Super nice or super ugly?
I don't know about that. You got the wrong gene pool.
BG Stewart asks, wouldn't the Coke make the Bailey's curdle? Sounds really bad. Yes. Thank you for your question. It's a drink you have to chew.
Oh, God. Little Christmas White Russian. Beautiful.
Okay, I just figured out DiPersio is like Luigi after he's had a makeover.
Like Mario and Luigi?
Yeah. He's like hipster Luigi.
Calamusa cannot miss. Look at this stack, and he's got jacks.
This is so sick.
One call 60.
Oh, he's just calling.
3 calls.
10 deuce. That's a sorry state. Ooh. If there's anyone that can run down Pierre Calamusa right now, it is Antonio
I don't know why they're changing.
Ianni.
This would be a. This is
They
good.
can only keep us for 2 levels, I think.
I'm kidding.
3 players.
I get my time in the sun.
7-5 deuce. Yanni does not run down Calamusa. Neither does DiPersio.
Hope DiPersio checks here. You got to do a lot of checking in the spot. Calamusa has such a clean bet here now as well.
7,000.
No stress at all. Just goes for the 7K.
5 calls.
I think both players might just give it up right here, right now, Joe.
And 10.
Second time.
Another thing I got to throw in there is certain Christmas cookies.
Yeah,
are good. Certain Christmas cookies are also terrible. Again, goes in that category of stuff they roll it out every year.
Yeah,
It's just bad.
Like ginger. What are those ginger ones?
Gingerbread is not good.
Yeah, I'm with you. Like American. What are they called?
Levels. I think one more level. If we don't reach the money, we have
Like American sugar cookies tend to be quite good, but I think the hint is in the name.
Yeah. My mom makes something called sour cream cookies.
Ooh, that sounds
which
good.
are really good. They're very moist.
Snickerdoodles, moist snickerdoodles.
It's got to be moist. Is key. All those dry Christmas cookies. You want a nice, moist cookie.
Eight folds.
Da 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 da.
One raise. 6,000.
Calamusa, ace queen. This guy is absolutely blazing
Oh,
the
no.
trail.
Don't do it, Fenton.
Guys, he's just shy of the 800K mark, and we're not even in the money yet.
3 folds.
Fenton, he's so patient. He's a patient man in general. But I've bubbled. I mean, look, I don't play these, right? I don't play these, but I've bubbled being like, this is just a chip leader. I got ace 3 suited. I'm all in. And chip leader's like, yeah, ace queen. Thanks. Bye. Thanks for your money.
Yeah. Fenton hand, unshakable.
7 folds.
I've always been quite impressed with his poker. He's a good player.
So if Yanni's limping sevens when he 3-bets you, I think you can put him on a pretty strong range.
Yep. Turns out 2 live cards, though. That's how Calamusa's running at the moment. And the flop.
That flop is 10, deuce, deuce.
Yanni
5 bets. 25,000.
goes very big here, and gotta say, Joe, I think we're probably supposed to have a lot of very small c-bets on this texture. We can bluff very effectively for a smaller size. We also want action from combinations like this once we've seen the first 3 cards.
Just one card. Tanto come le vedi alla pausa?
Alla pausa vedi?
Sì, tanto le vedi alla pausa.
Aspetta che tu facevi all-in, con te.
Yanni shows the Johnnies.
Peligroso now. Mr. Peligros.
Is Fanta a Christmas drink? Because someone just wrote in saying that that Fanta sucks, but maybe that was just part of the Dr. Pepper conversation.
That was part of the Dr. Pepper soda conversation. No, Fanta's for everyone all year round.
I want the Fanta.
Don't you want a Fanta? Might sneak in one more hand here, guys. Only about 50 seconds left before the next break. And, of course, our new feature table.
Very small, yes.
I don't know what they're saying, but I'm into it.
Asadama. You know Asadama.
I don't.
Ace Queen.
Maybe false.
Oh, Asadama. Okay, makes sense. I thought he was talking about the Iraq War.
Maybe not.
Stai attento che ti asciugo. Diglielo in inglese.
Lui non ti capisce in italiano.
Pocket fives for DiPersio. I make a bet and I win a DiPersio.
Asakapa is Ace King. Asadama is Ace Queen.
That raises 6,000.
DiPersio wants to play the 5s under the gun.
Not limping?
Not limping, unfortunately. I would like to see more of that action.
4 folds.
I let you do it.
Oh, here comes Yanni. Oh boy.
Bye-bye, guys.
We got a big dinner flip incoming.
Ooh.
Not that it'll go in pre-flop necessarily, but
pre-flop flip at least.
in a statistical sense, they are nearly flipping.
Sono fortissimo.
Non ho dubbi che sei forte. Meglio l'asso K?
Guarda, se c'è asso K ci abbiamo parità. Asso K,
I'm thinking with the smile and the chat, we're probably just going to see a fold here.
I think so too. If he was French, he might go set miming.
Ma se c'hai l'asso K dovresti passare, lo sai?
può essere pure che c'ho 2 assi.
Allora passo. Fold.
Fold indeed.
Che c'è 2 donne. Le vuoi vedere?
And that, my babies,
No, c'è l'asso dama, asso dama.
is dinner. Asadama.
Oggi bleffatelo con Urini.
Bravo, bravo.
Fatti dai giochi. Però sul forte, dai.
Change yours 500.
You think he's gonna eat some turtles? Feature table chip counts. no longer the feature table. These folks are headed back out into the woods, into the wilds, off the stage, where we will not be able to keep up with the antics of the likes of Pierre Calamusa, Antonio Ianni, and Marco Di Persio. We'll have to keep one eye on Fint in hand. PokerStars Team Pro approaching the danger zone. Pretty likely to make the money if he keeps playing as tight as he is, but we will let you know after the break. This is Prague 2024, but you know what? 2019 was a doozy here in the Czech capital, so don't go anywhere. Hang around and take in some of the best of 2019 Prague back in 72 minutes.
Hello once again, welcome to Prague and the PokerStars European Poker Tour. It's final table time in the main event. 5 players remain competing for the title, the trophy and the first prize of more than €1 million. Hello everyone, I'm James Hartigan, alongside me Joe Stapleton.
Hello my babies.
And Lex Veldhaus.
Hey James, how you doing?
So here we go. We do have a former champ in the field, Nikolai Pabal, who took down Barcelona back in 2012. We have Ricardo de Rocha from Brazil, Thomas Paiva from Portugal, Norbert Secchi looking to become the first Hungarian to win an EPT, and then we have the chip leader, Gabi Lifshitz, the international master of chess. And we're kicking off with the blinds at 50,000, 100,000 with a 100k big blind ante. So Pabal qualified on Stars for this event. He used to be a professional player, but now doesn't actually play that much. But a match space of 7 years. Ricardo de Rocha from Brazil, making his first poker trip to Europe, mainly an online player. We have not had a Portuguese winner on the tour in 10 years. Antonio Matias in Villamora, 28-year-old Thomas Paiva, a player with a strong online background, numerous W-Coup and Scoop final tables, looking to take the title for his home country. Well, here is a Hungarian player with 2 World Series of Poker bracelets. He's 3rd on his nation's money list, looking to go one better than Martin Tuchor did here in Prague back in 2016. And I mentioned that Gabi Lifshitz is an international master of chess with a FIDE rating of 2,452. I'm told that's quite impressive. Yes. $420,000 in live cashes at the poker table, and he is the chip leader coming into play today. So here we go, action underway. Blinds of 50,000, 100,000 with a 100k big blind ante. This is level 29 of the main event. First level of the day. Action folded to Lifshitz with deuces in the cutoff.
225,000 to pass, action on 4.
225,000 to play.
Look at how deep these guys are, even though Rocha just was 77 big blinds. Very comfortable. And I completely agree on the statement that we won't see a deal negotiations for a while. Once everything gets down to 20 big blinds, it's like, okay, are we really gonna, you know, have a 400,000 pay jump or a 200,000 euro pay jump based on a 60-40? Is that really worth it?
Some folks perfectly okay with that.
That's true.
Pretty definitive flop for De Rocha here. Trip 10s, playing in flow, checks the action to Lifshitz, and the chip leader continues into a pot of 550,000. He will bet 200,000.
So many hands De Rocha would have to fold here, just not this one. Of course, plenty of ace highs would call as well.
5 seconds.
I'm not sure this is a call.
750,000 from seat 4.
A raise to 750k.
Live chips in pretty bad shape, even against a 4.
Is a 4 check raising though?
I think sometimes.
Yeah, you see some people get a little bit dicey on these boards because they have more 4s and more 10s than somebody who opens. Like from the big blind, you'll have 10-5 suited. You know, you have 4-5 suited, 4-8 suited, all that stuff that usually people don't open. Now, the chip leader might, but still, this board isn't necessarily a disadvantage for the big blind.
So Lifshitz did make the call. We got a 2 million chip pot and an ace on the turn.
It's very unlikely that the Rocha would check raise with just ace high. He'll probably just check call with those hands. So he is going to check, and it's going to be interesting to see if Lifshitz is going to try and represent the ace, trying to bet out any 4s, or if he's just very happy to take this to showdown against, you know, some queen jack of spades, jack 9 of spades that we're just bluffing the flop, having some potential backdoor outs. Gonna check. Deuce.
No. Jack of diamonds. This is my favorite type of board. It's straighty, it's flushy, it's paired.
It's got all the things. Look at the Roche's breathing. Pretty excited about this hand.
I would really like to see him check again. I don't know, just trying to, you know, tell the story of having a 4, maybe rivering a jack, like something like that, you know, pair of 6s.
Looks like we'll see a value bet.
1,200,000 from seat 4.
1.2 million. Yeah, they were deuces.
Well, he's got Lifshitz confused, but not enough.
Hanging out of that chip lead. Very important.
$220,000.
Who loves you, baby? King Jack suited.
Ace Queen. A better hand.
Oh, this is tough for him. I mean, it's not tough. It's the easiest decision in the world because you can't go wrong with this hand, whatever you do. But I'm just saying that he's going to think, oh, this is awkward because if I go all in for the 26 big blind, just hardly ever going to get called, which is too bad because ace queen is so strong. But it's just kind of...
Just take the chips now, though, and keep stacking.
Yeah.
Putting Paiva to a decision for all of his chips.
His last 24 big blinds.
Oh.
Is this a calling hand?
What's going through Paiva's mind is that he knows that Lifshitz would go all in with queen 9 suited, jack 10 suited to force out exactly what he has. But it's just such a big decision.
Played a time bank card.
Oh,
and he's
he
called. Paiva calls all in.
ICM, DICM.
He is at risk here and is behind. Our first all-in of the day does have 41% equity with 2 live cards. The flop is all hearts. Ace, 9, 7. The nut flush for Paiva. This could be over on the turn. It is over on the turn, and Paiva will double up through Lifshitz. De Rocha opening with 10-8 of hearts. Lifshitz with king 7 of spades in the big.
Hurricane Chief says, I'm the first one who got it hard again. I'm your number one fan now. And by that he means your first fan.
Fantastic. It's taken all these years, but we got one!
We got one.
Wow, 2 pair here for Lifshitz. De Rocha with straight and backdoor flush draws.
I checked, yeah.
Action on. 4 bets 200,000.
I checked, I'm slow playing.
De Rocha has continued for 200k.
I'm generally pretty tempted to raise with these hand selects.
Yeah, it's good. I like it. Lots of things people can call with. Lots of draws that you could have.
Lifshitz calls, 3 of clubs.
I don't hate it if I raise and get a fold either.
Oh.
I really don't. I'm a nervous Nelly.
Can't condone that one.
Well, Lifshitz is now a 9-1 favorite. He's checked a second time.
The good thing is you have no control over it.
Yeah. Think about this, that if you see this hand, let's say he hits a 9, everybody would discuss it. It happens 1 in 10 times.
5 seconds.
That's crazy.
But it hurts a lot.
Yeah.
Makes it 900,000.
1 million in the pot. And a bet from De Rocha of close to full pot, 900,000.
So tough to play these guys. Of course, when you have King 7, you have a pretty easy decision here, but what if you have a hand like Jack 8, you know? 7, 10, 7, Ace 7. Nice little flush draw. This is so tough.
5 seconds.
There's the call from Lifshitz. This hand going to the river. Just shy of 3 million in the pot. And it's the Queen of Spades that doesn't change anything.
Doesn't change anything for these exact hands.
Well, De Rocha has a 10. And with the action so far, he's the only person that can have Ace 10 or 10 9. He's also most likely the only guy who can have Kings, Jacks. It's going to be interesting to see if he's tempted to whip out something crazy.
5 seconds.
And the big blind is still going to have King 5. And we saw yesterday a Marsh bust with King 5 on a King high board from the big blind.
2 million.
There you go.
And a
2 million.
A quick call from Lifshitz.
It's going to put him back up over 10 million.
Wait.
Can see him retake the chip lead.
Did he just almost muck?
Oh, I think that De Rocha just didn't show. Maybe.
Oh, De Rocha mucked. Okay.
He did.
Okay.
So the pot is awarded by default to Lifshitz, who did have the best hand. And he is going to add more than 3.3 million to his stack, retaking the chip lead at this 5-handed final table.
Better than the one against him in our hand.
King 8 for Piva.
6-5 folds.
And he will call. Sechi calls as well with Jack 7 in the small. Lifshitz can see a free flop with 10 deuce. And he will check his option. I think this is the first three-way post-flop action we've had today.
I think so too, in fact. Ooh.
8-8-7 trips for Piotr. Secchi has paired his 7. How awesome to have 92% of the equity three ways. Gets checked around, and we get a jack on the turn. Secchi now with a better 2-pair, but still losing to Piva's trips. Lifshitz picks up a gut shot.
Yeah, it's an action turn.
Remember, this was unraised pre. Everyone checked the flop. It's been checked to Lifshitz on the turn, and the chip leader is betting. 225,000 into 400,000. Piva is going to raise. That's 875k total. And I'm guessing if Secchi calls here with a jack, Lifshitz will be tempted to call as well.
5 seconds.
This raise just looks so strong, though, doesn't it?
Yeah, he could have some single heart hands, you know, that he might elect to play this way as opposed to just calling and kind of being and hoping that he hits to win the pot, or just wants to put some pressure. It's the big blind betting. The big blind could have a hand as like Jack Deuce offsuit, for instance, or bet a 7 for some protection, or exactly the hand he has. Wow.
That is another raise.
Oh, wow.
125,000.
More than 2 million from Secchi. Well, that will get rid of Lifshitz. Action now back on Piva, who is a 95% favorite to win this pot with trip 8s.
Secchi's pretty much saying, if you had a flush draw, I think you would bet it on the turn. So I don't think you have a flush. I block jacks, I block 7s, so good luck with that.
You mean he would have bet the flush draw on the flop?
Yes, yes. So Piva would have bet the flush draw on the flop, trying to take an easy pot down. And this is not for value. He's not doing this because he thinks, oh cool, I have a jack, I'm gonna raise, because top pair is good.
Yeah.
He's pretty much saying like, I don't know exactly what you have, but I have very important cards that are very particular to this board.
I like that. I have very important cards.
Piva calls. And we are going heads up to the river, and there's nearly 5 million in the middle. Piva, the effective stack here, with 3.8 million behind.
So pretty much what Secchi is saying here, I have 8-7 or jack 8.
The river is an ace.
Because it's very hard for him to have jacks from the small blind just completing, and he could have some 7s, but there's a chance he would raise that also pre-flop since he has a bigger stack than Piva.
And how great is it being in position here?
Yeah.
5 seconds.
If he pulls this trigger, I'm gonna go outside and hug him.
Because he's about to lose a massive pot?
No, because this would be one of the most technical bluffs pulled off in the entire tournament. Oh god, I love this. This man is such a just what a gangster.
Secchi shoves on Piotr. It's all into call. Yes, he has the best hand.
He might be a gangster, but I think he's going to end up like Sonny at the toll booth.
It's not an easy call though, right?
No. I mean, you have trips on a board where there's a straight possible. Somebody could easily have a better full house. Easily could have a full house. They could have a flush. And on top of that, their range is incredibly wide. They have an incredibly big range of hands because they're in the small blind and they only had to pay 1/2 a blind to see the flop.
Is a flush going to play it like this?
Could. I would think the most likely scenario here for sure is a full house. You're right in that, you know, if he has king 10 of hearts, wouldn't he really just also raise pre-flop? You know, like ace something of hearts would also just made it 5 big blinds pre-flop.
So like the most likely full house in the big blind. Oh my goodness!
This?
Lex, you were right, buddy. Holy.
9-7 with a heart.
He shows the bluff, and Piotr will be sick to his stomach.
Get him a bucket.
Secchi has opened with queens, Lifshitz with the 10-9 suited.
Playing raises to 825,000. Action on seat 2, pass action on seat 4. 4 passes, action on seat 5.
So Lifshitz has a re-raise with the 10-9, a 3-bet to 825k. Everyone else has folded. Action's back on Secchi.
Oh wow, these guys are deep.
2 biggest stacks at the table.
I mean, if you're 70 big blinds deep, and at this final table, I think it's just calling. Yeah, I love that move.
Yeah, we've seen no 4-bets.
Yeah, but this
to my knowledge.
You don't want to get in a position here where you 4-bet, and then the guy to your left goes all in, and you're like, I can't even really call here. Oh my.
Yeah.
Lifshitz flops top 2. Secchi goes from being an 82% favorite to being the underdog.
That's brutal. This is exactly the flop you're hoping for when you hold queens as well. Wow.
Is this the hand where we're going to see another switch in the chip lead? Is Lifshitz going to reclaim top spot?
I mean, queens are in bad shape, but put a 4 out there. Changes everything.
Yeah, I mean, almost 1 out of 3 times queens will take the spot.
Continues for 900,000. Does Secchi just call? Or
I think
does he
so,
raise?
right? I think you just call here. I think it's similar to pre-flop, right? Where you don't want to be playing for your stack on this flop either.
Yeah.
Makes the call, and it's a 10 on the turn, the full house.
Well, there goes the counterfeiting.
Lifshitz now a 95% favorite, and Secchi's drawing dead to a queen.
This is brutal.
And check, action on seat 9.
Welcome to the House of Fun.
Lifshitz is the most comfortable man in Prague right now. When you're playing, and you're playing for a lot of money, you see that 10, you don't believe it. You know what I mean? You see it, you have to do like a triple take to think, oh,
your
wow.
whole body shakes on the inside.
Lifshitz checks it back.
Love it.
King on the river.
Saving grace there for Secchi. Wow.
Assume he's going to check most of the time, right?
Check,
yeah.
9.
3.75 million in the middle. How much will he bet? And will it get called?
Lifshitz hates that king as well. Because it's likely that Lifshitz could have a hand like ace, king, king, queen that was pre-flop raising. So normally he would bluff this card. That just says that he knows that that card is very favorable for him. So he doesn't want to see it, because now he might scare off queens a little bit with the bets.
$2,050,000.
Well, he is not going for a deceptive sizing.
2,050,000. Just over half pot.
He makes the call.
He calls with the queens, and we are going to see a switch in the chip lead. Lifshitz back on top. He adds 4 million to his stack. He's now playing 13 mil. He's back in command of this five-handed final table.
First action will be seat 9.
Chip leader Gabi Lifshitz has Jack-6 of hearts.
Why the hell not?
Opens to 250,000. The Russia folds 7-6 in the small. And here is Paiva, the low man at the table, with Queen 8 of clubs in the big.
Yeah, definitely against the chip leader opening, he's going to want to call here. Just anybody opening, really. Queen 8 suited, definitely a strong hand. Wow.
It's an 8-high flop with 2 hearts.
Oh, boy.
Top pair for Paiva, flush draw for Lifshitz.
Love to see it.
And it's practically a flip.
I live for this shits.
C-bet into a pot of 680,000. He bets 275,000.
This is such a good board for Paiva as well. He's going to be so happy. Flops top pair, pretty good kicker. Is he going to pull the trigger immediately? I would say so.
I mean, he's just doing so well against.
He's left himself 50k behind. And there's the all-in from Lifshitz, called by Paiva, who finds himself at risk, but ahead for now with top pair. We can see he is a statistical underdog because Lifshitz has 14 outs.
I think he goes beyond too many outs and into just enough outs territory now.
He's a favorite, yeah.
Paiva needs his hand to hold. He's the at-risk player here. Heart on the turn, it's the 8 of hearts. And that means Paiva has redraw outs to a full house or quads. The river is a 6, that's a blank, and we have our first elimination of the day. We are finally down to 4 as Thomas Paiva exits in 5th place, cashing out for 241,230 euros. And with his exit, Gabi Lifshitz consolidates his chip lead at this now 4-handed final table. Well, that is a 3-bet from Pabal. Re-raises with the ace-10 to 850,000. Pabal, a former EPT champion, looking for his 2nd title here in Prague, and coincidentally happened to qualify for this event. He's in for 55 euros.
Wow. Not bad. Not bad at all.
Sechi calls. He'll play the flop in position. And that flop is King 4-4 with 2 diamonds. Secchi with the flush draw. Plus, still has 2 live cards. Pabal ahead for now with ace high, but Secchi, the statistical favorite,
gets to play this hand in position as well. Pabal's got to imagine his ace high is ahead, and it is correct. But without a diamond in his hand, it does make it very, very awkward. The thing is, he's got 3.84 million behind, 1.8 in the middle. You don't want to be going too crazy against one of the big stacks. He knows what he's doing, though. He's been here before. This is not his first rodeo.
Pabal continuing with ace high.
550,000.
550 into 1.88. One would imagine that Secchi is at least calling here. There is the call, and that takes us to the turn, which is the 9 of hearts. Secchi now with a pair to go with his flush draw, and Pabal drops to 10% equity. He slows down, checks it to Secchi.
Yeah, with that stat to pot ratio getting closer to 1, you don't want to be just firing chips in here with ace high, especially when he calls on this kind of board. Checks it back.
6 on the river, so Secchi has a lock on this. Pabal with just ace high.
I think Pabal is just going to take this to showdown. You've got to imagine his ace high is good some of the time here.
Looks like he's going to make a bet, though. Quite a significant one at that.
He's verbally declared it. 1.2 million, and that is a decent percentage of his stack. And if Secchi can find a call here, that will really do a lot of damage to Mikolaj Pabal.
So this went raise on the button, a free bet by Pabal,
yeah.
A call in position. So by this bet, is he trying to fold out maybe, you know, a pair of 7s, pair of 8s? I mean, a 9. I mean, I don't think Pabal really puts him on many 9s. Yes, obviously, the exact hand that he has, 9-8 of diamonds, 9-7 of diamonds, 10-9 of diamonds.
All the busted draws as well,
Yeah.
because diamonds, hearts, flush draw didn't come in.
That's a
He
call.
does make the call. Wow.
Heroes with the 9, and he is right. So Mikolaj Pabal now drops down to 2 million in chips. Norbert Secchi has just retaken the chip lead. The Hungarians just moved over 14 million by my calculations.
So are we 2 times X here?
Hand 68, and Lifshitz has queens.
Hello, ladies. I think I just saw him mouth all in. He did indeed. Ace King suited.
Pabal all in and called by Lifshitz, and it's the classicest and sickest of races. The overcards against the queens.
You don't expect the 10 big blind stack to show up with a hand like Ace King, but there it is.
Like 4 calling birds versus 6 geese a laying. One of these two hands has a slight mathematical advantage.
And look at that. Player is all in. Just in case you missed it, there's a graphical representation on the stage behind the players. Pabal at risk. He has flopped a gut shot. Aces, kings, and queens working for him.
That's a decent amount of outs. Is 8 enough?
Ace on the turn, and now Lifshitz is going to need a king on the river, or Pabal doubles up and we play on four-handed. The river is a 4. Ship it to Pabal. He gets the double up. Still the low man at the table, but now playing close to 3.5 million.
Still fighting hard for that second EPT title. Lifshitz, 10 million in chips, a 10, and a 10.
Raises to 350,000. Mikolai Pabal with queens on the button. Well, he's already had one double up this level.
We're seeing some really strong auto situations pre-flop. That's pretty tough for Lifshitz. I mean, Lifshitz,
this guy.
That guy.
Him.
Yeah.
What he's called, and it is Domination Nation. Pabal, the dominating player with the queens.
I told y'all Pabal was going to win.
A 4-1 favorite to double up again.
That's true. Pabal was one of Lex's 4 choices he made. For
No. At the start of the day, I called him. I kept the other ones to myself.
Great spot to double up.
Ace high flop, but that doesn't change anything. Queens now a 9-1 favorite. Pabal just has to fade 10s.
Tough for Lifshitz. He go down to 50 big blinds, which is still a lot, but
Pabal has to fade 2 cards on the river. Queens hold, and he doubles up again.
Hey-ya!
Pabal now close to 6 million in chips, and yes, Lifshitz has dropped down below 8 million.
yeah, this is the highest Pabal's been today, if I'm not mistaken.
Double up, double up.
Lifshitz checks again. Pabal checks it back. Oh, hello.
Wow.
This is kind of brutal. I think that after the turn action, Lifshitz is going to be tempted to bet. Could also think, well, if I check, my opponent might think I have like 9s or 7s. Put a bet out. He's gonna bet.
And Pabal's going to overtake him after this hand.
Really? Wow. 850k, the single chip call.
Just doesn't want to see diamonds, and he is going to like what he does see.
You're right, Lifshitz and Pabal will do the big switcheroo.
Takes it in good stride, but he's 0-3 in 3 big hands against Pabal.
I mean, what are we, like 15 minutes into this level, and Pabal's gone from having 12 bigs to being like second or third in chips?
I think he's second now, yeah.
Seichi, King 10.
Lifshitz folds the King 9. Pabal in the big blind. Has 8-7.
Laren asks, is there an all-in shootout tonight? Yes, there is. Thank you for your question. 8 high flop, top pair for Paval,
who continues to run good this level.
Sage is going to continue.
It's a pretty big bet, 60%. Just want to get outright folds. Ball not going anywhere. It's an interesting card because the ace normally favors the pre-flop raiser, but in this case, ace highs might check this board a lot as a pre-flop raiser, but the big blind will defend a lot, lots of different aces, and also actually call them on the flop. So I would give the advantage of the ace to Paval here.
Seichi doing what Seichi does best.
A river bet of 1.45 million.
Calculated aggression.
Makes the call.
Good call, Paval. Coming on up.
What's he playing now after that hand?
8 million? No, geez.
11.6.
Oh, wow.
He's sitting just behind Seichi now.
Lifshitz, ace, queen in the small blind.
You remember the nickname for Ace Queen?
Nope.
No.
Isn't it Walking Back to Houston?
What? You're really digging deep.
You never heard that one?
Why did you make that up yourself this week? Oh, there we have your nickname. Look at that.
And the one I invented just 4 days ago, American Airlines for Nikolai Paval.
Stroke of genius, let me tell you.
I think this spot's gonna explode real soon because Lifshitz is calling before the flop exactly to hope Paval does this, because Paval is very close or even with the chip leader, and he would pressure Lifshitz here.
This could be huge.
I take it back, by the way. TJ Cloutier used Walking Back to Houston to define Ace King. I have heard it used to describe Ace Queen. Ace King's got enough nicknames.
1.4. 1,400,000.
There it is.
9 action.
Now, his only saving grace here would be if Paval slow plays. Just
and
calls.
then it's not a bad board.
Yeah.
Right, because if Paval moves in.
Yeah, he's calling.
That's it.
But Paval might also be thinking, hey, you know, he could be doing this with a hand like, let's say, pocket eights that he doesn't just want to raise and get called and play out of position against a chip leader, and against those hands you really want to put the money in before the flop because they're most likely not going to give you
5.5, maybe a bit less, 5.3.
He does just call. And this hand is going to the flop. Lifshit's in big trouble. Really wants to miss this flop by a mile.
He does.
Uh-oh. Top.
He does have diamonds. Or diamond, singular.
He could legitimately go broke on this hand, which would be insane when you consider that he was the chip leader four-way about 40 minutes ago.
Yeah. The ball is on an incredible rush, assuming he's going to win this hand.
Well, that's going to happen 85% of the time. Lifshitz with the pre-flop betting lead. Fires into a pot of nearly 3 million. 725k.
A little bit of awkward sizing. If he gets called here, he has to go all in full pot on the turn. Which is a little bit awkward there. Strategic time bank used.
Well, you really can't get any timing tells off anyone either these days, huh? Crazy.
$1.7 $1,700,000.
Pabal raises to 1.7 million.
Yeah.
Looks like we're playing for stacks on the flop.
And the tough thing for Lifshitz is that when he sees that, he's actually happy. So he should be happy. Let's put it that way.
You don't think that this is genuine concern on his face? No, it is not.
All in, snap called, and here we go. Pabal has been all in against Lifshitz 3 times, and on those occasions, Pabal was the player at risk. Now, Lifshitz is the player on the verge of elimination. 13% equity, looking for a queen to survive.
Diamond gives him some hope.
Lifshitz got smashed by the deck this level. Just absolutely broken.
Nobody said poker is fair. Does pick up the flush draw on the turn.
God, what a sweat. Holy Lifshitz.
Goes from 2 outs to 10 outs. Any diamond, any queen on the river will save him. The river card is the 7 of hearts, and he is out. From hero to zero, Gabby Lifshitz, former chip leader, busts in 4th place. Nikolai Pabal now has the biggest stack of the remaining 3 players. We talked about no one crossing the 15 million mark. Pabal's just crossed the 17 million mark.
Lifshitz, dead shits.
Cash is out for 316,780 euros. We are finally down to 3. And the former EPT champion is now the firm favorite. And 87. Sechi with 3s on the button. Opens to 350,000.
Everybody's so deep now.
How much is?
Queen 7 for the Roger in the big blind.
Gonna make the call. Sechi, of course, gonna open lots of buttons. He has some money in the pot already. Wow.
10-7-3, second pair for DeRocha, the set of 3s for Sechi.
Roger checks. So you're gonna always bet his sets. Affirmative.
500k. Here's the bet.
gives us a total prize pool of 247,680. And we play 17 spots. The main cash is 3,890. And the winner will take 62,300. So good luck, all of you.
Not going anywhere.
Russia calls. 2% equity. The turn card is the 5 of clubs. So now De Russia is drawing dead.
No reason for him to assume that he has the worst hand just yet, I think. Especially it's three-handed. And these are huge, three-handed as well.
And now he leads.
800,000.
Oh boy.
Into a pot of 1.94 million. He bets 800,000.
So Seichi's always going to assume he still has the best hand, right?
Yeah,
when this happens.
100%,
He's
yeah.
not afraid of bigger sets. He's not afraid of 4-6.
Yeah, nothing.
So what is the best way to get max value here? Just call?
I think so. Because with all your more debatable hands, you would call as well, and you really want your opponent to be able to fire on the river or...
Oh, just quads.
Just quads.
How much is De Russia going to lose here? Could we potentially be looking at hashtag death by quads?
It's possible. It looks like all the draws missed. De Russia checks.
Well, Sechi is not going to do a Pabal and check back the nuts.
Sechi, more like Quadchi.
Wow.
He had a set. Now he's got quads.
Sechi.
Yeah.
Quadchi.
Bumped him up.
So much funnier when you explain it.
7 bets 3 million.
I mean, it can't get less funny.
No, that's for sure.
Well, he's gone big. Near enough full pot. 3 million. Most of De Russia's chips. And this is where you have to remember where Sechi has done this with nothing. He bluffed Paiva in a similar spot.
He's pretty balanced.
5 seconds.
De Russia has played a time bank card. That gets him an additional 30 seconds thinking time. If he calls here, he's going to be left with a bowl of rice.
Which is the exact opposite of a bag of chips.
He's going to have to do a Pabal and make an amazing comeback. You may have spotted that doing a Pabal has multiple connotations.
It's tough. Diamonds miss, all straight draws miss.
He's run out of time bank cards. I think he's used them all. Yeah, he's played the third and final one. He makes the call.
Oh.
Show the quads. And De Russia loses most of his chips in that hand, down to 1.67 million. Sechi takes the chip lead once again, 17.6 million.
Seichi, say yeah.
Major wounding by quads has just occurred at the final table here in Prague.
Ace-Jack from the button.
Relatively easy decision now.
Fewer than 10 big blinds. And it looks like he is not He didn't open shove last time he opened. There it is.
Out goes the red triangle.
And Seichi has asked for a count with ace queen.
Wow.
That's it.
Well,
It's going in. Of course, it's not a guaranteed defeat for De Rocha, but it's not looking good. Genuinely surprised Seichi's asked for a count, maybe just to maybe get the ball to come along for the ride, which he does not do. So it's domination nation. We are very likely to be going heads up after this hand. De Rocha, a huge favorite to go broke.
Gonna need to spike that jack.
Jacks are his immediate outs.
70% of the time, we're going to be ending up heads up.
His job is done. It's up to the poker gods now. Flop, king high, ace queen, still way out in front. Still 3 jacks is outs, only 2 more chances to hit them. Picks up no additional outs on the turn.
De Rocha is going to need to hit one of the 3 jacks in the deck. And the river cards is an 8.
and that's it.
De Rocha eliminated 3rd place. 421,450 euro for his efforts. A hard-fought battle for every player at this final table. You can tell because we are 5 hours into it, and we have only lost 3 players so far. Very stiff competition at this final table. Mikolaj Pabal and Norbert Seichi now playing heads up for an EPT title.
So both players incredibly deep. We have not had a heads-up battle this deep for a long time on the EPT, and this one has the makings of going the distance, especially as the deal was shouted down.
Or a mix of 400,000 actually, so call from 7. Climax first. Flop is out, action on suit 7. So your checks, action on suit. Your checks, and the turn card. Action on 7.
Well, had the best of it.
Oh.
And still does.
7 checks, action on 4.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that a straight beats a pair of jacks.
It does. It does. Hold on, let me consult my... It does, in fact.
That is another hashtag fun fact, that we always have the ranking of hands on the table for Joe's reference.
It's not just... Lex looked at it twice today. What about now? Is a straight better than jacks and 9s?
Spot could swing the chip lead in Pabal's favor.
900,000 on seat 4, back to 7.
I know when you're the chip leader, Lex, just to go back to the thwarted deal, that you're always going to try and squeeze out a little bit more equity. I kind of feel that maybe he would try and gross it up to 800,000, but maybe asking for 810, trying to get 15k off Pabal was a little bit greedy.
Yeah, I mean, you know, in the end, when you always do it with deals, when you genuinely think you have an edge, why would you take a chop that's based on the chips exactly, you know? So I get it too. Like if Secchi has heads-up experience, if he plays a lot of, let's say he played a lot of sitting goes online, and he has tons of heads-up experience, then I get that people want a little bit extra. But to me, sometimes like if somebody would ask for a deal and like, oh, I want that, and immediately I'm just, it kicks in this, all right, no, now I'm just done. Like let's just play that kind of. But what I will say in Secchi's favor is that when the deal got declined, he did not say, okay, let's use the numbers then. Then he was actually confident enough in his heads-up game to say, okay, then let's play.
Well, he called the 900k there, and that sees a change in the chip lead. Pabal now with the advantage.
C7 makes it 400,000 actions on C2. See a flop.
10-7 against 8-4. A 10-7-5 flop. Top two for Pabal. And it's Secchi who's betting. Has a gut shot.
Yeah, it's not a bad flop for him. Good shots to have a big chance of winning. Look, he's up against two pair. He still has 18%.
The smooth call from Pabal. Deuce on the turn. Secchi bets again. More than $1 million.
I mean, this is going to work so often.
Nearly $2 million.
So to be pretty unlucky to be up against any pair, let alone two.
I really like this kind of pressure heads up.
From
and this is kind of anti the current trend right now, them playing pots this big, being so deep. We've seen some absolute barn burners.
9 on the river. 9 of diamonds. Pabal checks a third time. Busted straight draw for Secchi.
No 6.
$5 million from C7.
5 million? And a quick call from Pabal. Well, that is going to put a lot of distance between them.
What a swing.
Nikolai Pabal, the dominant chip leader now, 26 million against 8 million. Secchi with pocket eights.
Another monster for him.
Well, that's a raise to 450,000. Pabal with kings.
Oh boy. Well, this feels like destiny.
There is the 3-bet from Pabal to 1,500,000. There is the shove from Secchi. There is the call from Pabal, and this is it. We're on the verge of making history. Are we about to see another 2-time winner on the European Poker Tour? Only the second. Vicky Coren took down San Remo. in April 2014 to become the first two-time champ. 5.5 years later, Nikolai Pabal is on the verge of becoming the second. He needs kings to hold. There is an 82% chance that happens.
Same dealer as the last time it happened. Will it happen again now?
Five cards to come. The flop is 6-4-3. Clubs are not a factor. Sechi with two immediate outs. Well, that brings chopportunities. Unless there is a 5 or an 8 on the river, we have our two-time champ. And Pabal has done it! Kings hold. He has won his second EPT title. Only the second player in history to have won 2 main events on the PokerStars European Poker Tour. He took down Barcelona in 2012. He cut through a field of more than 1,000 for a €1 million score, and he's done it again. 1,154 total entries, and he scores more than $1 million. Sechi the runner-up, Pabal the champion.
Pocket eights for Bendinelli. And I don't think it's a spoiler to say that it really can't go beyond this level. 30 big blinds playing 24 big blinds. It is almost impossible for them to get out of this level without the money going in.
Yeah, Bendinelli here with eights.
It should have ended in the last level mathematically.
The math is broken today, Stapes.
Oh boy, we got a set of eights for Bendinelli.
Oh no.
Top pair for Guerrero. I said the money was gonna have to go in. These guys have played pretty conservatively and made some tight folds. So maybe it doesn't have to go in right now. But boy, does this feel like it. Bendinelli firing 2.5 million or 250,000, whichever way you want to.
Thank you guys.
Get out there. And Guerrero just calls. The turn is a jack.
Wow.
Oh no!
What a setup!
Oh, such a cold deck.
Cold deck city. Guerrero covered. I think the only light at the end of the tunnel is we've seen a lot of miracle rivers throughout the course of this tournament. Looking for the board to pair, except for an 8. Doesn't know that yet, probably thinks he's got the best of it. Trips versus a full house.
Yeah, and Bendinelli very clearly trying to set up a sizing here on the turn that can make it an easy all-in on the river. Wants to give Guerrero a good price to continue.
Does it ever go in now? Guerrero has no idea what he's up against. Makes the call, so that's 23 million in the middle. Neither player the pot size bet behind. Jimmy really needs to hit this river.
Oh
the
my
board pairs, but it's the 8.
No!
It's quad 8 for Bendinelli.
Wow.
This is unbelievable. This is the coldest of decks. It doesn't get any colder than this, Maria.
I'm glad you got a sweatshirt for this hand, Nick.
Insane ending, I assume.
Oh my goodness.
To the most insane EPT I have ever been a part of. A literal bad beat jackpot hand. Jack's full, beaten by quad 8s. Guerrero bets.
Wow.
Oh.
And Guerrero leading. Oh my gosh.
Put yourself in his shoes. He's got quads and you're getting led into on this river. It's the absolute jackpot payday.
How is Bendinelli's heart just not jumping out of his skin right now? Oh my gosh.
Bendinelli has been so patient, has folded winners. Had a chance to put this to bed. Announces all in. Guerrero hasn't snap called.
I think
There's just no way. There's the call from Guerrero. It's over.
He hasn't even tabled his hand. Table your hand.
Bendinelli shows the quad.
Bendinelli does it.
Guerrero tables the loser, and Bendinelli swarmed by his countrymen. Somebody get that boy his mama. Giuliano Bendinelli is the EPT Barcelona 22 main event champion.
Absolutely unreal finish to an incredible main event. And the chants will not stop. A nice kiss from Mama Bendinelli.
It's just not even real life, you guys. That is not a real life way to win an EPT. This is this real life, people? Seriously, look at what just happened. This guy came back from one big blind to be here to river quads.
And welcome back to Prague in 2024 and the PokerStars European Poker Tour. The final session, the evening session of day 2 of the main event here at King's Casino at the Hilton Prague. We have 223 players returning from the dinner break. 215 of them are going to get paid. That's right, world famous bubble coverage is imminent. And these players are at risk right now. These players are in the danger zone. Danger zone! As the bubble looms. Normally we focus on the chip leaders, but at this stage of the tournament, it's all about the players likely to miss out on a min cash. New feature table for this session. We've got a former EPT champion, Lucien Cohen. We've got French Pro Benjamin Pollock. We've got former World Series of Poker Europe main event champion, Max Neugebauer. Fabio Peluso is back on the main stage. Blinds 2K, 4K with a 4K big blind ante. It's James Hartigan with Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
And Griffin Bencher.
Good evening, everyone.
Griffin, when was the last time you had the pleasure of being involved in world famous bubble coverage?
Oh, that's a great question. I mean, it feels like it's been a couple of events now. This is you're right. That's very exciting for me.
Ever since he stalled the pants off the bubble at PSPC.
So yeah, we will go hand for hand officially when we get to 216. The tournament staff do reserve the right to go hand for hand a little bit earlier if we do see excessive stalling. Min cash in this event worth 8,550 euros. That's likely to be the payout we see tonight. Obviously, we're going to be playing a few more days till we get to the big scores, including the 1.1 million euros up top, going to the winner of this year's main event, along with the trophy, which will be presented on Sunday. We started streaming this tournament today. We'll be here for the next 4 days, following it down to the final 2 tables, the final table, and down to a winner. And action is resuming. This is level 15 of the main event, 2K, 4K, with a 4K big blind ante.
I think you meant to say action is resumeing.
CVing.
That's right. List of jobsing.
So Philip the Razor observing on YouTube that it's almost time for Toby Stone to make an appearance. Does Toby have security for this event? Does he have a guy who's going to follow him around and not take any you-know-what from anyone?
We'll have to see. We'll have to find out. By the way, I have a long history of doinking Benjamin Pollock, so I really hope he cashes.
Well, he's raised under the gun here with King Jack. Folded to Neugebauer on the button. Now we have Fabio Peluso in the small blind.
Look, his face is the pimento.
The winner shows the hand.
Yeah, 15 big blinds. Might be taking a little pause, a reasonable pause, we should hope, from Peluso here.
Me too, everybody agree.
And finally, Pascal Flock in the big blind.
Yeah, I don't want to see any stolen out of this guy. Pre-flop lock. Come on, it's right there.
Paflaka flame.
Paflaka flame.
Is it okay for you? What? The winner shows the hand, so we don't have to watch the stream later.
Give the information now. Huh?
Yeah, I mean,
He's going to be the one that starts and then no one else does it.
Better know.
I prefer no, because that changes the dynamic of the game. You can have the information after that, but maybe you don't. I don't want you to know
He's
the
right.
next 90 minutes.
of course,
Benjamin's right.
No, it's fine. I'll remember this for the
It's funny because if he had aces, I think he would show it. Because it's like, yeah, look, I'm raising tight, but the King Jack's like
he doesn't want him to know he's raising.
It's literally the
King
worst
Jack.
hand he would raise, probably under the gun. So.
And that's maybe you don't want to watch the stream, so that
I mean, this first where
If you're not going to put the work in.
No, I forgot.
Also, I'm offended. Why don't you want to watch the stream, Neugebauer?
I'd actually prefer that most of the players don't watch the stream. I don't need that. I don't need that on me.
I love the fact that I had to translate everything for Ratman.
I like how offended Hassler was with the 9-4 suited under the gun. The audacity to deal me this hand. I'm the chip leader here. I want to raise anything. Give me the 9-4 suited.
Not gonna lie, I just got a little bit excited there because we have an interesting watch at the feature table.
Oh, here we go. I was wondering why you were kind of like itching yourself, like you just needed to hit something.
I was actually taking my shoes off and settling in for the session because I know that this bubble's gonna take a while. So
You got any more of those timepieces? yeah. I never talk watches with my shoes on.
Oh, he has to get all.
Get real cozy.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
you know why it's exciting? It's because there's a 007 connection.
Oh, okay, of course, yes.
Hey, it's Fabio Peluso.
Did he get? Okay, correct me if I'm wrong. Did he get more green today? I feel like I did a level earlier today where he was a little less green.
I think there was a color correction that happened at some point.
You think so?
Yes.
Okay.
Like on our end, not his.
No, I understand. Yeah. It wasn't like, it was a kind of a hideous green, and he color corrected, went shopping on the dinner break.
It's fine.
Chorus.
Well, to be fair to Cause, he wasn't raising light. Second pair top kicker. Continues for 7,000. And the ace-3 is folded.
Smell you later. All right, prediction, how long from right now until the bubble bursts?
I think it's going to be in the last 30 minutes of the level.
I'm going to say 55 minutes.
Okay, well, let's set the line. If you're saying it's in the last 15 minutes, then you're saying it's.
He said last 30 minutes.
Oh, he said last 30 minutes. So 60 minutes, and you're saying.
So you're talking about in real time, though, right? So
no, I'm saying 55 minutes from now.
Yeah, that's what I mean, but not on the clock because the clock gets paused.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, well, no, let's do clock then.
At 9.
Are we doing clock or are we doing real life?
10:07.
10:07. I'll take the over.
10:07.
I'm taking the over.
Okay. You're taking the over. I will take the over as well.
Cole's making it 8K with Queen 10.
Now, I know I'm a little obsessed with his attire, but is that a bucket hat or a fishing hat? Is it a bucket hat, what they call it?
Bucket hat as well.
Bucket hat?
Yeah. So Peluso, you'll notice, is taking more time than usual over his decisions with trivial folds. He is one of the shortest stacks right now with just 14 big blinds. Hasler is involved. Now, the timepiece on Hasler's wrist, Griffin.
Okay, yeah, tell me.
Is made by the Hamilton Watch Company, the Pulsar, and it's a modern recreation of the very first digital watch, which was LED rather than LCD. And you have to press the button on the side for it to display the time. It doesn't display the time permanently on a digital readout. And in Live and Let Die, that is the watch that Roger Moore has at the start of the movie. He shows off that he's got this fancy digital watch, which at the time cost more than like a Rolex, than a fancy kind of mechanical watch.
Okay, follow-up questions.
Yes.
To be someone who owns that watch, do you think that probably makes him a big watch head? And also, how much would you reckon that it's worth?
The modern version of the Pulsar is about 800, 900 quid. So around $1,000.
Oh,
is
okay.
The price point.
Okay, so it's sort of a, it's probably.
I would say one of two things: either Kevin is a watch nerd, or he is a Bond fan. Those are the two people who would buy that watch.
Okay.
Or maybe somebody just thinks it's a really cool design. It's like an iconic design from the early 1970s, and likes the kind of pressing the button to see the time kind of.
Yeah.
Neugebauer has opened with ace-10. Peluso taking his time over folding again. What Peluso is doing, by the way, is perfectly acceptable, but it will make him the enemy of this stream. It will make him the villain that the entire audience will start turning on very soon. Those of you who haven't already started turning on him. Oh. Couple of eliminations. We're down to 221. We're 5 away. 5 away from going hand for hand, I should stress.
Nonchalant flick in from Pollock, but I think he's going to be, you know, decently strong here. Shouldn't be getting too peely, and you know, I don't think he's just calling 9-7 suited here. And as we can see, does have the near premium ace jack off. And Cohen going to flick in the king 7, which frankly not recommended at 25 big blind stack depth against these particular ranges, because they're going to include a lot of better kings. And he's effectively flopped dead here with that king being dead, the ace jack.
Meanwhile, we drop down to 220 players. Action check to Pollock, who has been outflopped by Neugebauer.
Yeah, and I don't mind starting this with a bet from Pollock. Just becomes a bit easier to play. You know, you would hate to just check here and then lose at showdown to something like ace 5 or 2 6s that, you know, would probably fold on this flop. This really hits your perceived range with your ace jack. You know, you happen to have ace jack here, but that means you're also going to have your king queens, your queen jack suited, those kind of hands. Nickerbauer, of course, has ace 10, quite a bit too strong to fold. Let's see if Pollock wants to keep barreling here. I think he's going to perceive this as something like what his opponent has in the ace 10. You know, there also is concern. I mean, Nickerbauer also going to be opening, you know, something like a queen jack off, a queen 9 suited that would play this as a check call line. So, you know, you might be betting into a queen as well.
35,000 into 61,000.
Nice bet here from Pollock. Really good sort of spot awareness. I think this kind of bet is going to fold the bottom of his opponent's showdown value, something like 9s or 8s. Some weak 10s. Ace 10, going to be too good. Sticking around, and this pot is now ballooned to, you know, 131,000, and that's a very, very tough card for Pollock to bet on.
Neugebauer checks a third time, and Pollock is in a very awkward spot here with 117k behind, 131 in the middle. Checks it back.
Damit so läuft. Glück hatten wir keine Zeit mehr. Nach dem Essen, sonst wäre ich jetzt. Ich habe sowas schon befürchtet.
I love the fact that we had that brief conversation about how long the bubble would take, and we reminded Joe that they do pause the clock, and you probably went, I'm off to get a coffee.
I thought I was going to do it. I was like, it's just all it does is I need a coffee at this time of night. Then we're done. I can't go to sleep, and the cycle continues. But I wasn't going to make it. It's too warm. It's too hot in here.
So you missed me doing my little bit of watch/bond
yeah. What was
Waxing poetic.
It's Kevin Hasler. It's the Hamilton Pulsar, which is the very first digital watch. It's an LED rather than LCD watch. It's the one that Roger Moore has at the start of Don't Let Die when he shows off by pressing a button to display the time digitally. I mean, this thing cost thousands of dollars when it was originally released.
And that's it?
That's a recreation.
Okay.
The one that Hamilton currently makes is like around $1,000 now. But it's
very change.
But it's
$1,000.
It's very much a kind of
have fun being poor.
Very much a kind of a throwback to the original.
Plusso, do you want to act at any point, or?
Yeah, this is an unfortunate trend. Ace-7 suited for Flock.
So is Flock on the same boat as Sam Grafton and the other guy at the last table who was also dressed like a Wes Anderson character?
Looks like you're trying to write an X-Men character and then you just have a typo.
Is this your suggestion, Patrick?
Flock?
Psylocke, yeah.
Statric has a bad lookalike.
Okay.
For Luka Bokovic, who we just saw there. Looks like Brett Goldstein, who plays Roy Kent in Ted Lasso.
That's quite a comparison. He's a hottie.
Didn't he just get cast as like Hagrid? He did. Or maybe he's just rumored. They're doing a new Harry Potter HBO series.
Yeah. Am I right in thinking he's in a Marvel movie as well?
Yeah, he played Hercules in the new Thor.
That's right.
Ooh.
Which was not good. And he was a cameo at the end.
That's right.
Spoilers, sorry. You shouldn't go see that movie anyway.
I kind of want to annoy everyone and just do the screaming goat for the next hour.
That was a highlight. He's also in the series Shrinking, which he wrote.
Brett Goldstein wrote Shrinking?
Yeah.
I thought that was a Bill Lawrence
I think he was,
show.
well, he's one of the writers, for sure. What writer producers? I'm almost positive.
Really?
Yeah.
I could buy that. He's super talented. Like, I think he's a stand-up also.
So, please correct me if I'm wrong out there, people, but the lore with Brett Goldstein, as I understand it from Ted Lasso, was he was one of the writers on Ted Lasso, and I think he wrote the character of Roy Kent, and they couldn't find anyone for it, so he just like was doing readings for it, and they're like, we kind of think you're good for it. He wasn't really an actor.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah, right.
And then,
he created Shrinking.
Yeah.
And he is executive story editor and one of the main writers on Ted Lasso.
Yeah.
And now he's Hagrid. Probably. I don't know if that's confirmed. And Cillian Murphy apparently might be Dumbledore. What that?
I didn't care for the original Harry Potter. So.
That's so Hufflepuff of you.
Maybe one left at the end for them.
Domination, continuation, pair of 8s for Paflock.
215 in one.
Uh-oh. Spraggy alert.
Of course.
Where?
I think one left at the end for end.
Which? Which and where? Oh, the hand ace-7. Gosh.
Oh, come on,
sorry,
Griffin.
guys. Sorry. Oh, my gosh. That was embarrassing. Is Coors going to pretend he has pocket 4s?
Is that what they call it, Griffin? Pretending? Can you imagine you read Super System and Daryl's just like, now what you want to do here is pretend you have ace-king.
So we are down to 219 players. We are 5 off the money. We are 3 away from going hand for hand.
I'm liking my line.
Yeah. We said 10:07. We both took the over.
Now, granted, we haven't started pausing the clock yet.
I'm really liking my taking the over.
Yeah, the clock pause.
I will like my line until it is no longer.
Yeah, it'll be lovely line until it's like midnight and
Yeah.
we're still hand for hand.
And I'll be like, guys, I got a shot here still.
Fabio Peluso. Let's count together, shall we? Wait for him to look. And 1.
Wait, this is a real decision, though, under the gun.
3.
It's really not.
4.
Well, actually, you could min raise.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So if the shot clock were in play,
fine.
Just saying. We've proved the point that as egregious as you may find it, it's
fine.
It's completely...
Okay, now here's a question for you, because when I'm stalling, I count. I know exactly. I have like a pretty much...
Out loud?
No, in my head. I
On
usually...
your fingers?
No, I usually count to like, I decide a number, and that's what I continually do pretty much every hand. So the question is, the next time it's on Peluso, if we are still not on the exact bubble, do you think that it will be within a range of 1 second of 13?
There's only one way to find out,
Well,
and
that's what I'm saying. Listen, I'm trying to make it exciting,
We're going to count out loud every time the action is on Peluso.
It could be balanced.
Okay, but here's my real question. What does that 13 seconds actually get you?
That's 13 seconds where 3 people could go broke.
Yeah, it's just about creating... You just want to see as few hands as possible until the money bursts. So within a reasonable amount of time. I mean, he might start increasing it as we get deeper and deeper.
How many hands is he going to not see by waiting 13 seconds?
Probably a couple by the time it happens, right?
I guess if it's 1 even, it's enough.
Yeah, it still could be worth money. I mean, yeah.
So Flock opened with King Queen of Strawberries. Bojovic just flats on the button. Neugebauer now shoves, and he has got both players covered.
Yeah, I just love this shove. It's effectively for a significant amount of chips. Bojovic here has 261,000, but he can't even consider calling with ace queen. You're not really concerned about any traps. The worst case you're operating with would be the original opener on 150K, somehow having kings or aces, but might even fold ace king for 40 big blinds here with, with the guaranteed money coming up, sitting on that 150K. So ace queen just playing it as a pure shove, I love. Great start to this level for Max.
Max. Max.
Max, don't make me look at the stream, Nugebauer.
Don't make me sing. Ooh. Pocket yaks for P-Flock.
And Pascal Flock will open here, and Benjamin Pollock playing 29 bigs, folds king queen somewhat reluctantly.
I just realized there's a silent letter in P-Flock. You're not supposed to pronounce the C.
Round two, the blinds. And here we go, action's on Peluso. Let him look at his cards. And we start. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
Oh, he's pushing his luck.
17, 18.
He's imbalanced.
19.
He's imbalanced.
No,
We
but
needed
hold on a
balance
second.
in the fours.
I do think you can have a couple extra seconds.
Yeah,
in the big
because you're in the
blinds.
big blind. That's a good point. Good point, Joe.
Time to make the donuts.
Dein alleen. Für das erste sein. Zum Gewunder nehmen. Ist Kim?
No. There, thanks.
Is this?
Queen check super.
I told you. The Lonely Has says, well, I know who I want to be Bubble Boy. Guaranteed way to make yourself the villain of the stream is to be the guy who stalls on every decision.
Over 15 seconds? Calm the F down.
King queen suited.
Course opening with ace 10. I can't bring myself to do it every time.
1, 2.
Thanks, Griffin.
3, 4, 5, 6,
And I guess you have
7, 8,
with clubs.
9, 10, 11,
I was thinking
12,
but I
13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. Wow.
70 bigs. 70 bigs.
You kind of never have it.
What the fuck?
Careful about that assumption.
Need call aces. Always Kim, please.
Players at the table joking about the hand that Nugebauer shoved with the ace queen, saying you can never have it there with the 70 big blinds.
Meanwhile, we're checking on some of the short stacks in the field. Mark Medden, who was at the feature table earlier, playing 35K. Monica Geisler sitting on less than 40K. Morton Klein is also a short stack underneath that hammer. 40,000 chips.
Man who needs that min cash.
Griffin tried to pick up that hammer earlier and embarrassed himself.
Yeah.
And Padraig O'Neill, the reigning champ, is short, playing 50K.
And when I say embarrassed himself, it's because he called it Moldenir. And everyone thought he was a huge dork.
Mjolnir.
I heard that Taika Waititi is going to play Mjolnir in the next sequel, giving himself a 4th role in the movie.
I think they're done with Taika.
Remember, guys, the film sucked because the effects house was under a lot of pressure. It wasn't because the screenplay sucked.
It's actually based, this expose my nerdom, but it's based on a pretty cool comic too. It was pretty disappointing, that one.
The Mighty Thor?
Was that what it was called? The one that had that villain. That
No. Oh yeah, the villain is they totally wasted.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't see somebody calling time on the pizza table. Never happened.
I wonder why they're bringing that up.
My first one.
You mean
the first one?
Ever?
So far it was
No, on the pizza table. I've never seen it like somebody calls it.
I tried. I had good
Not a great start to the level for old Benjamin.
Rare, but yeah, it's very rare.
Hoping his Po luck will change.
Maybe it's possible. Might happen.
Not on this flop. Advantage Hassler, quick bet, quick fold.
Tens? Jack 10?
Jack 10.
Jack 10, correct.
That's the last flop.
What's the order, guys?
I would like to. Can I get some?
Peluso playing 12 big blinds right now. No problems for Kevin Hassler, who's got the table chip lead with 422K, more than 100 bigs at the 2K, 4K blind level.
I'd take a normal one. Without gas, yeah, no problem.
Water as well, please. Still, please.
Well, Elastoid's getting personal. Says Peluso is hardly the villain, sat next to someone who spent $1,000 on a watch that stylishly sucks.
Oh, get him a blanket because that was cold.
I think it's got charm.
Says the Bond super fan.
I mean, look, it's a retro design. It's from the early 1970s. It's meant to be a throwback.
Yeah, and the first time you saw it was on a big TV when you were a kid with your hero wearing it.
I'd like to throw it back into the garbage can where he found it.
So Peluso with a hand. 12 big blinds.
This is your worst nightmare, is having a hand here.
I feel like the worst nightmare is like Ace Jack. Ace King, if you go broke here, it's just you were never meant to cash.
That's a bluff. Of course, when I'm big blind.
I mean, we all get he's joking, but they probably shouldn't say that. Well, some guys like, wait, 8-5, he's bluffing. I call.
How many? This must be at least ace, yeah, ace king.
You know, in the tournament I played this week on the bubble, I had queens, and it was my worst nightmare.
You were never good with the ladies.
Never. Never, ever, ever.
That's why he's given up.
That's why I've given up on the...
Now you just need one queen.
I probably should have been the one to say that, but...
Yeah.
What he said.
Love you, babe. He should have said that too.
I used to do this joke in my act. I go, so I'm going through a breakup right now. Sorry, baby, there's probably a better way to tell you that.
I like that joke.
Okay. Drum roll, please.
Look at least just do one card at a time. That'll double the amount of time. About Palooza's last hand, Pemsa asks, why did he leave 4K? He's too far for payouts. Pemsa.
Force a habit. Yeah, I would say especially with the fact that we do have sort of safeguards in place from, creating extra action like that. He wouldn't have been able to stall for more than, another 30 seconds or something, right?
That's why he's doing it, to try and buy himself more time if he's then faced with an all-in.
But I'm saying a floor would come over. And
correct.
You can't do that, yeah. And Polak just not wanting to play by the rules with this Jack-9 suited open. Be so nice if you could just get through the chip leader here. Have a short 20 big blind rat man in the small. But yeah, really, it's just not a great open. You kind of have to play by the rules here, getting punished. And he's looking at him like, really, man? You have to do this? And you know what? Ben's saying, I'm just a little too rich not to do this. Let's do it, buddy.
He's got like a pot.
Let's go.
Like 1 point whatever behind.
Yeah, I don't like it.
We've all done this before, and we go, okay, now I'm going to play tight.
I will say, in fairness, Polak was on the button here. It's hard to just open fold Jack-9 suited. I misread where the button was. I thought maybe it was a cutoff open. This seems not too bad. A limp would have been interesting as well, so you don't get 3-bet. And you know what? He floats with the Jack-9.
Yep.
What's this spur now?
Spur is about 0.7, right?
And what is the significance of that?
Well, the significance is if you do decide to float because you think your opponent's just c-betting, and then you throw out a little... Oh my God. I don't believe that. That's wild.
This takes some real coconuts.
If Hassler has a heart under there and just calls with the ace-7 suited or something, I mean, Hassler's got to be thinking here, this doesn't make a lot of sense. Shouldn't be a lot of queen-high floats. Shouldn't be many traps, especially when you have an ace in hand. If Hassler has... I'm trying to think what he could have. Ace-5 off. Certainly a reasonable hand to consider calling. Might just have ace-king, ace-jack high, but it feels like a bit too loose. Hoping your opponent has something like king-jack of spades, king-10 of spades. This is a pretty wild bubble play from Benjamin Polak. I'm simultaneously deeply surprised and impressed that he's prepared to do this and bust on the bubble.
It's impressive.
I mean, he's not getting an automatic fold here. I mean, this... And the problem for Hassler is he needs to,
it worked.
Tighten up his calling range. Worked. Perceived strength of what Polak should have here.
Begin. Aces.
He wants to show it, but he
aces. He wants
too much information. He doesn't want everyone to know how prepared he is.
That was pretty slick. Pretty.
I had a good feeling. That's what I had.
Slick.
That's only what I had.
Quick update from our previous feature table. Big hand there between Marco Di Persio and Pierre Calamusa.
You will see on the stream.
Calamusa trying to bully some of the shorter stacks of the table, shoved the button with ace-4. Unluckily, he ran into Di Persio with kings. And kings held against ace-4. No ace on the desk. That means a hit to Calamusa's stack. Down to 640k. So still among the chip leaders, but possibly not the overall chip leader anymore.
There were some characters at that table. I did like it. A question from YouTube, James. They want to know how we know what the cards are, and they're asking, is it because we're using semi-transparent carpets on the table?
Correct. Thank you for your question.
Here you go, another nightmare scenario. Pocket kings. It's always the one guy who's stalling the most gets the hands that gotta go in.
For a moment, I thought he was going to fold kings. All you can eat.
No. No.
Nope. All due respect to Hassler, this isn't even close. I don't know why he's really talking himself into.
I think he's getting some of the runoff frustration from the Pollock hand.
Yeah.
And action back on Neugebauer. Trivial fold with the Queen Jack. And Peluso keeping his head above water.
Whoop, whoop. That's the sound of the Peluso.
Peluso actually now tied at the bottom with Lucien Cohen. Both players with 19 bigs, 78K. Beluco31 says, Joe, can I get a shout out for all the viewers in Peru?
I normally don't do shout outs, but sure, the both of you can have a shout out. Thank you very much for watching.
King queen. King queen. You kings. Good fold then.
I'm a big alpaca guy.
Open.
You're an alpaca guy, right, Griffin?
Am I what?
You're a big alpaca guy, right?
What makes you say that?
I just think you have an affinity for alpaca, don't you? It's a Peru connection.
You tell me, dude.
Yeah, there. See? I knew it. Look at that. Alpaca socks right there.
Pacas.
I could smell it on them.
yeah.
Neugebauer with jacks.
These are the bizarro Joe and James's.
the other
timeline.
Raise and take it for Neugebauer. That's a nice message from Cassio the Charmer. Who says, Joe, did you enjoy the BSOP? It was nice meeting you.
Oh, what's up, Cassio? I remember him. I did enjoy the BSOP. It was fantastic. I really hope that they make it something that we can attend, that more of the ambassadors can attend more regularly.
So, merci beaucoup d'avoir foldé.
The McDonald's there was, choice.
Authentic Brazilian McDonald's.
Oh, your worst nightmare.
Easy fold.
I'm here for a good fold, not a long fold. You know what's the great thing about Brazilian McDonald's? You'll never find a pube in your food.
Wow.
Nice.
It's a long 219. What's that? It's a long time 219.
I gotta go. I gotta go for a second.
After the blind, you are done.
Trust me, if I could ban him, I would.
You watching EPT Prague?
You know, I've been waiting for you to wax poetic about Brazil.
Nice. I think at this point that joke is probably shorn. Well, this is a weird one.
3 high flush draw, you got to play it.
So pretty pre-flop.
The day might be over before we get the water.
Can someone explain what a Brazilian is to cast cap, please?
Oh my god.
My line's not looking so good right now.
Yeah.
Just thought I'd mention that.
It was an easy take the over. It wasn't even, oh, that's a great line, Joe. It's so close. It's like, no, easy over.
I should have stuck to my guns and said 55 minutes off the clock from now. I would have been closer at least.
Ratman opening with Queen Jack. Bojovic with Ace 8. Hashtag embrace the squeak.
Don't look at my chips like that. I want them. I would cook them if I could. I know for sure. You had an opportunity to take it. I was all in. If I go all in, if you call them out, I could be out. I mean.
Bojovic looking like he wants to get out of line a little bit. Would put a lot of pressure on the short stack of Lucien Cohen. And you know what? He is reaching for chips.
Is Lucien Cohen the kind of guy you can pressure on the bubble? I feel like he doesn't care.
Well, we're about to find out.
I have a two-part answer to that question. As Peluso gets dealt the best hand and will have to inevitably fold. One, I think your instincts are right that Lucien doesn't care too much about playing by the rules and is prepared to splash around. But I don't think he will do it for his whole stack. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a peel here for just another 10,000 on the 8,000 raise. He probably should just fold. Most people would. I think Lucien might decide to flick in 10,000 to try to see a flop, try to get lucky. Same principle as, you know, earlier in this level we saw him overcall with the King 7 in the big blind. Not recommended on 25 big blinds against two decent ranges.
Is it crazy to fold Queen Jack outright from the hijack on that size?
No, I think it's completely fine. I think it's almost standard. But you have two big blockers. You do want to try to acquire chips when you can.
Uh-oh.
Yep, you heard that noise. That means we're down to 218. 3 off the money. 2 away from the pure bubble. 2 eliminations away from going hand for hand as we see Lucien Cohen lay down the Queen Jack. And that is another elimination. That is Robin Gerard KO, taking us down to 217. 2 more eliminations, and everyone remaining will be guaranteed at least the min cash.
We're gonna push faster, right? Now we can.
I hear some stuff. I hear microphones.
And then level till the end.
And that's it?
If you are in the
What now?
We have an all-in on table number 2. Alan Sabic, who's the player in seat 3, against Alexander Steindl, the player in seat 8. And it looks like Steindl is the at-risk player here. He's the one with the triangle in front of him. Now, they're not running out this hand, or not showing it down at least, because there are still other hands in progress. So it's an all-in on the river, but the cards will not be revealed until we play out the other hands in the room. I'm trying to talk here!
So see.
I'm going to say Triangle Man doesn't look that confident.
Does it look like he's puking a little?
Just a little clenching of the jaw.
So cameras in position, ready for the cards to be revealed once we have confirmation that players ended elsewhere. But we suspect that this is not the only all-in, and I would highlight we are not yet hand for hand. The clock has been paused to allow us to play out at least one all-in. But you see Toby Stone moving away from this table, and that's because at table 27 there is another all-in and a call. Radek Jantos against Cheno Eskas. So there's at least 2. In fact, there might be a third. We're just tracking across the room to confirm.
Oh, we're kind of zooming in on a table where we were looking at some short stacks.
Another one there, okay?
Zacabello asking where is Toby Security. He's being very blasé here in Prague.
Blasé or deep undercover. You see that yellow jacket right there? That's him.
That's right, everyone. It's time to get your steps in. One of the only reasons you're allowed to be out of your chair.
Do you remember when Kenny was in last time and he was like, no, it's okay if you want to stand up, and then 5 seconds later, Toby was like, nobody stand up for any reason.
Buzz is in the air.
Toby getting confirmation. There is a third all-in. So to be clear, there are 3 all-ins. We are not yet hand for hand. Over at table 4, it's Renyi Mao versus Bogdan Andrei Muntino. So we wait to see where Toby's going to go first. But 3 tables where we need to run out 3 all-ins. And of course, it only takes 2. We only need 2 eliminations to be in the money.
We only need 1 to be on the stone bubble.
And apparently the table we're going to start at is table number 2, where it's Alan Sabic versus Alexander Steindl. A reminder that Steindl in the 8th seat is the at-risk player here. And the full board has been dealt. Ace, Queen, 8, 7, deuce with 4 diamonds.
This is the table where Griffin said Alan looked uncomfortable. Sorry, not Alan. Alexander.
Yes, Steindl, the player with the triangle.
On table number 2, there's already a full board. We have Alan and Alexander, and Alexander is our at-risk player. So there is a board. So we're just going to turn over the cards and we're going to identify the winner.
One card at a time.
So turn them in cards, please. All right, so Alexander has a flush and has doubled up.
Nut flush.
He wasn't not uncomfortable.
So the other guy could have put him all in is the thing. That makes more sense. It looked like that was a bluff from one of the bigger stacks on the table.
So that is a double up for Steindl at that table. Now we are going to go over to table 4, where Bogdan Andre Munteanu is at risk in a hand against Renyi Mao. And I don't believe there are any community cards dealt yet. This is all in pre, and we don't know the cards yet.
Bogdan's looking a little antsy.
Bogdan, the player on the right.
Looking a little antsy.
Renyi Mao to his direct right.
Now I have a question for you guys. If you had aces,
Table number 4, Rengi and Andre. Andre is our at-risk player. We have no flop, so we're going to turn over the cards. Let's see what you have. All right, Rengi has 2 kings, and our at-risk player, Andre, has ace-king.
This could be an elimination.
All right, and we're going to see the flop, please. Flop is ace.
Always an ace on the desk.
I was going to say, if it's not an elimination,
get that photo. Get something out of this.
Renji may be all in on the next hand.
6. Final card, please. Final card is an 8. Andre.
It's another double up.
Also doubled up. We have one more holding call.
Sigh of relief.
So a reminder that there is one more all in and a call, one more chance to lose a player and get down to 16 when we'll be on the pure bubble. And this is table 27. Radek Jantos against Cieno Eskers. Jantos is the at-risk player, and the flop's already out. 10 of hearts, deuce of hearts, 3 of diamonds.
I know that ace on the desk was bad for Renji, but it really hurt my line for us to not go to the bubble right there. So I'm actually the victim there is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, a lot of sympathy right now for Joe. Thoughts and prayers.
Thank you.
There's our triangle guy. There's Radek Jantos.
Okay, we're on table number 27. 2 players, Radek and Tiano. Radek is our at-risk player, and we also have a 2 of hearts, 3 of hearts, and 10 of diamonds on the flop. So turn your cards over, guys, please. Radek shows King 7 of diamonds. There's 1 diamond on the flop, and Tiano shows a pair of 9s.
Wow.
Once again, Radek with King 7 is our at-risk player.
Jantos drawing thin here with the King 7.
Turn card, please.
Diamond would make things interesting going to the river.
Turn is a 9.
Oh, he's drawing dead.
Final card, please. And the final card is...
So that will be an elimination. Radek Jantos out in 217th, and that takes us down to 216.
I saw we break 28. Stay in your seat, please. Break 110.
So we have hit the pure bubble at 216, and now we will need to have even tables. So a table will be broken, players will be redistributed, and we'll have even tables of 8 players throughout. And then we will start hand-for-hand play.
What do I have, 4 minutes?
Oh, you're drawing dead.
I have one hand.
We're not even going to get to that hand. They're going to break the table.
If the hand starts, I should get the full hand.
Okay, we'll give you the full hand.
And 2 more.
I tell you to deal, you don't have 8. Stop.
Oh, the stone's about to come down hard.
The stone bubble is now in effect. Clock is still paused. So no sense in people taking their time to get to their table. Dealers will not deal until they have 8 players at the table.
Sure, a lot of people that don't know how to read table numbers when they're short stacked.
Webb asking, what are we playing down to today, just till the bubble? No, we play to the end of this level. Would expect the bubble to burst during the next 30 to 45 minutes. And then we'll play to the end of this level, play through the first half of the post-bubble bust-out bonanza, and then survivors will bag and tag and come back for day 3.
2 minutes. 2 minutes until the bubble bursts.
How much of your net worth would you put on the over right now, Griffin?
On, what, 10:07?
On Joe's line.
It's 2 minutes,
He
no?
gets the first hand of hand-for-hand play.
Oh, I see. Oh, not much. I think it's going to be under.
Continue play on the
Oh, wait.
So
no, it's going to be over. Yeah, you're right. I would say
Stay
70% of my net worth.
Please keep your cards face down.
70% of $800.
On my cue.
$864.
If we lose 2 players from the same table, the player with the highest chips will take the highest finishing position. If we lose 2 players from separate tables, any payout differences will be split. All right.
Oh, Toby! Oh.
We lost him! Toby!
You can't have the stone bubble without Toby Stone. That was the least smooth and controlled thing I've seen on any bubble. And we are underway, clock is running, and this is the first hand of hand-for-hand play. So this is it, Joe. In order for you to win, the bubble has to burst on this hand.
The first hand and the last hand of hand-for-hand.
No.
No, I'm saying this is the first hand and the last hand of hand-for-hand play. I've got it. It's going to happen right here. Huge cooler, Queens versus King 10.
Well, Hassler has opened with the King 10, Bojovic with the Queens. Just flats.
Told you.
Yeah, actually, relatively standard here, not wanting to, you know, necessarily get in 45 blinds at the stone bubble with
King, Queen. King, Queen.
Keep those weaker hands like a King 10 in there, get some value post-flop. And yeah, right away, the Hassler putting out a C-bet.
I'm starting to consider reevaluating my line.
Now that we're here at exactly 10:07.
You've got every other table.
We got the other tables still. We got the other tables. Now, I will, by the way, concede if it doesn't happen on this hand. But if it happens soon, I would stand by the fact that it's a good line.
It's a pretty good line. I mean, we're right up against it here. Someone else could have been eliminated in that hand.
I got unlucky, and the 3 all-ins, and only one of them.
And ooh.
You got screwed by an ace on the desk.
You did get screwed by an ace on the desk.
And now I just need a jack on the river.
It's already, so I didn't win the package to play there. It's the online 25. Yeah. And you're already in the money.
But you need to...
Boyevich, I think, is going to recognize that he's going to bet here and get a lot of folds. But in the event his opponent has something like an ace ever, you might want to start getting some value, but it's just so unlikely. Would rather let his opponent get there with, say, a rivered king that might call a bet.
A bet of... Oh, he's not even covered.
Yeah, I don't think you can get too greedy here with this full house. I want to bet an amount that might get a curious call from a rivered king. Something in the range of 20, 25K, I think. Is reaching for some bigger chips. It's just very difficult to have a bluff here. If you're Boyevich, you're supposed to be pretty tight pre-flop at this stage. You're not going to be making very many light floats on ace a7, and if they were, it would probably be something that included kings or queens in the hand. So now that Hassler's made his, near best case scenario improvement other than a jack on this river, how does he evaluate what Boyevich might have here? What kind of bluff could he have? Would he float the flop with eights and turn it into a bluff to try to fold out a queen or a king? And this may work. Hassler might think, wouldn't he have bet an ace on the turn?
Why bring that river? Ace queen. Wow.
Well, Hassler made the call on the river. Boyevich gets paid off. So play concludes at the feature table. Still hands in progress out in the field. Key question, any all-ins?
Doesn't feel like it.
I don't
Empire is crumbling!
Don't see that kind of big hubbub. Don't see all the vultures crowding around a single table right now.
They're still picking the last carcass.
Well, look, there's still hands in progress. There's still a chance.
I need this win today, guys. I'm not gonna lie. It's been a rough year.
You've already lost.
The hand's not over yet.
Oh, okay, we counted it in the...
The hand started before the time.
Oh, okay.
That's right, Kazcap. The clock keeps running until there is an all-in and a call. At the moment that a dealer alerts the floor to there being an all-in and a call, the clock will be paused.
Is the clock paused?
Yes, it has paused.
Drawn live. We're drawing live, my babies. Oh, no.
You got slow rolled by Toby. You got slow rolled hard.
I got slow rolled.
Did.
What the F was that?
That was a hand of hand-for-hand play without a single all-in from any table.
Yeah, we are still stuck between a stone and a bubble place. Look what just gave me.
I mean, Griffin, that was just really bad.
The thing is, you can't can't.
I can do whatever I want.
No, he can do whatever he wants, but the thing is, like, you can't even be that bad because you knew what he was referencing. So if it was truly bad, we'd just be like, what? But it's just in there enough.
What was that thing that you messaged me the other day, and I said, you said something like, I'm not sure if that joke was worth it, or something like that's what you think every time I make a joke.
The funny thing is I had already seen that video. It was definitely not worth watching twice.
Right.
So raise and take your hand at the feature table. Table chip leader Max Neugebauer now playing 372k, more than 90 bigs. And again, we track across the room looking for little red triangles of death or any kind of commotion that indicates we have all ins. Well, there's a triangle. Table 13.
There is.
But faults. So players concluded there. And has gone to the river at table 18. Morton Klein's table. Hand played to showdown and a pot won by David Doherty by the looks of things.
You know, David Doherty came up to me yesterday at the bar and said that how much he truly enjoyed the comic book.
Oh, that's great.
That's nice.
He does seem like a good liar.
I've had a lot of nice feedback on the comic book here. You know, they're here. I can't help but notice no one has them again. They just keep getting shipped all over the world and not being distributed to people. I don't really know what's going on. I'm thinking all else fails, I dress up like Santa later in the week and we run around and I just give them to people.
I don't know, EPT 2029, the case of comic books. Still.
We can't get rid of them. We've been trying. People keep bringing them back.
You're looking kind of slim these days. I don't think you're going to be able to pull off Santa.
You're gonna pull off Santa?
No, you're a bit too fit.
Cut to an eating
bit
montage.
Too fit. Yeah, a bit too cut. Cut to, yeah. Tell you what, I've been liking Sam Grafton's Santa beard. It's coming in.
Well, it's all kicking off at table 12.
All right, here we go.
I think we can say that there is definitely an all in there. And we've got action over the other side of the room as well.
Well, I can't believe my line is going to only be off by one hand.
Yeah. We finally found out what you were good at.
It's a lot of one-handed stuff.
By the way, I just want to say I really appreciate that you didn't abuse your cranking privileges to make more eliminations happen. You know,
I didn't even think of it.
Yeah, I thought that might have been your way out of this, but you didn't even get the machine out or anything.
So we're hearing there are three all-ins. So over at table 4, we've got Bogdan Andrei Munteanu at risk. Remember, he's the guy who doubled up with ace-king against kings a few minutes ago. And he is now all in again.
What?
Against Luke Porter.
What about Renji?
Biding his time.
Probably biting his tongue also.
So, Munteanu all in again. The other two tables where we have all-ins are table 12. We tracked past that one a short while ago. We saw there was an all-in there. There is also an all-in at table 16. So we've got Bogdan Andrei Munteanu all-in at the table we can see right now. We've got Adi Rajkovic, who was at one of our previous feature tables. He's at risk at table 12. And then Jeremy Zuari. is at risk at table 16. 3 all-ins for Toby to handle as soon as play is concluded at every other table in the room. And apparently, we're going to stay here. We're going to keep the cameras here because this will be where Toby comes first.
By the way, I kind of want to be like my high school principal right now and grab the microphone and be like, Adam McCullough, sit down. Elliot Hackney, sit down. Dan Kishu, sit down.
Remember, it's legitimate if you're trying to get your steps in.
There's not a lot of stepping going on over there. Danny Max. Oh, wait, no, you're okay.
In the midst of this chaos, Toby is in position. Let's run out the all-in.
2:16 remaining, 3 all-in calls. Going to go table by table. We have 3 all-in calls. We're on table 4 right now. We have Luke and Andre. Andre is our at-risk player. There's no flop or board, so let's see your cards, guys, please. Luke shows 2 aces.
Ooh.
Andre, our at-risk player, shows 2 kings.
Oh my word.
Wow. Wait, so after he sucked out on the kings, he's now going to go broke. Renji, get your camera out.
He's run kings into aces. And there's a king on the flop!
No way.
Look at Renji.
Andre with 2 kings.
He's put his camera away. He's done.
Guy don't miss. He don't miss.
Turn card, please. Turn is an ace.
Oh, ace on the turn!
What? Now he's filming again.
Drama.
Final card is
a king!
No, not
Joe.
Please stay in your seats, so we have lots to play here. We have 2 more.
So the guy didn't bubble, then he bubbled?
Correct.
Oh my God, that's nuts.
Doubled up with the ace-king against kings, then ran kings into aces, has been eliminated. But remember, there are still 2 all-ins to run out. He could still get a share of them in cash.
I like the floor coming up to me like, right now you get nothing, but maybe we can give you a little something if other people bust.
That's right, just hang tight.
Hang tight, we might have a little something.
So we're going across to table 12. That is where Adi Rajkovic is all in against Anton Kraus.
What a turn of events on table 5.
It was 4, but close enough.
Near table 5.
In the vicinity of. In the neighborhood. The district of. So it's Rajkovic in the 8th seat who's at risk.
Anton and Adi. Adi is our at-risk player. So Anton and Adi, can we see your cards please? Send them over. Thank you. Anton shows King 10. Adi, our at-risk player, shows Ace Jack of spades.
So Bogdan wants the king to hit here.
Flop, please. Flop is 3 king.
There's the king.
Bogdan, don't go anywhere.
Turn is an 8. There is now 2 spades
Ooh.
on the board. Final card, please.
That's a lot of shovels.
Final card is Jack. We have lost Adi over
Okay.
here, number 12. We still have 1 more rolling call.
So the bubble burst. We're actually now at 214. That means that as things stand, Munteanu and Rajkovic will split a min cash, but there is still 1 more all-in. So it could be 3 players splitting 2 min cashes if there's another elimination. At the final table, which is table 16, we have got Jeremy Zwauri all in and at risk against Park Jae-hong.
So 3 people splitting 2 min cashes. If you're only in for 1 bullet, you profited. Like a couple €100. But the key is, you didn't lose.
That's the key. That's the master key.
That's the skeleton key.
Okay, our last holding call, table number 16, we have Park and Jeremy. Jeremy is our at-risk player. So let's see your cards, please, guys. No, leave them in front of the players, please. Thank you.
4-3 off.
Against Jacks.
All
right, lack it up. Not even a sweat. Jacks win. That's my prediction.
So once again, Jeremy, our at-risk player, has a pair of jacks. Flop, please.
Pretty interesting positions here. This might have just been an open shove from the big stack in seat 1 there.
Flop is 10, 5, 3.
There's a 3.
Of course, that's a lot of equity.
That is a sweat.
Gonna win 1 in 4 times.
Turn is a 5.
That's a bad card for him.
Final card, please. Final card is King.
Jacks hold, that is a double up. So, 2 players go out on the bubble, 2 players split the min cash. We're down to 214. Everyone else will get a full min cash. We're in the money in this record-breaking EPT Prague main event. Crucially, the bubble has burst.
When you split the min cash, you lose what, 1K? Not even?
All right, players, big congratulations all. You have just cashed in the biggest EPT here in Prague. Congratulations, everybody. So we just have to wait
I forgot.
to prize between those 2 players. That's just going to take us 1 or 2 minutes, and then we are going to continue until the end of the level. So just bear with us for 2 minutes, and then we will continue to the end of the level, and then that's the end of the game for you guys. Thank you.
So action restarting shortly, still 35 minutes on the clock, and that's what is left on level 15, and we will play out the rest of this level before ending play for the day. Congratulations, everyone is now locked up at least 8.5 grand. Of course, the biggest chunks, the biggest slices of the €7 million prize pool are reserved for the players who make the final table. Everyone who makes the top 9 is going to get at least 100 grand. You're looking at the better part of €250,000 for 6th. You're looking at more than $500,000 for 3rd, more than 700K for the runner-up, and a first prize this year of €1.1 million. You'll have to wait until Sunday to find out who claims that prize. That's the day the tournament concludes. That's final table day. That's the day we will crown a champion, the final champion of EPT 2024. So once the action restarts, we'll continue with the lineup we have on the main stage, continue with our feature table. We will then have probably a mini post-bubble bust-out bonanza. I think we'll see a flurry of eliminations. Some of those short stacks will start going for it now they know they've locked up the min cash. And then the survivors will bag and tag and return for day 3. So just over half an hour of action left on the day.
I was only off by 1 hand, right?
Something like that. All right, let's get some blood now. There's going to be, people are going to be falling left and right.
Well, we don't have any super short stacks to the feature table. Cohen and Peluso around 17 bigs. They could potentially ladder for the min plus cash, which kicks in at 184.
Yeah, I think most of the bonanza is going to be happening out in the field. People are probably a little more reluctant to get it in light on the feature table also, I would think.
Mega Joe says, do we know what Finton's stack looks like? I don't know how he has stacked his chips. Knowing Finton probably stacks at 20.
I would say it probably an assortment of blue and yellow chips if I had to. Thank you for the question.
7. 8 raises, 9,000. 10 fold.
Wooly says, isn't it unusual to have bubble coverage on day 2? No, it's been the norm. I think ever since the structure of an EPT changed from 75-minute levels on day 2 to 90s, and we went to paying 15% of the field. So I'm going to say from 2016, 2017 is when we've basically been hitting the bubble on day 2. And we have gone 3-way to this flop.
Hassler hasn't had the best level here. Things haven't really gone according to the bubble plan. Had to rescind that table chip lead to Max Neugebauer. Does get lucky here, though, on the turn. His equity dropping from the low teens to 75%. And very little hesitation, just fires out about a 15% pot bet.
James, Mega Joe is back with another question. Do we know how many big blinds Finton currently has? Yes. Thank you for your question. I don't know. I don't know what else he could possibly ask after that.
Yeah, you answered it.
Yeah.
So with all that equity and a great price, Fluck. Gonna call, but now with a quick check. King Jack, difficult to really turn into a bluff here. Yeah, just gonna check and hope somehow Hassler doesn't have the ace, but of course does. Takes down a little pot. Little pot. A little pot.
It's a little pot.
Short and stout.
Every pot matters.
All right, new line time.
Here we go.
How many we end with?
Okay, well, what are we at now? 213.
Thank you.
I'd say at least 20 eliminations, right?
Ooh, okay. I'll take the under on that. I'll take 191.
I was gonna go 189.
Okay, so 190 is the line.
Jimmy?
Sure.
Higher or lower than 190?
Higher.
Higher.
You're saying the line at 190. I'm going to take the over on 190.
So I got the bottom again.
The good news is the Ratman song has started again. The word good was in inverted commas there.
I'm red man. What's it? Red man.
Red man.
After.
So what? The line. So the line's 190. What were you taking, Griffin?
I wanted to take over, have more than 190.
Oh yeah. I'm taking the over on 190.
I like to live dangerously. What's the widget say? Asks MacGyver man.
That's a fair question. Remember, when we have this many players, the widget gives you more of a spread rather than an exact number.
Of course.
Prague. Widget. 1458 entries. Okay, well, let me take the average of this spread, and that will give me my number 2.
Ratman.
Here we go.
7.
Do you think Lucien Cohen's like that because of all the fumes?
The widget gives me 195.
Oh wow! I'm going way against the widget.
1 3 4. 4 calls. Eh, sérieux, c'est quoi ça? Sans déconner, c'est quoi ça? Five fold. No good, hein, for me. No good, no good.
And let's go. Option check.
How many players do you think will
Well, Queen 10-9, Hasler.
193 to
I think a flop.
Huge favorite now.
A pair of tens, and it's not even top pair. Gross.
Hassler takes it down. Little momentum here.
Please. 7-2, 7-2, 7-2.
He doesn't want hands.
7-2, 7-2, 7-2. Demandez-leur à eux, ils veulent toutes les mains là.
7-2, never lose.
7-2,
If you play, you win.
No possible. No possible. I am play. I am is possible play.
No
All
possible.
in. All in. Benjamin, dis-leur que je peux le faire le all in.
Il est capable. Il est capable.
Je suis capable ou
You
pas?
can do it.
You can do it. C'est genre Nike ça, que you can do it. You can do it.
Ooh, a beer. Beer level.
Il faut pas me laisser remonter parce que si je remonte, je vais leur faire la misère. Allez, laissez-moi remonter, vous allez voir la misère que je vais vous faire. Moi, je peux te voir un
I sure
vendeur,
hope
les gars.
Sandy the Degenerate finds another wallet this year so I can get some free beers. Karmically poisonous beers.
Enjoy the taste of deceit.
Vlog with the ace, king of diamonds.
If you guys want to hear one of the best Sandy the Degenerate stories of all time, please listen to last year's recap from EPT Prague.
Did anyone ever figure out who that Sandy was?
Not to my knowledge. You're not supposed to try to figure out who Sandy is the thing. You just got to let it live.
Yeah. Folded all the way to the big blind. Boyevich gets out of the way with the ace-7. And a quick call from Chorus. Why not? You got 4 out there, 4 more. It's suited. Can make a little magic with the 6-3 suited.
Yeah, or a little tragic for ace-king.
And would you look at that?
Kitai asking what time's this kickoff tomorrow. We're live every day this week at 12:30 local time, apart from Sunday, final table day, when we're live at 1 p.m. So that's 12:30 Central European time.
And this is just an unfair situation with the ace-king. Very difficult to barrel this 9 because it will often improve what Chorus has. You know, something like a 10-9, 10-8 more equity. Just hands that aren't going to fold. You know, Chorus happens to have one of the combos that I think he might fold to a bet. But Flock still has to make that bet, which is not easy to do.
He's flopped a pair, he's just got to stay the course.
A horse is a horse, of course, of course.
There may be an argument here for Chorus to put out a little blocker bet with the 6. It's pretty thin, but, you know, if you had something like, let's say, Jack 5 of diamonds, right? You would be calling this flop. You would have to turn it into a bluff on the river. So just putting the bet out of, you know, just under 30%, sometimes you're going to get a crying call from something worse. And you probably would have heard more from better on the turn. Flock probably recognizing that a lot of the time he's getting milked by something like an 8 or a 6, maybe even a 4. I've got times that your opponent does have, you know, Jack 7. You'd hate to get bluffed here.
I've got nipples, Greg. Can you milk me?
So Flock has just got to consider how light Cause is here.
Rocky Mountain Fresh. The silver bullet.
With a starting stack TV table.
Cascap asks, can we reference the teddy bear on that hoodie? Hell yeah, we can. Thank you for your question.
Teddy bear's the theme of the week as Joe considers spending $450 on one.
If I was sure it would fit in my suitcase, I would be more apt.
As I said to you earlier on, what you could do is you could remove some of the stuffing to get it into the suitcase, then have it restuffed in America and end up spending even more money on this object.
I'm not ripping apart a 450 euro stuffed animal and then learning how to become a seamstress.
Oh no, I was saying pay to have it done professionally.
Seamster?
Seamster. Seamster.
Seamster? Yeah, let's go with that.
Ciao. Ciao, je vais te faire mal au ciao.
1 kilomètre à pied.
Ça j'ai les souliers. Tu vas bien l'apprendre, toi. Where are you from, you?
Swiss.
We're getting ever closer to my number of 198.
Tis true. Wait, no, that's not what he said.
You just said it was true.
190.
198.
190 is. I'm taking the under on 198. I think the widget is probably being a little bit too pessimistic. I think somewhere between 190 and 195 is the number.
Like the budget. That didn't work.
Didn't you initially say 192, Griffin?
Yeah.
I think that's a
191.
really,
I said.
I think that's a really, really
And
good
he
line.
said 189, and then we do the middle.
Okay.
Yeah. Exactly.
All in.
Oh, here we go. Ratman all in with the Spraggy.
Ooh.
60.
I mean, that's pretty bold. That's good for Cohen, finding the spot.
This is no good, this is good. This is good, this is very good.
This is good, thank you. Allez, nothing. Allez. Allez, viens, viens. Faut payer ton maintenant. T'as vu? Allez, I'm all in. I'm sure, all in. Allez. Allez.
Prochain.
Prochain, faut payer.
Prochain.
Oh, mets-les sur la table, mon gaillard. Allez, Lucien commence. Ratman. 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 Ratman.
I'm still.
After I am go is the same because I am a double finish. Maintenant, you dangerous you for you. I am not dangerous. Hop. Après, hop. A double. Oh là 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 là.
I'm still so flabbergasted that nobody ever gets annoyed.
Difficult for you.
He's screaming Ratman in this kid's face, and he's like, lol. Yeah.
Please tell me he does this at the outer tables as well, and we don't enable this by putting him on the main stage.
9.
3 raises, 9,000. 4,000. 5,000. 6,000.
It is because of the fumes, though, right?
8,000.
Yeah. Not exactly drooling with the 7 deuce. Poor hand for Peluso. And Pollock. Just so easy, so chill. I mean, that was a pretty remarkable bluff, I got to say, at the ball with the Jack 9. That was pretty ballsy.
Oh, that was
crazy,
awesome.
Yeah.
You play just this level or what?
Yeah, we're done in 20 minutes.
And then done?
And then you can do whatever you want until
Tomorrow.
noon. You can go out, have a drink, you can sleep. You can go out together.
Pollock trying to set up a date between Hasler and Ratman.
And I will tell you what I had when I was all in.
It should have ended at 11:30, so 1 hour less. Should be now like 10:30 something. Is it?
Yeah, Benjamin Pollock, for those unfamiliar, I mean, incredible success on the EPT. Winners of 25K high rollers, 50K high rollers.
No mains.
No mains. And of course, 3rd place in the World Series main event in 2017. Pretty amazing career.
So we've had virtual all-in from Cohen. He's raised for half his stack.
8 fold. 10 fold.
Round to the big blind. King 10 for Flock.
Non.
And a
Mais
fold.
quoi, si je fais jusqu'à la fin comme ça, je vais en flop finale? Ah, c'est bien ça.
And the tower grows for Lucien Cohen. A nice smooth shove with the effective shove with the 9s.
Cohen's Tower of Power.
Why don't they have like one of this in the box?
Wo dein Name drin steht. Wo haben die die hingetan?
Maybe they don't want anybody to stress.
Stimmt. Bestimmt noch am Tisch.
Stay here, place
Sieht halt nicht so schön aus im Stream.
top it late.
Everybody has what?
There is a nice sense of relief once the bubble bursts, isn't there? People are a little, you know, a little chatty.
But this is not a casino.
Well, they've been through a traumatic event together.
Yeah.
Right? So they're like trauma bonded.
Yeah, exactly. And it's always nice they don't have their phones. No multitasking.
Yeah.
10, 11. 10, 11.
5 fold.
Everybody's got to get on Blue Sky and tell all their friends.
Okay, what's Blue Sky? I saw someone tweet about Blue Sky or something.
You know what Blue Sky is?
No.
It's the non-right-wing Twitter.
Oh, okay. It's a new thing?
Are you not on Blue Sky, Griff?
No, I don't. I don't know about it. I'm left wing. Can I go?
I mean, if you look at it's a very similar interface, right?
Yeah, it looks like Twitter.
But old school Twitter, like good Twitter.
Like way less Nazi.
Are they allowed to do? Are allowed? Is this? They can do this? I guess it's a. Yeah, it looks different. There's a different. It's like a butterfly up there. I got on Blue Sky.
One call.
Are you both on Blue Sky?
Yeah.
Is it better?
Well,
it depends. How much
different,
Nazi
yeah.
stuff do you like reading?
I mean,
Yeah.
Joe's joking, but it's that's the reality.
Okay. Yeah, I have been noticing. I haven't been enjoying Twitter as much lately.
Twitter is dead.
Oh,
It's been dead for 2 years.
That's right.
Didn't just change its name; it changed its identity.
Right.
4 bets. 15,000. I wanted to trap.
You know what? Actually, I the last 3-4 EPTs, I've been noticing the slow death of Twitter through the way that you present at the beginning of the day. Because at first you said X or Twitter, and then you went from X, formerly known as Twitter. Now you just say X.
Yeah.
So you kind of killed Twitter for me for the last 6 months.
No, I think when Elon Musk killed it, but I'll happily take the blame in your eyes.
So we do have a pretty interesting pot. Let's get to this for a second here. 4-way is not something we see very often, and reflective in the very ambitious pre-flop call, I think, from Flock, which I guess gave the price for Pollock to continue in the big.
One raise.
8, 12, 16. Yeah, this must have been raised, right? I'm surprised to see Nugebauer call this in the cutoff. And now Flock is effectively going to try to play for stacks here for 25 big blinds with that open-ended straight and flush draw. And Hassler's really wearing it. I think his hand is too good, and he needs to get all these chips in against
now
Flock.
We have.
Oh my goodness.
We have referenced the fact, right, that Hassler executed a Gibbons. He limped under the gun with the queens.
Okay. Yeah. That does
Hilarious
change things.
backfire.
Yeah.
I'm gonna limp with these queens,
And then get the 3-4-5 board. Yeah.
Follow the queens, man.
Queens?
Ja, ik wilde in vallen stemmen. Ik dacht het is net.
So one card. One card.
10-6 clubs.
Gamble.
Good to fold.
50-50.
Good to fold. This you can't see in the TV Why you don't
Queens,
all in?
not queens.
Queens. I thought he
Would
pushed.
fold?
I snapped. I am push.
Would
I am
fold?
push.
Yes.
Yes, push.
Push.
Minor balls.
Okay,
push. Push.
What did you fold? What did you do with these queens?
Well,
Just check on a flop, yeah.
big.
Yeah, you're right.
It's all right. It's okay.
Do you think they're all going to go out to dinner after this?
Be a late dinner.
Do you think they're all going to go out for Staropramen?
And a pretzel.
5 fold. 6 fold. 7 fold.
Do we know if Sam Grafton's still in?
We don't know.
That's a very good question.
I knew he was in a few hours ago. And
I
it wasn't
can
really great.
confirm Sam is in.
Sam's in. Fantastic. I was so supportive to him when I texted him, actually, too. So
And Fintan, right?
I feel like I
Fintan
bit
still in.
responsible.
1 fold.
Sam and Fintan. Ooh, now it's Pollock's turn with the queens. La reine. It means queen.
And Pollock isn't going to make the same mistake that Hasser made.
He's not going to limp under the gun with
No,
them.
he's not going to play them passively. He's going to pop it up to what I imagine around 4x, the open of Neugebauer.
One or two. Yeah.
And I expect Neugebauer to probably fold here. There is some consideration in that if Pollock had ace-10 here, ace-9, he might just 3-bet fold here. If he had king-jack, but not worth the downside. And let's go the 8-7.
Ooh, my number of 198 looking real good right now. Real good.
About 12 and a half minutes left in this final level of the night.
Unless they're doing like a whole table at a time, in which case my 189 number looking real good right now.
Six fold. 7 fold. 8 fold.
And now it's an even bigger pocket pair. This time it's the clangers for Peluso. The Kyle Kinanes.
Yeah.
The King Kongs.
The King Kongs.
Oh my goodness.
The Peter Jacksons. Oh no.
It might be Paflaka, Flame Extinguished. At least in this hand.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, luckily for him, of course, Peluso only sitting on that, 58,000 chip stack.
23. 23,000 raised.
So it's not going to be a world ender. And Lucien deciding that with his main character energy, he's going to make this pot about him. Just can't wait for that cigarette. Makes the big fold with the Jack-9 off.
Huge fold.
Huge fold.
I mean, talk to Benjamin Pollock about that. Peluso.
1 call. Showdown.
Jams. Flock calls.
And Peluso in a great spot to double up through Flock here.
2 times kings.
Today I play only when aces, kings, ace king, ace king is the bottom of my range.
Good strategy.
Vous avez les as, moi, je range pas un peu en ce moment.
C'est bien. C'est sage.
That is a good start for Peluso.
Yeah, when you've got your opponent with less than 1% equity on the flop, you are happy.
Signed, sealed, delivered.
It could come 10-10 too. Not today.
So that is the double up for Fabio Peluso. Survived the bubble and is now chipping up. Now playing 126k. That is a 31 big blind stack. Pascal Flock drops down to 92k, 23 bigs. Clock has been paused.
Which could only mean one thing, James.
Well, we have seen a few eliminations, including Morten Klein.
Now just Mort.
And apparently the reason the clock is paused is we are breaking a table. We may also have reached that point in the proceedings where we draw for the number of remaining hands.
That's kind of awkward, actually, James, because it could only mean one thing, which was that it would be hand for hand, but it wasn't. It meant that there was a table breaking.
Yeah.
So I was wrong. And I want to take accountability for that.
Thank you for taking accountability, and your apologies accepted.
When they're gonna pause the clock? Or?
It's between 15 and 7 minutes.
Oh, and how do they decide? Random.
Yeah,
3 to 10. Yesterday was a 10, today
Yeah, no, yesterday was 6. 6? Yeah.
6 hands, yeah.
No,
6
yesterday was
minutes, 10 or 7 minutes. 6.
Yeah, 6 something. 6 something.
Yeah.
But it was 5 or 6.
Et là, t'as ramené la victoire ou pas?
And
So they run
3, 4, 5 hands. They will not go on one table. 3, 4, 5.
C'est froid.
Tant mieux.
Non, t'as tant mieux. Pas me prendre un jeu, elle me dira.
At least the pot.
Ah, ça, en fait.
Yeah, I was hoping that clearly this time.
And there is Vincent Hand walking to the exit, eliminated in 201st place, also getting that min cash of 8.5k.
Stop please. The main event.
Je te jure que quand je suis monté, je pensais jamais être là.
Baza, thank you for watching. Dante Barto wants to know the free roll password. It's I love Prague, all lowercase. I think it ended about 45 minutes ago, but good luck.
See, I couldn't get in because I kept on doing all caps. I was so excited. I love Prague! I love it here every year.
Nah, we love
a million
Prague.
Seasons.
We love Prague, but we're chill about it.
Yeah, keep it lowercase.
I love Prague.
I love Prague.
I love Prague. I love Prague. I love Scrubs, and I love Prague. There's a cat asking, what did James's widget predict for today? It was 196, I think.
195.
195.
You don't have a club, no?
That's right, Fishier. I'm just a chill guy.
I mean, you could have a class.
Mais bon, je suis dur à m'accrocher. On touche un coup, deux. J'ai fait troisième. Jour 6, on est plus de 200.
How many more hands do we know yet?
I haven't heard anything.
Oh, here we go.
5. I think 5.
Même quand je suis arrivé dans les 28, j'étais 28.
4 more hands. The number 4 has been drawn. 4 hands played at every table, and then we will close the book on day 2, and we will bag and tag and return for day 3.
I love how Freaky Friday continues, by the way. Now James is all in the weeds with chat. And I'm just like, whatever. I'm over it.
7 raises 8,000.
Course. Same hand.
24.
8 raises 24,000. 10 folds.
But a reflection of the power of position and aggression and initiative. The 3. The P. What was the other two?
Aggression,
something like
the pie approach.
Yeah, the pie approach. as we see a quick fold from
Position,
from the
aggression,
ace-10.
initiative.
Yeah, pay. It's my new thing I'm creating.
Pay.
It's pay.
If you can come up with GOW for Pai Gao, then that would be really good.
I love the fact you invented something and can't remember it. Adam McCullough, by the way, has cashed his first ever EPT main event. And that means he has overtaken his friend Rory Jennings on Hendon Mob.
Boom. Take that, Rory.
Well, so Adam has just eclipsed 6K in earnings.
That's a good set. But this time it was on the second bullet.
Great scarf for Nugebauer here.
We've seen some good scarves
Good scarf. We've seen some good scarf. Feels like we're in, like, you know, a nice city in Europe.
Yeah, Zephyr pointing out that Rory did cash the PSPC, so
There cannot be any street calls.
he's doing all right.
4 calls.
All right.
Last chance to book a win. I'll use it.
Six calls. Option.
Also, part of the reason why I like Prague is if I do have a deep round.
So Hassler with the very unorthodox Queen 4 suited limp. And I think this is a great example. We can see why limping is not utilized very often in these situations. You know, had Hassler raised this pre-flop, might have gotten the call from Boyevich in the small with the 4s. Probably gotten a fold from the 9-3, maybe c-bet. And maybe would have been able to take this down on the turn. Instead, the 9-3 is just able to bet indiscriminately and presumably fold out Hassler's Queen 4. And the better hand in Boyevich's 4s, frankly, with those 3 overs. Nice takedown.
Also, that was cool, right? Also, that was cool. Everybody came. It's different, right? Or there you play final 3 until 3 and then final 6. Was that the case?
Good strategy. Future.
We played to 8 actually. Somehow.
We stopped at 8. We started playing at 9 and then at 6. They went to sleep by us at 8.
But also the year when I won it was...
The crew member behind Coors looks like Johnny 5 with the camera in front of him.
It was. This year was like...
Sweet dated reference. I love those.
Even though they put more re.
Your mama was a snowblower. Remember that?
You could have played this one actually.
Short circuit? You remember that? You're nodding?
They knew it was good.
Johnny 5 alive! Prescient film.
That's Short Circuit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know Johnny 5 is. I was just thinking about that movie.
It does look like Johnny 5, look.
Oh, yeah, it does a little bit.
Tell me about Short Circuit. I've never heard of it.
So the thing about Short Circuit is that the reason why it's dated so badly is that you have Fisher Stevens playing an Indian guy, which is one of the most questionable...
brown face, yeah.
Yeah, kind of one of the most questionable performances of...
Sure, Ben Kingsley does it. Great. Fisher Stevens does it. Boo.
That's Sir Ben Kingsley?
That's right, yeah, he gets knighted.
That's Gandhi you're talking about.
So this is a fun flop kind of for Nugebauer.
So it's a 1986 comedy sci-fi movie?
How have you never seen Short Circuit?
He's younger than us.
Yeah.
No, but he's seen all manner of...
I was 2 years old. Actually, I was 1. I have seen all manner of 80s, 90s. But
Griffin didn't start going to the movies until he was 1.5.
Yeah.
So this...
Are you recommending it is my question?
No.
Oh, okay.
Definitely not.
So you're disappointed I haven't seen it, but you do not want me to watch it.
It's a movie that's of its time.
Okay,
like, there's
okay,
definitely
okay.
no reason to watch it. Flush!
Flush on the river of Nugebauer.
And a pair.
James, the pair doesn't play.
I know, but it's nice to have the backup of the pair to go with the flush.
It's a flush with a 3 kicker.
How about a version of poker where the more hands you're able to declare at showdown, the more points you
I
get?
like that you add them up.
Yeah.
Like I have a full house and a flush. so I get credit for both of those. Full house and a flush, chops with quads. Is that even possible?
No. One more. It is. But before it was. That's number 4. We stop?
It won't stop, yeah. Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh, yeah.
Nice. Stuart says, we had Short Circuit and Crocodile Dundee recorded from the TV on the same VHS tape.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
I think I only ever saw Crocodile Dundee 2.
Oh my god.
And then there was Crocodile Dundee 3.
Oh,
which
don't.
was Babe Pig in the City.
Crocodile Dundee 3 is so bad.
Babe Pig in the City's great. I watched that for the first time recently.
Crocodile Dundee 3, Paul Hogan is so old and has had so much plastic surgery, he's barely recognizable.
You guys both, I assume, know who directed Babe Pig in the City?
James Mangold.
No, actually, you don't know. It's George Miller. It's one of the only 2 films he did between the Mad Max in the 80s, the last Mad Max movie he did, and then Mad Max Fury Road in 2013 was Happy Feet and Babe Pig in the City.
That's pretty wild.
Yeah. It's great when you watch Babe Pig in the City with that lens, because there's this like pretty epic car chase, but with animals that's like completely inspired by Mad Max, with like rolling, like everything is very, you know.
It's like the exact same storyboards
exactly.
from Fury Road.
Yeah.
So right now we're at 194 players. And this is the last hand of the day.
Well. Oh, I'm right.
10 checks,
1,
4 checks.
9, 2. Need to deal with you.
That's another flush.
But maybe.
Popular price.
Clubs are hot today.
4,000.
That's right, Zip. We're ending with back-to-back flushes. Club flushes.
I have to call.
Air flush.
Nice, good.
Flushes on double paired boards.
391.
Oh no. 191. 191.
Why you call? You play the board.
Bottom pair on double paired board. Playing the board. That's right.
I should raise after the ace.
So play has concluded at the feature table. Play concluding elsewhere, and the number we're ending the day with, 191.
Woo! There I am, baby. All damn day. This is what we do.
Right, gentlemen, you know the drill. Your name, your chip count, your player ID ticket.
I mean, where are the tickets?
You need to have a ticket to be in it to win it. That's actually in the T's and C's. So congratulations to the 191 players who will be advancing to day 3. Congratulations to the players who've busted over the course of the last 30 minutes, securing themselves a min cash. I imagine we'll see a sequel to the post-bubble bust-out bonanza tomorrow.
Well, thank you.
I'm sure a fair few short stacks would have scraped into the day.
Good luck, everybody, tomorrow.
Did we already discuss the fact that Griffin nailed it?
We did.
Yes, we did. You weren't paying attention.
Sorry.
You too? You start? You're welcome. Oh, I guess I'll take second.
Yet another amazing line by Joe Stapleton, though.
Max Neugebauer will be coming back with 363k. Unlikely to be among the chip leaders. We've got players with like 800, 900k coming into play tomorrow, when the blinds will be 2,000, 5,000 with a 5k big blind ante. And we have still got Sam Grafton in the mix. Sadly, we did lose Vincent Hand during the last few minutes of the night. And the first money jump will occur when we get down to 183 players, but we're still some way from paying out the big cash money for the final table. That'll be at the weekend. Remember, we'll be following this tournament through to its conclusion on Sunday, when we will crown the champion of the biggest EPT Prague main event ever. 1,458 total entries, which has become 191 by the conclusion of the second day. So reminder, full roundup of the festival on the PokerStars blog. Check out the blog for updates and stories from EPT Prague. And join us tomorrow at the same time. That is 12:30 local time. That's 12:30 Central European time for day 3 of the EPT Prague main event, when we will play another 5 full levels and cut through this field. But for now, from Joe Stapleton, Griffin Benja, Maria Ho, Nick Walsh, and me, James Hartigan, it's good night from Prague.